What's up, everyone? How are we all doing? I know you guys saw me like literally an hour ago, so I know you're probably getting sick of seeing my face, but I did say we're on double duty today. So I've got Priscilla in the back. You guys are already aware of what happened to Supernova, but I'm gonna bring Priscilla in here so she can introduce herself to everyone and let everyone know who she is and what she's done in the Smash scene, and then we'll just go over a bunch of questions. If you guys have questions, then I will try to get them answered. But if you send in a question or anything and I don't answer it straight away, don't think I'm ignoring you. I will try and get back to it. Priscilla's also only got like 2 hours roughly, so try and get through everything as soon as possible. So I'll bring her in now. Hey, Priscilla.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. I know we were supposed to do this as a video originally, so I appreciate you doing it on live stream.
Yeah, of course.
So just to start with, just to let everyone know who you are and sort of like when you came into the Smash scene.
So I go by the Priscilla on Twitter. I used to go by Port when I was competing. It's been a long time since I've actually entered any events, so no one's called me that in a long time. Some people have been calling me Jimbo because that was just a goofy name I put on my Twitter. I entered the scene shortly after Smash 4 came out in 2015, so about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And I've been practicing with friends for a long time. I actually was just coming out of a major knee surgery, and I couldn't do much else except play Smash with my friends. And I thought, well, if I'm going to play this game, I'm going to play it right. So I learned how to play and some tech and spent a lot of time playing. And then by the time I started entering events, I was kind of taking medium names and making a name for myself as a woman, because at the time there was only a handful of us competing globally, especially those of us who could, maybe make it out of pools. So I really kind of gained some notoriety as the Pac-Man girl back then.
Okay. And also you used Pac-Man.
Yes, Pac-Man.
Oh God, my
Pac-Man
brother used
specialist.
Pac-Man. It drives me insane. So I guess because you've been in the scene for some time, then has the scene always been the way we're seeing it play out on Twitter? Like in your experience being at tournaments, how is it then versus now?
I would say that the scene has always leaned progressive, but it didn't used to be hostile to others. I would say the shift probably started to occur as far back as around late 2016, early 17, which is just, we saw a general shift in the world at that time. I think there's a lot of young people that don't really understand what happened then, but life was very, very different before 2016, before Donald Trump came into the scene. You could generally coexist with people who are on the opposite side of the political aisle. You could coexist with them, and you just left politics behind and did whatever it was you were there to do. If it was to play Smash, you played Smash, and you didn't talk politics. Around 2017, I started to notice a shift where people were becoming increasingly hostile to anybody who wasn't pretty progressive. I used to be in a group chat of people that were not even right-wing, just anyone that wasn't a hard progressive. There's people in the middle, people on the right, people slightly left-leaning, just anyone that wanted to be able to have free discussion without being demonized, penalized, potentially banned for their thoughts. So that was going on all the way as far back as 2017.
And when you say that they're being hostile, does it only go as far as like banning them, or has it ever progressed beyond that? Like, have you been at the tournament and you've seen someone that might, be not left leaning or progressive, and they seem like it might be in like physical danger or anything like that?
The main issue is potentially being banned. I do know of one person who's in the Pokemon community who went to a tournament and had Gatorade thrown at him for his beliefs. Since I have left the community, I've been a little bit more outspoken. Back when I was in the community, I never dared to speak on the things I speak up now. At this point, I would actually be afraid to go to a tournament. I would fear for my physical safety as a woman who has been outspoken about certain issues, I would be afraid. Yes.
Are you afraid of other women attacking you, or are you saying that men might attack you as well?
Honestly, potentially anybody. I've received death threats, rape threats, physical violent threats from everybody, from men, women, transgenders. Everyone has, all different kinds of people have sent me threats for speaking on what I think are pretty lukewarm takes. I don't post extremist rhetoric that I don't think anything warrants those kind of messages, but I think the things I'm posting are stuff that a lot of people agree with. And so for me to receive death threats for them, I think is really, it's ridiculous and it's out of control.
Yeah. So, okay. So this is you said that it's when Donald Trump came into office is when people sort of like really started to pick sides, I guess. When do you know of people that are like in the Smash scene right now that are scared to speak up and they go to tournaments, even though they might have beliefs that might be more right wing? Is there like a large group of people that you're aware of that sort of stay silent on the conversation?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know a lot of people that feel like they have to keep their religious, their political beliefs completely private because there are people, even TOs, that outright say if they could, they would ban every conservative, every religious person in the community. So I think people are scared. They don't even want to test the waters. There are others that are outspoken and try to press their luck. But I think it's changing a little bit since, Twitter has changed and Elon took over and people can be a little bit more outspoken. People can like comments without anyone knowing what they are. I mean, me personally, I've posted things that I've seen top players and top figures, they like it. They don't interact with it. I don't think they want anyone to know that they agree with it, but they can like it without anybody knowing. So I think there are a lot of people that are scared to talk. And myself and a few others who aren't afraid of being banned, like maybe technicals, for example, we are free to speak about things.
Okay, and so you said I know we're talking about politics, but you mentioned religion as well. So, is this a sentiment that they extend to like both Christian and Muslim? If you're open about your religion, they'll also ban you for that.
Yes. So I know of, I've heard of it happening several times. One I can think of in specific is a young lady. She was about 15 or 16 years old. Her tag was Queen. She was in Ohio. She was a Christian, and she was basically baited into saying something that they could use against her to ban her. So they asked her, "So you're a Christian, huh? So how do you feel about gay people?" To which she replied, "According to my religion, I think homosexuality is a sin. My Bible says that homosexuality is a sin. That doesn't mean that I hate gay people. I respect everybody. I love everybody. I want the best for anybody. I will always be kind to my gay brothers and sisters. I just personally believe it is a sin, and that's between you and God." They banned her for that statement because they said it was homophobic and made people feel uncomfortable.
I know like we're talking about religion, but has this specifically been extended to Muslim players as well? Because I've noticed just from looking on Twitter, it seems to be people seem to approach the situation very differently between Christians and Muslims.
I think Muslims get a little bit more leeway because the left tends to sympathize with them. That being said, I do know several Muslims that have been banned because of statements they've made about homosexuality, where they have stated they didn't attack anyone specifically, they didn't say anything blatantly hateful. They just said they believe homosexuality is wrong, they believe it's a sin.
Right. Okay. And how can I ask, like, I know that you're saying that when Donald Trump came in, it sort of all changed, but how did the power dynamic shift so heavily towards it being so progressive? Like, I know people have spoken about Mikey the Cheat and people like him at the top running it. How have they sort of like harnessed all the power in the scene and it hasn't sort of like been 50-50?
I think I think both sides, but especially the left, became more extreme in their beliefs in general, especially over the course of COVID. I think during COVID, a lot of TOs started to really crack down on anything they deemed a phobia, transphobia, queerphobia, anything that went against their ideologies. I was seeing players getting banned for misgendering people. You also had a huge uprising of a combination of transgender players joining the scene and players that already existed in the scene coming out as trans. So I think the conversation around transgenderism started to pick up a lot. And I think during COVID, they just really took that power, and especially the Me Too movement that occurred in Smash around July 2020. I think some TOs saw that as a need to have more of an iron fist to control the scene, and some of them just took it a little too far.
Okay, so I know we've spoken about we've touched on it briefly before on Twitter, but what is the deal with the Smash community and children? Because from like outsiders' perspective, we're all a bit like confused, or not. I wouldn't say confused because I can kind of like put pieces together on why certain things happen. But was it always like that, where children were always at risk in the Smash community?
So as long as I've been competing, there was always minors in the community. I think wherever there are adults and minors present without chaperones, you're going to have problems. You're going to have adults behaving inappropriately with children. But I think it got a lot worse. Again, around 2017, I started to see another shift that occurred that I was outspoken about that got me in a lot of trouble. This is where a lot of my like death threats that I was receiving stemmed from, which was the attitude towards sex in the community. I think people were becoming a little too comfortable being sexual, talking sexually around children. There was top players retweeting hentai. There was hentai being sold at an artist alley booths. You had adults and children sharing hotel rooms. There would be alcohol involved. You had cosplayers that maybe were wearing very sexy thong cami cosplays around minors. And I think things started to become really sexualized. There also was a lot of girls that started to promote their OnlyFans in the community. You had, if anyone knows the clothing brand Fifth Space, they used to send panties with their logo to girls in the Smash community and have them post in their underwear with their logo. And I always felt like this was inappropriate around children, that if you, let's say you have an OnlyFans, you really should not probably be interacting with the Smash community on Twitter. You should probably have a separate account for that. Just wherever there are minors, you need to take every precaution, every step. There is a place for that somewhere else, just not near minors. And I think it has gotten worse even since the 2020 movement where all of these issues were highlighted. I don't think anything has changed since then. If anything, it may have gotten worse.
What I don't understand is I can understand like people having issues with religion and politics, even though I don't really sympathize with how they handle it. What I don't understand is, like, I saw you tweeting about Supernova, and I saw people retweeting it and talking about the issues of how they dress in front of minors. And I even had some parents reach out to me saying that they were kind of annoyed at things that they had seen and they won't be going back to a Smash tournament again. What I don't understand is, why is it that, because I saw your post where loads of people were blocking you. Why are they so defensive about other people talking about children potentially being mistreated in their community? And why is it a thing where I need to play Smash to say don't mess with children?
I think there's a few things going on. I think there's a group of people that use their sexual identity to hide behind criticism. There are people that are using Smash as sex tourism. And if you criticize them, they call you queerphobic. And like I said on my post, this has nothing to do with your sexual identity or your sexual orientation. I don't know how these people identify. They're There were pictures of these people. I don't know how they identify. I don't know if they're queer. I just saw them dressed inappropriately, and I said, hey, this isn't okay. I almost feel like it was kind of a self-report every time they said, oh, so you are queer-phobic. I'm not the one saying that queers are dressing inappropriately. So I felt like that was almost problematic that they were saying that. And one thing I would tell them is, I'm not saying you can't dress this way. I'm just saying don't do it here. If you feel like dressing this way is somehow a core part of your identity and you must absolutely do it, put a jacket on and then go to an after party that's 18 and older, and then take your jacket off and then you can be sexy. Or go to a nightclub. You don't need to be doing this around minors. This does not need to be happening. There's absolutely no reason. No one is making you, forcing you. There is not an internal force inside of you that says you must dress sexually around minors.
Yeah. But you said sex tourism just now. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, please?
So if you look at how Twitter works, you can look at Twitter communities, and they're kind of like giant bubbles. And one bubble is the gaming community, and then you have the Smash community in it. For some reason, maybe it's just because the gaming communities tend to be progressive, because it is a progressive hobby. There's some overlap between gaming communities, cosplay communities, and kink communities, and furry communities. And I think some of these very sexual kink communities have started to kind of encroach upon Smash. For example, one of the people I posted that was wearing the porn t-shirt, I went on their account. All it took was one click. I clicked on one person they retweeted, and I ended up on a Twitter page that was full of child porn. And I spent my night reporting child porn. And it was one click away from that person wearing that porn shirt. So I think these communities are almost becoming adjacent to Smash for some reason. I don't know if they're actively preying on the community because there's children, or if they just, it's a coincidence and they like it. I don't know why it's happening, but I do think it is happening.
Well, it seems like an easy place to like do those things, because I was talking to my community and I was saying to them, like, they've got a game where you've got Terry Bogard, who is from an era that my community are used to seeing, and then you've got Pikachu. And it's like you got Solid Snake and Olimar. So you've got this old dude that was playing MGS1 when he was a kid, and he's got actual kids there. And I guess they probably know it's an easy place to go and do things without people realizing.
Definitely, and sometimes it is people intentionally being predators. A lot of the times, I think most of the time, it just kind of happens. It's an adult who maybe makes friends with a minor and they get a little too close, and one thing leads to another. I think that's generally mostly what happens, but there definitely are people that do go to prey on minors in the Smash community, which is why I emphasize adults need to take responsibility for themselves and behave and dress appropriately around minors. If you know you have minors following you on Twitter, don't be posting hentai. If you are a vendor going to a Smash tournament, you shouldn't be selling hentai. TOs shouldn't be booking artists that they know are going to sell hentai. You know, these are our entire conversation around sex needs to change in the Smash community, as long as there are minors.
So I want to highlight this comment from this individual, because they're saying that what they're basically alleging here is that we're talking specifically about queer people, but we're not. We're talking about anyone, and this is exactly what Priscilla is saying. Like, we're just having a conversation about people being inappropriate around children. We're not saying that it's gay people. We're not saying it's trans people. We're saying that it's people.
It's people.
This is the problem.
I've been talking about this as far back as 2017. When I first started seeing it happen, it was straight women boosting their OnlyFans around the Smash community and cosplaying inappropriately at tournaments. It had nothing to do with queer people. In fact, a lot of queer people engaged with the post and said they appreciated the post and felt like it was making them look bad, that it was causing people to be queer phobic because a group of people are behaving inappropriately that happen to be queer. There was also queer minors who were engaging with the post, saying, I don't want to see people dressed like that at tournaments. I'm a minor. Please put some clothes on.
Yeah.
You know, and they're queer too. So we're not targeting queer people. It just so happened in this instance, it was queer people who were dressed that way, but it's everyone. Everyone has been guilty of this.
Yeah. Like a sweet spot, I think you're having problems hearing. What we're saying is that we're talking about people in general. It could be straight men, it could be straight women. We're not. You're talking about queer people, and this comment is really, really just outlines what you deal with on Twitter and what other people have dealt with. Where you say the sky is blue, and they'll say to you, "Why do you hate waffles?" It's
Yeah.
like you can't. You're
Yeah.
not listening. And we're not targeting people in the LGBT community. She's talking about specific instances, and she's just told you about girls doing OnlyFans and dressing inappropriately. So what I would suggest you doing is cleaning the wax out of your ears and listening next time, and then we can all move forward with the conversation.
Yeah, and like I said in the beginning, I think people are using queerness to deflect legitimate criticism, and that's wrong. And that is all that is going to do is stir animosity towards queer people. So if you want to foster a healthier environment around how queer people are treated, don't use that to deflect legitimate criticism, especially when it comes to being inappropriate around children, because no one is going to take your side.
Yeah. So I guess one thing that I wanted to ask you is that with the whole Supernova thing, like what's been like the general reaction to you? Because I've seen what's been going on Twitter, but like have you received death threats from that? Have people come to your aid?
So the main reaction has been being blocked by prominent members of the Melee community. I feel like I probably received at least 200 blocks. I received a handful of DMs saying I was stupid, queerphobic, told to kill myself a couple times. Nothing that particularly worries me, nothing credible. Like I said, I don't go to events anymore. I wouldn't feel comfortable going to an event, having spoke about certain things now, and that's the only reason why I feel like I can speak, and I am speaking as for my friends who do continue to compete that feel they aren't allowed to have a voice. So I'm kind of in a place of privilege where I can talk because I'm not scared of anybody.
I wanted to ask you then. I know that like you're very outspoken. I've had my thoughts on how Hacks was treated in the community, and I think that how he was treated was reprehensible. And obviously, like I'm in the same boat as Technicals as holding those TOs responsible. What is your feelings on how that whole situation played out?
I think what happened was it was mishandled in the beginning. There was maybe some favoritism, some politics involved, and then it kind of snowballed out of control, especially when Technicals got involved. Once Technicals got involved, it became an us versus them issue, to the point that the TOs didn't want to back down as a matter of pride or letting the other side win. Because you even had Leffen who said he was okay with Hacks coming back, yet the TOs would not let him come back. And I think they were at a point where I've even seen DMs where they said, if we give in, we will have let them win. Them being Technicals followers, the alt scene, everyone that was outspoken and critical of the TOs.
Right. Okay. So Leffen was okay with him coming back because I was under the impression that he was strongly against it.
If you go look at Cody Schwab's recent posts, he discussed where Leffen said he was okay with Hacks coming back.
Is that something that he was consistent with, or did he change his mind at some point?
I'm not really sure. From my understanding, towards the end, Leffen was okay with it. If someone could fact check me, in fact, I'll check with my Discord now. If you guys could shoot me a message in Discord and let me know if I'm correct about that. Did Hacks change his mind? Did he backtrack about wanting, did Leffen backtrack about wanting Hacks back? But like I said, for some reason, I'm not really sure why, I think my best guess is technical's involvement. The TOs and the people that supported the TOs started to paint the issue as a right versus left issue, which is not the case, because you have the people that supported the ban and the TOs, and then the people that don't support the ban and were against the TOs. It really had nothing to do with right versus left. There was people all over the political spectrum on this side, but this side continued to paint their dissenters as right-wing grifters for some reason.
Yeah. Is it the case that, is it a situation where if you disagree with any of them, even if it's not on the case of politics, they just paint you as right wing?
Very often the case.
And is that a way to demonize you so that everybody else sort of jumps on you?
Yes, absolutely. And there, I see people calling you a Nazi if you disagree. I saw someone shared with me recently a TO compared competing in a band player tournament as going to a KKK rally, which is ridiculous because the people in the alt scene, the band community, are all over the place. You've got white guys, you've got black guys, you have queers, you have transgenders, you have women, you have people all over the political spectrum that just want to play the game, leave politics behind, agree to disagree. They come from all backgrounds, all religions. They just want to say, we're here for the game, let's just play the game. I would argue that they're even more diverse than the mainstream scene.
Yeah, I'd probably agree. I mean, it does. One thing I've always said to people that I argue with from the Smash scene is that real diversity is diversity of thought. Because they're not going to care about my skin color if I don't agree with them. So suddenly it goes out the window. It all comes down to whether you think like me or whether you agree with me. So I've always said to them, this whole diversity thing that they're trying to push with getting different looking people involved or like trans people, whatever, is all BS.
So what they'll say to that is, you can't have total tolerance because at a certain point then you're tolerating intolerance. And honestly, I just think that's BS. And from my experience, the people that are on the opposite side of the spectrum, particularly on the right, they might not agree with your lifestyle. They might not agree with nitty-gritty of identity politics, but at the end of the day, they're not trying to kick you out of the Smash community. They're not telling you you can't go compete. They're not telling you to kill yourself. They're not telling you that they want to exterminate you. They're just saying, I don't agree with your lifestyle. That's it. When I first joined the community, it was still kind of, women were new to the scene. There weren't a lot of us. There was a lot of talk around women in gaming. We were the up and comers, and you would have men who were genuinely sexist that would say things like, women don't belong here, make sexist remarks, talk about how all women are bad at gaming, or ask me why I'm not playing Kirby or Peach, blah blah blah. I never felt unsafe. I never felt like I couldn't go to a tournament just because there were sexist guys that felt like I shouldn't be there. I felt like the easiest way to deal with it is just to get good at the game and they'll fizzle out. I saw a quote yesterday that said, there's a difference between feeling unsafe and being unsafe. And a lot of people might feel unsafe. That doesn't mean they are unsafe, and that doesn't give them the right to dictate who can and can attend tournaments just because of how they feel.
I've seen online that when discussions sort of break down, the violence seems to be coming from one side of the conversation. Now, because I'm not directly involved in the smashing, I don't want to unfairly paint them. So from your perspective, do you see equal amounts of like violent threats being sent from the band players, or would you say it's predominantly the mainstream Smash scene?
I see threats and comments, kill yourself, or threatening comments, wishing death and harm upon others from both sides. I definitely see it more coming from the mainstream side towards the alt side. But a main difference is it's generally burner accounts that are sending it to the mainstream versus the mainstream is sending it on their main accounts because they know they're untouchable. They know they won't get in trouble, they won't be banned. If a person on the right and a person on the left publicly both told the other, kill yourself, most likely only one of those people is going to get banned, because you have TOs that are protecting those they care about and demonizing those they dislike. An example of this is a couple weeks ago, there was Colonies, player in Ohio, and Mech, infamous band player, shared a space together and talked. And as a result, people were extremely critical of Colonies. One person said, I think we should just kill Colonies and Mech. I brought attention to that tweet. It turned out to be a player from Ohio. Someone in a Discord I'm in went into the Ohio Discord and said, are you guys aware that one of your players is calling for death upon a fellow community member? To which a TO from that region said, I actually agree with that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do the TOs operate like a hive mind cult? Like, are they all sort of like on the same page, or more than that? More often than not, will they agree with each other?
I think there's a combination of a hive mind and others that are just afraid of going against the grain. I think some feel like if they go against the grain, they'll get in trouble. They don't want to deal with the backlash, so they just go with the flow of the more controlling authoritarian TOs that definitely behave like a hive mind cult, where if someone on your side does something bad, you just kind of let it go. But if someone on the other side does something bad, you hit him with the hammer.
And I heard someone talking about a ban list that they all have. Is it true that this ban list is like 1,000 people deep or something?
I don't think it's 1,000 people deep. I think at most it's 100, maybe 200 people deep. The CSRP, the Community Resource Project, whatever it's called, it's basically a group of self-appointed people who have decided who gets banned based on their own criteria, and they've convinced all of the major TOs to follow their ban recommendations. And where the power really comes in is like Lumi Rank, or who's no longer in the scene anymore was PG Stats. All these stats organizations who make the rankings say, if you have a banned player at your tournament, you will not be included in the statistics. So it kind of de-incentivizes players to go to those tournaments, and that's really a way to bully people into following a ban list.
Is there anyone? Are there any like external forces minus Nintendo that can come in and sort of regulate these people?
I think best case scenario would be Nintendo coming in, but if they're not going to do it, you need a truly neutral party that comes in whose goal is the health of the community, not pushing an agenda, not getting involved in politics. All they exist for is the health of the community. Banning people when absolutely necessary, which I think is a very difficult thing to touch. In cases where someone is a true physical threat, you have a credible reason to believe that someone poses a physical threat to others, perhaps then you can impose a ban. But otherwise, banning people for their political opinions, for something they said on Twitter, is ridiculous. As long as they are conducting themselves appropriately at tournaments, I don't care what they're saying on Twitter.
Yeah. Do you think that this situation is going to like get worse, or do you think it's sort of hitting its peak and it's going to calm down? Because I would have thought with what happened earlier in the year, people would have been like, okay, maybe we need to revise how we're behaving. But do you see any change coming?
I honestly see it getting worse until I feel like it has to hit a boiling point where something really crazy happens, or Nintendo or an organization steps in. I think until then, it's just going to keep getting worse, because the people in the mainstream scene are just creating a further and further echo chamber for themselves by blocking anyone that disagrees with them, by labeling anyone that disagrees with them a right-wing grifting Nazi. which is, I mean, that's just a ridiculous claim to make. If you took 2 seconds to talk to me, you would know that's not the case. I don't even have a blue check mark. I'm not getting anything out of speaking up about this. I'm just doing it for my friends, for the community that I used to love. And no, I frankly don't see it getting better, because they are just kind of continuing to dig their own grave.
When you say dig their own grave, do you think that it is actually like literally they're actually going towards a place where this community is going to sort of implode?
One thing I see possibly happening is 2 communities breaking off, where you have the mainstream community that is extremely leftist, echo chamber, and then you have the alt community that's just everyone else that wants to play the game and have a little bit more free thought, be allowed to discuss things, be allowed to criticize how people are dressing without being labeled queerphobic. I could see the alt scene gaining more and more traction, to the point that you just have really 2 competing scenes.
Okay, I'm just gonna quickly read out this super chat from Cons. Thank you for the $4.99, bro. I feel like a lot of the Smash community is a bunch of house from Megamind. Outside, they're just odd gamers, but inside, they're bizarre maniacs. Well, one thing I wanted to say, wanted to ask you actually, Priscilla, is that usually, like, I have people on here, and like people that are detractors, they'll come on here and say their piece as well. And the reason I like doing that is because people talk a lot on Twitter. But I'm of the belief that most people don't really know how to string a sentence together when it comes time to have a conversation. And I can see there are some people in the chat that don't like what we're talking about. So are you okay with interacting with people, like having a conversation with them whilst we're on stream?
I would say it depends on who the person is. If it's just an angry person that doesn't want to have a good faith argument, I find that to be a waste of time.
Okay.
But otherwise, yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Okay. Well, I mean, and you're only here for like 2 hours, so if there is anyone after Priscilla's gone that wants to say something, I'll treat you with respect. You're more than welcome to jump on, and we'll see what you have to say. I wanted to ask you, what's your opinion on the work that Technicals has done in the Smash scene? Do you think it's been a positive or a negative thing?
I think it has made the community look bad, but that's not a bad thing. I think he has brought to light a lot of corruption and problems in the community that needed to be discussed. I think he does really thorough research. He comes in with receipts. He's a detective. He's a great journalist. And I think overall he may have hurt the scene's reputation, but justifiably so.
Yeah. So you're in the camp of he doesn't deserve the hate that he's getting? Because I'm very confused by him getting a lot of hate, because a lot of the time the things that he's revealed are like surrounding criminal activity or people doing other people really wrong. So I'm a bit confused at why people get so angry at him, especially when he's talking about people that have committed crimes.
I think early on, Technicals criticized a few left-wing talking points and a few left-wing figures in the community, like Esam, and ever since, anybody that disagrees with anything he says is labels him a right-wing grifter. A very, very common thing I see is people saying, Technicals is right, but I don't want to agree with him. What he's pointing out is true. I agree with it, but I am not willing to agree with Technicals. And that's just pride. That's just people being unwilling to put their ideology aside and looking at the bare facts and deciding what's right and wrong. It shouldn't matter who the messenger is. You need to be looking at the message.
Would you ever go back to competing in Smash?
Highly unlikely. If a new game came out and Pac-Man was the best character, possibly. But unfortunately, I actually stopped competing because I started to have some hand problems around 2019. And honestly, I'm getting older. I'm a little older than I look. But if if the space improved, if there was a place for me where I didn't feel like the community was hostile and I felt like my presence was needed as a vocal person in the community, yeah, I would consider it.
Would you, in that case, would you ever compete in like the alternate Smash scene, like the band players?
Ultimate band players, I don't know if there is one because right now all I know is the Melee one. I might. I'm not a band player myself, but just to encourage them, I might. I think there's a lot of people in there who are wrongfully banned. There's some people that are banned that I don't know why they're banned. I can't speak on it. I just know that there's specifically multiple people that are wrongfully banned, and I would like to support those people.
Okay, cool. Well, I know there's a couple of people that do want to ask questions, so I'm not going to let any psychos in here, don't worry. But I know there's some people from my community that want to ask you questions as well. So I'll open the floor, guys. You know how to get in contact. You just send me a message on Discord or on Twitter, and I'll bring you in. And remember to keep it respectful, otherwise I will just kick you out immediately. Do you play? Have you been a part of any other communities at all? Is it only Smash?
Mainly Smash 4, Ultimate. I'm a little bit part of the Overwatch community, but mostly from a distance because I'm pretty sure they're kind of weird too.
Yeah. Okay. So you not really like you haven't done any like conventional fighting games?
No. I've just kind of been adjacent to the FGC. You know, I've been to a lot of tournaments that we shared space with the FGC, like CEO and Combo Breaker, and I used to be friends with a lot of people and interact with a lot of people in the FGC.
Okay. I've got a question here from Carnes. Thank you for the 199. What exactly is the benefit of a ban from an event?
Kind of depends on why the person's banned. Usually they ban them for the sake of safety, but that goes back to my other point. Just because you feel unsafe doesn't mean you are unsafe. So they'll ban, for example, Nomad Matt is banned because he said, quote, trans women are men, and they banned him because that makes trans girls feel unsafe. I don't think Matt poses a physical threat to anyone, so I don't think that warrants a ban. But they justify the ban as a safety issue.
What is the logic behind that? Like, if I don't know if you know, but when they say they feel unsafe, I don't understand it personally because someone just having the belief doesn't mean that you're going to be in any immediate danger. What is the rationale when they're saying that?
I think they're just using it to bully anybody who doesn't agree with how they think. Like I said, I used to deal with men saying that women don't belong in the Smash community and say sexist things. But at no point did I feel unsafe and think, I need to get this person banned. You know, I didn't let my pride dictate who I felt should and shouldn't be in the community. I just didn't interact with that person if I could at a community. If they started getting in my face and harassing me constantly and making threats at me, then I might go to a TO. But as long as they're making generalized statements that I disagree with, I really don't care. They can do that. Just don't be inappropriate and aggressive at a tournament.
If you don't use somebody's preferred pronouns, is that seen as like a bannable offense as well?
I'm sorry, you said misgendering someone, is that a bannable offense?
Yeah, like if you don't use their preferred pronoun, whatever it might be, is that something that you could get banned for?
I don't think so. I don't think you can compel speech. You can potentially ban somebody for something they said, like something threatening, but I don't think misgendering someone is a safety issue. And I don't think you can compel somebody to refer to you how you wish. It's polite. You can ask them to politely do it, but you can't force someone to say something that they don't want to say.
Yeah, but they see that as like hateful.
It might be hateful. It might come from a place of hate. It might come from a place of a person's ideas of what free speech is. It doesn't really matter where it comes from, as long as they don't pose a real physical threat. I don't believe it's a bannable offense.
Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree. I don't know if this is a troll donation, but he said, "What is your opinion of Wow Wow Wubsy? Is that a person that you know?"
I have absolutely no idea what that means.
Don't know if he just wants his name on the screen.
I
Pussy
think
bored,
so.
like I don't know what that is, but thank you for the donation. Carnes, thank you for the 4.99. Sad, there's hurtful tweet unsafe, and then there's I have your address unsafe. I have seen that. Is there like a doxing issue in the Smash scene? I don't know if it's specific to them, but I keep on seeing that come up.
I know of two people that I believe were doxxed. I believe Mech was doxxed. I believe Manalord was doxxed. And then the gentleman I posted in the series of inappropriate outfits, somebody on Reddit from a post 5 years ago messaged me and said that they were contacted by him and he was trying to find my address.
Oh my lord.
But I don't know if that was for the sake of publicly doxing me or because he said he was going to sue me.
Sue you for what?
I don't know. I'll find out. Possibly Shiz. My Discord is saying that Shiz might have also been doxxed.
Right. Okay. So doxing. Do you guys find doxing acceptable, guys, in the chat that are disagreeing with us, or anyway, they probably do. The Jakester, thank you for the $5. In my honest opinion, to be honest, it is very anti-liberal to ban people for their words and thoughts, especially when done online. What are we all doing?
Hi, Jake.
I completely agree, dude. It's very strange to me because obviously, like, I don't know if you were aware of the situation, and this is why, like, I try to be a little bit fair to the mainstream side of Smash as much as I can, despite everything that they've done. But I went into a I went into a Twitter call, sorry, with a lot of the banned players, and I was actually arguing with them. And when I came out of it, I was being attacked by both sides. One side was saying to me, "Don't talk to the lefties." The other side was saying to me, they were taking screenshots and saying, "Look who's in there, Mike's in there," and I was like, "It's all the same."
So I think a really insane, authoritarian, anti-liberal thing to do is policing who you are and are not allowed to talk to. I've had people message me. Ian Miles Chung follows me on Twitter. We conversed like 10 years ago about something once before he was popular. I've had so many people message me and be like, just so you know, Ian Miles Chung is following you and he's a blah, 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 and you really need to block him. And I'm like, please don't police who I do and do not follow on Twitter. Like, you have no right. I'm sure some people are doing it maybe from a good place in their heart, but it is incredibly misguided. It is incredibly anti-liberal. And going back to something I said way earlier, I'm a little older than people think. I think you and I are about the same age. I think a lot of young people do not understand what the world was like before 2016, even before 2020. It was such a different world, and being anti-censorship and very pro free speech, being free thought, is a very liberal stance. That is a trademark of what liberalism used to be. But over the course of the last 10 years, the left has adopted a very authoritarian view on speech, on not even engaging with people on the other side. A major issue that the band players are facing is they're finding that there's an instance, I think several instances, where someone entered a band player tournament. They themselves were not banned. They entered a band player tournament, and then they tried to enter a different tournament, and the TO of that tournament said, I noticed you entered the Mana Weekly or the blah, blah, blah Weekly with banned players. I don't allow people who enter those tournaments into my tournament. So people are being banned just for interacting with the banned players. That is actually insane to me. Like, that is such controlling behavior. I think these people need to take a step back and go, whoa, maybe I'm a little out of control here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The thing is, this does happen in like the conventional side of the fighting game community as well, because even me having this conversation with you, I've already been blocked by like 10 people. And usually, like when I have conversations with people that some people don't like, they see that as like either a sign of allegiance, or that you must think the way they think.
Exactly.
Whereas like it could be, I'm not comparing myself to Joe Rogan or Piers Morgan, but just having a conversation with somebody on live stream does not necessarily mean that you agree with them. Just means
Right.
that you want to talk to them. But I found that ever since COVID hit and everybody went online, a lot of people have either forgotten to learn how to speak to people, or they've forgotten how to speak to people, and then we've got a whole generation of players that didn't even learn in the first place. They're really young.
Yeah. Um, it's black and white thinking. It's people that don't know how to see nuance and gray area and a middle ground, which honestly is a hallmark of like mental illness. One thing that you see in a lot of like personality disorders and mental illness is black and white thinking, where people think something is all bad or all good and they can't see in the middle. They can't see common ground. So honestly, I think some people just need to learn some healthy emotional mental skills in how to navigate difficult gray area things where not everything has to be so extreme.
Yeah, and the thing is that I try my best to give everyone a voice, but one thing I've noticed is that whenever I've done these talks with Smash players or with other people in the fighting game community, it is always one side that is willing to talk. It's always one side that's like, I'll come on. Like I had Manalord on, and I have nothing. I don't really have anything against Manalord at all. We had a good conversation. I don't agree with almost anything he said, but I wasn't like seething when I was talking to him. But when I finished talking to him, I received some crazy messages from people. I was just sitting in my bed like, these people are mad. Because on the podcast you can see me disagreeing with him, but they just absolutely lost it.
Here's the thing: if you believe you're right, if you believe you are on the correct side of an argument, then you should be able to defend it, and you should have no problem speaking to someone you disagree with, arguing with someone you disagree with. You should be able to shut them down. If you feel like your only course of action is censorship to silence them, then there's a really good chance you're actually on the wrong side of the argument.
Yeah, and you probably can't defend your argument either. Like there's this person in the chat. I think we highlighted them earlier. Where are they? This one. Shmeet Schmop. Shmeet, if you want to come on and talk, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going to attack you, but you're doing a lot of yapping in the comment section when you can come on here in front of everyone. You know, there's almost 500 people watching between X and YouTube. You're more than welcome to come on and make your point. I'm not going to attack you for it. But like I said, I've noticed that there only seems to be one side of the conversation that wants to talk, and it is getting to the point now where it's like you can't defend your points unless you're behind the keyboard. And at that point, can you really defend your points? I'm not prepared at all. You don't need to be prepared to have this conversation, dude. You don't need to be prepared. What do you need Batman prep time to have this conversation? God prep. Anyway, let me just read out some super chats here. Chicken Senpai, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you, bro. Cons, thank you for the $5. People see something in common with one side and decide to go to war. It's like me. It's like if me and Putin were born in the same month, and now I hate Ukraine. Basically, yeah.
My Discord just wanted to inform. So apparently Mech, Manalord, the Shizwiz, and one other person was doxxed, and it was by, quote, a transgender minor was able to avoid any punishment for doing so. However, they did eventually get banned for sexting a 12-year-old boy while being 17 years old.
You know, the politics discussion and the religion discussion, I can always try to like see their side of it, but the children thing and people talking about and them getting defensive is the biggest self-report that I've seen. That should be something that we can all agree on. That the kids shouldn't be there about their parents.
No.
Don't dress inappropriately in front of kids and don't touch them.
That is like the most common, no-brainer, basic thing. And like I said, it's this weird leftist smash echo chamber that argues otherwise, because there are leftists and liberals outside of the smash community that are like, duh, no brainer, we agree with this. Who disagrees with this?
Yeah.
Except this little weird group of smashers that have made themselves untouchable to any criticism, and if you criticize them for anything, it's insert phobia.
Yeah, like even in my community, we have gay people, trans people, right, left, black, white. It doesn't really matter, and all of us are like, we might not agree politically, and there's plenty of people in my community that don't agree with me politically, but we all agree that you shouldn't be talking to kids. That shouldn't be something that we need to argue about.
Yeah, just at no point have I ever felt compelled to dress sexually going to a smash tournament where I know there's going to be minors. Like, that just does not occur to me. And even if it did, I need to put my own personal desires aside for a second and do what is right and appropriate.
Yeah.
I keep seeing a quote, especially when I shared those inappropriate outfits. They're criticizing this behavior, saying, do whatever you want all the time. That's kind of their mindset. They should be allowed to do whatever they want all the time, dress however they want. I saw people saying, like, so do you not go to beaches? Do you think it's inappropriate to take a child to the beach? To which I just say, are you really arguing in favor of dressing, wearing whatever you want around minors? Is that the argument you want to make?
Yeah. It's a dumb argument. And also saying that do you go to beaches is a really stupid thing to say. You don't dress how you would at the beach if you were at church. You wouldn't dress like that at school. We have different clothes for different venues. And on top of that, some of the things that I've seen, not specifically at Supernova, but just some of the things I've seen in general, even at the beach, someone might look at you sideways and be like, why are you wearing
Yeah, honestly, that's what I said. I said, I think even, a woman in a thong string bikini is inappropriate for a family beach. If you want to dress like that, go to a nude beach or something. Like, people don't think about others. They are only thinking about themselves and their own narcissistic desire for attention. And that's really not healthy. That is incredibly selfish and unhealthy.
Yeah, I tried to throw them a bone to try and make it clear that if there were girls walking around the tournament with nipple tassels and like a strip covering their Brazilian cut, then I would have said this is inappropriate. It doesn't matter if it's women. And I also said that like an example of something that I found inappropriate to play during the daytime was I think it's either Nicki Minaj or Cardi B. I always get them confused, but they did that song WAP.
Yeah.
And I always said, why is this on daytime TV?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this goes back to the world has changed since I was a kid. Growing up, you didn't even see like curse words on TV, on daytime TV. So there is a line, and I see people in the chat saying, I'm all for expressing myself. I agree. I'm all for expressing yourself to a point. There has to be boundaries. And the boundary that I draw the line at is being sexual around children. It is really not that hard. I think we need to follow like TCG's guidelines. They have guidelines for their tournaments because they know that there's adults and children both attending their events. We can look at any venue where you have adults and minors coexisting. Disney World has a dress code. You can't dress sexually to Disney World. So we need to implement these same things to Smash tournaments. For some reason, a group of Smashers has decided that expressing yourself however you want is a human right, and criticizing it means you're phobic of some core part of their identity, and that's just deflection.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I don't understand is that like most people agree, like when a kid walks into the room, you and your friends might be swearing or whatever, and a child walks in and you stop swearing because the child is there. You don't really talk like that in front of children. I don't understand how, when I said this, they were like, some of them that I was speaking to were like, yeah, okay, I understand that, but they couldn't understand the address, the attire. It just seems like a very common, like basic knowledge that you should have.
I think for some reason they've internalized how they express themselves as a core part of their identity. And I don't agree with that. The clothes I wear, how I do my hair is not my identity. My identity is who I am, the woman I am. You can separate your external shell from your identity, and like I said, even if you feel like that absolutely is how you must dress, you have to do it. It's who you are. Go to a club instead. You don't need to do it at a Smash tournament. Go to a nightclub, go to a bar, go to a concert where it's all adults, or wear a big hoodie and go to an after party and wear it if you really want to wear it around Smashers. Just don't do it around minors.
Have you ever had these conversations in person with anybody at Smash tournaments?
There used to be a lot of women in the community that felt similarly to me. When we started to see the rise of girls, at the time it was Patreon, they were promoting, kind of when OnlyFans came into the scene. It was that era. There was a group of us who felt uncomfortable with what was happening, and we discussed how the Smash community really wasn't the time and the place for that. But it was always, private conversations. I never talked to anybody in person who would disagree with this stance.
Okay. Well, there's a queue of people that have entered the studio to ask questions. So, like I said, guys, keep it respectful because Priscilla's only got about an hour left. If you're rude, then my hand is hovering over the remove button. Okay. So we'll get the first person on. It's Tekken 8 Season 2 still sucks. Awesome. Bro, can you hear us?
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, y'all? How's everybody doing? So, yeah, I don't know much about the Smash community. I haven't played Smash in years. I actually just have a question I don't think anybody has asked, which is, obviously compared to back in the day, communities are much more important to gaming, whether the developers want to admit it or not, right? So, with all the crazy drama going on in the Smash community, how do you think this affects the development of a new game?
I don't think it affects the development of the game itself. I do think Nintendo probably takes the community into consideration when they look at possibly doing Nintendo-sponsored events. If I was Nintendo, I wouldn't want to come near the community with a 10-foot pole, given all the allegations that have occurred. Nintendo actually has recently announced they're going to be hosting tournaments in, I believe, high schools. I don't know if it's colleges or high schools, but they're doing a scholastic Smash tournament, some kind of series. So they're maybe trying to get away from the adults in the community and just focus on the kids and separate the two. But I don't think it affects the development of the game because on a grand scale, Smash has sold so many copies around the world to people that don't even touch the competitive scene. We're just a small little bubble of people that play Smash. There's so many more people that play Smash that have nothing to do with the community, and I think when they're developing the game, they're probably looking more at the wider demographics.
Makes sense. That's all I really wanted to ask. I mean, besides that, I think you said something that really stuck with me. As somebody else who lives in the U.S., you said since 2016, it seems like society has gone through a lot of radicalization. And now things are just very hostile. It's either you fully agree with something or you don't. And if you don't, you're the enemy.
Yeah, you're either with us or you're against us.
Yeah, and it's more hostile than it's ever been. It's kind of crazy. Trump has been a part of it, but there's also other figures like Andrew Tate and whatnot. Anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I just thought that it was interesting that as somebody else who lives in the U.S., you also kind of saw that fear as a transition year into where
Yeah.
we are.
Yeah, I feel bad for kids who, I say kids, it's probably people that are, 18, 19 at this point, who don't know a world before that time. It was really a different world where you could coexist peacefully, where politics wasn't a central part of everything in everyday life. Everywhere you go, everything is identity politics, identity politics, identity politics, just left and right. It's everything. It didn't used to be like that. You just lived your life, and some people were into politics, some people weren't, and that's it. People were more normal.
Yeah, it also seems as if, there's been this mindset of, should you not agree, you're now just completely the enemy, and it's just very odd. I don't know if, Mike, obviously you live in the UK. I don't know if since that year you've seen a similar transition in society.
Yeah, not as extreme as what's going on in America, but what happens in America kind of bleeds over here with the way that we view each other. So nowhere near as bad with British people. We've always sort of been the same. We're kind of like everyone just takes the piss out of each other. No one takes anything to heart too deeply. No one gets too mad, especially because the anger's all sort of directed at one. I've got to be careful I say this because I'm in the UK. The anger's directed in one place, and most people agree. So
Yeah, we don't want to get you in any trouble.
Yeah, you can't. There's certain things I can't say about certain groups.
Sure,
but
sure.
The anger's most people here, whether it's right, left, trans, gay, straight, black, white, we all seem to be on the same page with the way our politics and society is set up. I guess that's mainly because it kind of feels like an us versus them thing right now, whereas you guys over there feel like it almost feels like civil war is about to break out.
Yeah.
And the government are just watching it happen. So
very similar. That's pretty much what it feels like over here, at least in my opinion. So
yeah, I mean, the only thing that I could say for us is if you've ever seen V for Vendetta, it really does feel like we're heading that way right now.
I have not, but it's on my bucket list because I know that's an iconic.
Definitely go watch it. Great movie.
Yeah, watch that film. It's very, very. There's a lot going on in the UK right now that you're not seeing on TV. When I mean a lot, I mean a lot. There's a lot happening.
Is it similar to what's going on in America as far as political beliefs of your leaders, or?
No, because you guys are split down the middle. I think most of your country voted for Trump, right?
He won by, I think it was actually the smallest margin in a presidential race. And truthfully, I don't believe he would have won if, I believe the race was the Democrats to win, and they fumbled.
He won the Electoral College by a pretty large margin. He won the popular vote by a very small margin.
Popular, right?
Kind of historically, as conservatives tend to very rarely win the popular vote. So for conservatives to win the popular vote was kind of a big deal and showed a pretty large favor towards Trump.
Yeah, for us right now in the UK, it's you guys are like split. And and the right and the left, the people are kind of attacking each other. But over here, it's the people versus them, and it's all I can say right now is it's a bit of a hairy situation. You really got to be careful how you tread, and you won't really get in trouble for saying things about people in other countries as long as you don't say it crazy. But if you talk about people in this country, well, you got a chihuahua. Is that a chihuahua? I got a chihuahua as well. Yeah, if you say things about people in this country, or if you criticize certain groups in this country, I'm not talking about people, I'm talking about like higher ups, then you are playing with fire. So I don't think you guys have that problem in America.
Shout out to the First Amendment.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. People say anything they want online, so yeah, no, you can't really.
I have close personal ties to the UK. I follow UK politics pretty closely, and wow, it is scary over there.
Yeah, people think I'm exaggerating. It's pretty terrifying right now, and I'm half Greek, half African, and So I'll just say that some of my Greek mates, I don't know if it's like in our culture, but they're very loud and outspoken. And a couple of times I've had to say to them, you need to stop because you might get a knock at the door.
Yeah.
I think one thing, Priscilla, that you highlighted that was really interesting to me, and I agree with you, is that there is this new. This is also something I've seen kind of post 2016. There is this idea that you cannot just disagree with something and just simply move on and respect said person. It has to disagree. We've kind of blurred the line between tolerance and hate. Or disagreement and hate. Everything now just feels like if you say something against something else, it's now just hate speech.
Well,
Or what you
it's
were talking
because
about
I
in
think
terms
the
of
left.
feeling unsafe and
I
being.
think the left has turned so many of the things they fight for into a core part of their identity. So
I agree.
if someone like Nomad Matt says trans women are men, he's saying what he believes is a factual statement about biology. But the left paints it as a personal attack on your core identity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what's happening. It's two different arguments are happening here that the left is trying to skew the other side's argument.
I don't know if I would only attribute that to the left. I think there is a large portion of right-wing believists who also do that. But yeah, I mean, me as, we were talking about homosexuality earlier, and me, I am a Muslim, and I do believe homosexuality is a sin, but I've worked with plenty of gay people and whatnot. Some of the best people I've ever worked with, most fantastic people I've ever met. And I mean, people's lives are simply their lives. Not everybody has to believe
Right.
the same thing.
Right.
And
just because you vote one way or the other doesn't mean you're the furthest person on the most extreme. Just because you voted for Donald Trump doesn't mean that you want to reinstate the Nazi powers and eliminate anyone who isn't an Aryan European person. And just because you're on the left doesn't mean that you want to promote child's minor attracted peoples and
right.
replace the white race. People tend to look at the extremes on both sides. And the average person who voted for the right or left, the average person that voted for Donald Trump is really just thinking about their family, their children, the economy, and what is best for them. They're not evil and hateful. That is the average American person. They just want to live their lives. I think this match community probably brings in a lot of extremists because we're chronically online gamers who tend to get a little more polarized. So that's why things get a little more heated in the community. But the average person, they're just trying to live their life.
Yeah, the average person who voted for Trump has more in common with the average person who voted for Biden.
Yeah.
The average they all have more in common. But I do think you mentioned that keyword pride, with it being kind of the focal point as to why people won't just simply reconsider. And I do agree that I think that's a big problem. I think part of it is just pride, coming from somebody who didn't vote for Trump, didn't support him, then kind of did. And then as I went through it, I was like, no, I'm going to change my mind again. And, I just, as I've seen other people kind of get swept up in, voting for Trump or even just other radicalizations, either way, I do find that a lot of the time they are averse to having conversation, and it becomes a very big thing of pride, and just kind of deflecting actual facts with, oh, this is just hate speech. Somebody in the chat earlier was bringing up, I don't remember who it was, like Ben Shapiro or something like that. I don't know. It just seems to always be deflections. It just seems to always be a matter of feelings rather than facts. And it's unfortunate to see it affect the world in much more major ways than gaming, and then stuff like something as silly as gaming.
Speaking of Ben Shapiro, I know a player in Michigan who was banned for retweeting Ben Shapiro once.
Oh man! All right, with TA, we need to get the next person in here because Priscilla ain't got too much time.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys. Bye.
Appreciate you getting on, bro. Bye. Just before I bring the next person on, Makai, thank you for the $10, bro. Appreciate you. Big love. All right. So, my bad. Okay, so for everyone that I accidentally just kicked out of the room, just click on the link again. My bad. All right, let me get the next person that's still in here. Mr. Mask, what are you saying, bro?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hello.
How you doing, man?
So I have one question. I think you've answered it before, Mr. Mike, about like how would you handle a situation with with a troubled individual, someone making a mess. How do you say your name again? Priscilla?
Priscilla.
Priscilla, how would you handle a situation with a troubled individual as a smash TO?
I can think of an instance where this was occurring in Central Florida Smash. There was an individual who was posting some concerning things. He was referencing Christina Grimmie's death a lot in a way that was glorifying it. He clearly was troubled. I brought it to a very high-level TO and said I was concerned about an upcoming CEO. And what they ended up doing was just have very thorough back checks to make sure there was no weapons. If he's someone that is revisiting your scene, this is a really, really tricky situation. I was just talking to my Discord yesterday, and we basically determined that this is the most difficult thing to deal with as a TO, because you want to protect everyone, but at the same time, if you ban him, that could set him off, I think a really important thing to do, I'm a firm believer in building bridges and meeting people where they are at. It's possible someone like that, by you being a TO, a leader, just being kind to them, talking to them, listening to them, is enough to potentially prevent anything bad from happening. I would encourage that person to probably seek professional help. If you can, build a relationship with them that you can get to that point where you can recommend that without them getting upset. Probably implement maybe some safety measures like back checks. If you feel like, if it gets to a point where you really, really, truly feel like it's a safety issue and they might actually hurt themselves or somebody, I would bring it to authorities. Something important to note is if you are a TO, you're a mandated reporter, which means you are legally required to contact the police if you believe you have a minor that is in danger. If you have a person who you have credible reason to believe that they are going to or have preyed on children, you are legally required to report them. So a situation like this where if you have reason to believe they could be dangerous, you need to contact authorities.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that question because I'm not really in the Smash scene or anything, and from all I hear is from Mike, because I don't own Twitter. I don't have Twitter account, so all of my news comes from him. But yeah, thank you for asking my question. I don't really have nothing to say. Thank you, Mike, for having me on. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Priscilla.
Thank you.
No
Yeah,
worries, bro. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think we're gonna be joined by Schmop soon because they sent me a request on Discord.
Oh, brother.
I would love to hear what they have to say on this. And I'm sorry to everyone that accidentally kicked out of the room. I don't know what happened there. They've updated StreamYard, so I accidentally clicked on something. In your opinion, yeah, just before the next person comes in here, because I was talking about this with my community, and I was saying to them that Hacks made that video, and as a matter of fact, we'll park that conversation because Schmeep has entered, so I'll let them in to ask their question. Schmeep, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Cool. Floor's yours.
Hello. What was that one? One more time.
I said the floor is yours. You can ask
The floor's me?
Priscilla or me a
Okay.
question.
Oh, so I just got kind of one question. So I did hear earlier in this debate, you said that politics has no place in like the Smash community, and yet the banning of the person who said that trans women are men, how is that any different from politics? Because it seems like that is just politics perhaps you agree with, and so you don't really count that when you're talking about politics being bad.
So that's something he said on his personal Twitter. I think you can say whatever you want on your personal Twitter, but when you go to
Without
a tournament,
consequences?
when you go to a tournament, you leave that stuff behind. And as long as what you're saying on Twitter doesn't pose a immediate, real, violent threat to anyone, I don't think that TOs have the right to be policing what people believe.
Do you mind if I circle back just one quick question? How is that statement not political, though? Do you think that is a political statement? That saying that trans women are...
That is a political statement. It's a statement he made on his Twitter. I think if you want to make extremist statements on your personal Twitter...
Okay, but the way all of this started was... So, to be clear, people posted their outfits on Twitter, and then they went to Supernova. So that stuff that's on their Twitter shouldn't be counted towards any political things.
Well, no, because
that should be fine.
They wore those at the tournaments. Just because them posting the outfit on Twitter wasn't the issue. The issue was they wore those at the tournament.
Can I just respond to that? I don't think what you said about him saying trans women are men, that's not inherently a political statement.
Why not?
That
sounds extremely political.
Personal
beliefs are politics.
No, but you could have a personal belief that is centered around your religion. You could believe
that's political.
You're religious.
Religion is political. I don't know why that's not political.
How is religion political?
How is it not political?
How is it always? Do you think it's always political, or do you think it can be?
What is your definition of politics, if I might ask?
Wait, let's answer the question first, and then we'll move on.
What is your definition of political?
Let me explain it to you in this way.
So I can clarify and answer your question better.
Yeah, let me explain it to you in this way, right? My mum is not like really thinking about politics or the way that you are, or we might be in this conversation when you're talking about trans people. And if I say that to her, because she's much older and she's, Greek Orthodox, she'll say that trans women are not are men, and that's not a political statement coming from her. The politics of that doesn't.
What is your definition of politics? I'm just wondering, personally, what is your definition?
What is my definition of politics?
Yeah.
I don't understand how it relates to this conversation.
I'm just asking. I would like to know because it would clarify. Like, perhaps we have we don't agree on the definition. So I'm curious about what your definition of politics is. So if you would like to answer it or not answer it, it'll be very telling.
Yeah, I think that when you're talking about politics, you're obviously talking about systems that govern countries. You're talking about things that impact.
So religions would absolutely count.
So
hold on,
if
they're
I may
two
jump
separate
in,
things, though. Go on. Sorry, go on, Priscilla.
People are saying in the chat, and I think this is an appropriate way to approach it. Discussing the issue of transgender, trans women are men, trans women are women, blah, 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 is a matter of science and biology and not necessarily politics. There is a social...
Well, if you want to talk about the science and biology of it, it's also not really on your side, to be clear.
My side, we're not talking about my side or anything. I'm talking
I am.
I'm talking about a statement that Mad Matt made.
Okay.
No, Mad Matt, not me.
No, Mad Matt. That's fine. That's fine.
There is a social politic connotation to it, but that the statement itself is not inherently political one way or another.
It's inherently political. I don't know how you can say that.
Rewinding, regardless of if it's political or not, it doesn't matter. You can make political statements on your Twitter all you want, however extreme. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to like them. As long as he's not going to tournaments harassing people, getting in trans women's faces, saying, you are not a woman, you are not a woman.
So, yeah, that's also a question I have. I'll let you finish. I'm trying to let you finish.
As long as he is keeping his politics to himself and he's not harassing anybody, he's not posing a physical danger to anybody. He is allowed to say whatever he wants. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. It's just the reality. This is the world we live in. We have free speech. It's protected. People can say what they want. When you start to police people's thoughts, that is when things get really, really dangerous and authoritarian. And I highly recommend, if you are in favor of policing speech and thoughts, I highly, highly recommend that you do some research into history and countries that have done that, because that is.
So I'm trying not to interrupt, but you're saying a lot of things in a row that I can't like respond to each. Like, may I jump in just to respond to, like, you said about 10 things in a row, and I'm trying to let you finish. I really am. But so would you not think that behavior of Twitter would be indicative of possible behavior that you would have in person? If you are willing to say a brazen, quite frankly, political statement like that, do you think that does not increase your likelihood of doing such an act in person, and that being preemptive with it is actually what a TO should do? Should be proactive against people that are going to be hateful to people.
Speech does not equal actions. So a person.
Speech is an action. I mean, I don't agree with that at all.
A person stating what they believe biologically, if Nomad Matt says, I
don't think he believes it biologically. I think he believes it politically.
Okay.
It is a political tool to say that. It's not. This is a political action.
Reality, though.
Regardless,
it's not a biological reality. It's a political opinion, and it is a political opinion that has been debunked by biology a lot. I don't have to give you the paper for that. You can enroll in a class, but it's political. It's extremely political.
Regardless of why he said it, you're drawing your own conclusions about his actions and potential actions. And
I'm not drawing any I even if I disagree with them, you said that politics has no place in Smash. This person was in Smash. They did some politics and they got banned for it. I feel like that is what you're in favor of if you think politics has no place in Smash.
So Matt attended weeklies. He hosted popular SoCal weeklies for years. He was a prominent member of the community. At no point in all of those years did he ever harm anyone. Did he ever threaten anyone? Did he pose a risk to anyone? So I think his track record speaks for himself that he was not a danger to the community, and people just didn't like what he had to say. I think
his track record does include hate speech on Twitter.
I don't think you can draw your own conclusion about someone's potential actions based on a statement they made on Twitter, and that statement he made technically doesn't fall under the hate speech.
Does it not? What is your definition of it? Of hate speech, that is.
My definition varies based on where you are, because
that's weird.
Mike's definition will be very different than mine, because the UK has very different.
What is your definition?
A very different definition of what hate speech is.
What is Priscilla's definition of hate speech? I don't care about the US. I don't care about the UK. I care about what is your definition of hate speech?
It's kind of a difficult question to answer. It kind of differs between situations.
Does
like
it?
Saying that that is hate speech. Someone else could turn around to you and say, well, it's not. Like, even a trans person might turn around to you and say it's not. It's their personal belief. You see it as hate speech, and you also see it as a.
I'm wondering what your definition of hate speech is, and you're not telling me what it is.
I'm not finished speaking. Yeah, I didn't speak over you. If someone says to you that if someone says trans women are men, do you feel like you're in immediate danger?
Honestly, yes. What? Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because my existence has just been invalidated by a person.
But do you
nearby.
think they're going to cause you harm by saying that?
They are more likely to, yes.
Has that ever happened
According
to you?
to who?
No, it has not happened to me. But would you like to look at statistics of transgender murders, like people being murdered by transphobic people?
Listen, bro, I understand that people get bullied. Okay, I went to a rough school.
Bullied, killed. People get killed.
Yeah,
murdered.
I understand that. I'm not saying that people don't get killed or murdered. I'm not denying that. I know it happens, but I'm saying to you that if someone says to you they have a personal belief or something, that is not them saying they're going to hurt you. It's a political belief.
It's a political belief, and they're signaling this political belief to others. It's a political. Sure, you may. Sure.
There's a difference between saying I believe trans women are men. That's one statement.
Okay.
Versus saying, I hate all trans people and I want them to die. That's hate speech. This is not hate speech.
Why is it not hate speech? So what is your definition of hate speech? You still didn't tell me. I would like to know.
Because
I'm just curious.
A person might say, I believe trans women are men. I don't hate them. I don't hate trans people. I just believe biologically trans women are men. If someone said that, that's not hateful. They're just stating what they believe.
If you just state, okay, so let's take this another way. If you're in the 1960s and you're saying, oh, I just believe that black people are inferior to white people, is that not hate speech now? Because a personal belief. That's a personal belief, not hate speech.
Saying that you believe trans women are men is not saying you think they're inferior.
How? Well, it's saying that you. What? That's complete non sequitur. That's a complete non sequitur to what I said.
All right, let me answer this because Priscilla, I'll give you a definition for the sake of this conversation. If you were to ask me what hate speech is, I would say to you it's when somebody is expressing malicious rhetoric towards you, or they have it's very visceral, or their intention is to go further than them speaking to you or saying something nasty or whatever.
So yeah, I would say that saying all trans women are men is malicious speech in that way. Your definition, I would say that accounts.
I want to harm all trans people, and I don't believe that you or a woman are not the same thing. Okay, they're not. They're two separate things. Like I told you.
Priscilla, what's your definition of hate speech?
Targeted speech that expresses hatred towards a group of people. So if someone said, I
find dehumanizing someone and not believing how they feel about their identity is quite hateful.
Please. If someone said, I don't believe God is real, I don't believe that's hate speech towards Christians. If they said, I hate Christians and I want them to die, that would be hate speech towards Christians. If someone says trans women are men, that is not hate speech. If they said, I want to exterminate trans people and I hate them, that is hate speech.
What is an appropriate time to say that trans women are men? What is an appropriate time to say that? It sounds like you're saying this is just in a vacuum. It's just a thing. It's just a fact. He's just saying a fact as if it's not him reacting to the existence of trans people. Trans people are not devoid from this conversation. This isn't just a science question. This is about, I see trans people in my life, in real life, and I think that they are all fucking fakers. And that's fucking hateful. Is that not hateful? How is that not hateful?
Wait, Smeep, are you trans?
Yes, I am.
I don't hate you for your identity, even if I don't agree.
I don't think you do. I have no reason to assume such a thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Like, people in my community,
other than you saying that it is biologically.
No, but they might not agree with you, Smeep. They might not agree with you, but they don't hate you.
You can disagree with someone's belief about
what
something.
What is a reason you would say that sentence other than hating trans people? What is the reason you would say it?
Do you think people are that simple? You think it's either hate or love?
Well, all right, I'm gonna rewind. We're gonna go back to the player named Queen who is banned. Who, by her words, said, "I believe homosexuality is a sin according to my Bible. Regardless of that, I still love homosexual people. I respect them. I care about them, and I want the best thing for them." Do you believe she hates homosexuals?
I think her relationship is complicated to them. Actually, I actually know quite a few gay Christians. I live in a more conservative state, and I know quite a few of them.
What she is saying is she does not like homosexuality. That does not mean she does not like homosexuality.
So
you can separate a person's sexual orientation from who they are.
I like everything about you except you being gay. Yeah, that sounds great.
What? It's not everything about you, though.
The entirety of their being.
That's not everything about them. You could be avoiding these people down to one thing.
You guys both misinterpreted what I said, but it's okay. Well, this is not a very important part.
Re-clarify.
Saying that you hate homosexuality okay, so let's pick a different trait. Let's say someone is, I don't know, Polish, and you say that you hate I hate the idea of being Polish. I feel like that is hateful against the person who is Polish. Even if you're like, well, if I didn't know you're Polish, and if you weren't Polish and kept every other trait, I would like you. It doesn't matter. It's a cumulative whole of what a person is. We're made up of multiple things, and if you hate one of them, that doesn't mean that like you can remove that from the person. You can't stop being trans. You can't remove that from the person. If you say if you like just invalidate people on the basis of being trans, then you invalidate the person whether they're trans or not. Like they're invalidated forever. You can't remove that part, and now they're a valid person.
Do you believe that all trans people think like this, Smeek?
No, no one. There's no. There's nothing like that in any human group. There's no human group that's a monolith.
Okay, fine. So what you're saying then is just your opinion. It's not that we hate you. It's that you think we hate you.
I think it's hateful to invalidate someone's. Yeah, I think it's invalidate a part of someone's identity. Would you not think that that's hateful? You think that that's?
No, I don't think that's hateful at all. I'll give you an
What's
example. I know
unhateful
somebody that I went to school with, and they're now transgender, and there's nothing hateful about me having my beliefs and still being cool with them, which we are. We're blessed. There's no issues whatsoever.
I'm glad
Trans
you're cool
people in my community, I don't hate people because they identify as women or men. That's never been a thing that I've expressed. But like I told you, I also come from a Greek Orthodox family. They have their beliefs, but they would welcome any trans person into the house just like they would anyone else. We don't hate trans people. Not agreeing with somebody is not hating them.
Okay, I agree. Not agreeing with someone is I agree with that, but like the point is that you're agreeing an unalienable and unchangeable aspect of someone's personhood.
Can I ask you a question? Is saying I hate Americans hate speech?
It's probably on the verge. Yeah, it's like close. Like what? Like you would need more definition. Like I would need you to clarify what you mean by I hate all Americans.
Someone says I hate Americans. I
hate Americans.
What if they said I hate Africans? You'd think that's hateful, right?
Yeah, that would be hateful for sure. I think these would both be hateful.
Why is it not for sure Americans?
Why is it not for sure for Americans?
Because there's lots of because I don't know exactly what you mean when you say America, because America is like, yeah, I guess it is pretty similar. It's pretty much the same.
How do you feel about there's some people in the Smash community who I've seen this exact sentence from quite a few people. They've said, quote, I hate white people, or white people.
Can we?
Do you think that's hate speech?
What?
You said is saying I hate white people, is that hate speech?
I think it is hateful
Yes or no?
to hate
Yes or
someone
no?
for an inalienable part of themselves.
So is it hate speech?
I'm not farming your soundbite. I'm gonna say and maintain that I think that
yes or no, simple yes or no question. Is it hate speech?
I'm gonna say again. So is being trans is saying that trans women are men hate speech. I can also clip for you.
I'm asking you: is saying I hate white people, is that hate speech? Yes or no? Final answer. No other words.
So to be clear, no. To be clear with you, they are not remotely the same, because white people are the predominant group of the country. They're the predominant group. If you're saying it in America about Americans, if you're saying it in America about white people, they're a predominant group in the country. Hate speech, yeah, it is hate speech, but it's not against a fucking tiny little group that is can't be defended. Sure, it's hate speech. Who gives a fuck? When you are doing hate speech against a tiny little group, do you know how many trans people there are in the country? It's not a very big amount.
Okay, but we've said that
there's.
hate.
Oh, I don't care about that. Why do you keep bringing that up? It's so weird.
It is about hate speech. Dude.
It's hateful to. Is it not hateful to say that a portion of someone's identity is invalid? Is that not hateful?
So let me ask you this: I'm a Christian.
Well,
it's a core part of my.
You just shut down what I asked.
I just want to talk. Can I talk?
Okay.
I'm a Christian.
I just want to talk.
It's a core part of my identity. If someone says they don't believe in God, do I have the right to ban them from a tournament because I think that's hate speech?
What is this? What? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're asking. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Part of their identity, isn't it? They're
Do I
Christians.
have the right to ban someone from a Smash tournament because they said they don't believe in God or because they hate white people?
But belief in God is an opinion.
It's a core part of my identity.
Opinion.
It's a core part of my identity.
It's an opinion still.
You
though.
can't tell me, you don't have the right to tell me what my identity is, and my identity is a Christian.
I believe you. I do believe you. I don't question that being a part of your identity. It's an opinion, though.
Okay, it's an opinion. And Matt saying
Being trans isn't an opinion.
And Matt saying that trans women are not women is an opinion that he made.
Okay.
So you're saying that you are allowed to have opinions, and that is separate from hate speech. Thank you very much.
By the way, it's just not an opinion. It is factually untrue, but I don't even care about that. I know what you mean when you say opinion. You mean it's just what I think. But like that's actually not what an opinion is. An opinion is something that can't be proven. A fact is something that can be proven false or true, either way. So it's just an untrue fact rather than an opinion.
So I'm gonna recommend, Mike, that we move on to the next person.
That's fine. I don't care.
Getting into the conversation about transgenderism, the biological
Transgenderism, man.
I am still speaking. Please be respectful.
I just don't think we're human beings. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
Bye.
wait, hold on. So sorry, he's the one saying that. We're not saying that.
I think that is a completely separate discussion that would take its own separate 4 to 10 hour stream to discuss the intricacies and the politics and the social politics and the biology of transgenderism. So I'm going to say we shouldn't even touch that today. The whole point of this is going all the way back is stating a opinion about transgenderism, a bannable offense or not.
Yeah, just to be clear to anyone watching, I have no hate for him. I think he's silly, but I don't hate him.
I agree. I
don't hate them because of their identity.
I think that was probably a minor, so I'll refrain from saying too much, but I agree. I don't hate any one group of people for anything about their identity. There are people I agree with. There are people I disagree with about different things. That doesn't make me hate them. And I think people need to separate. People need to separate discussing opinions from your personal identity.
Yeah. Well, there's one more because I know you've only got like 20 minutes left, so we'll do one more caller.
You're actually good. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Are you good on time?
Yeah, I'm great on time. It's almost 6 o'clock here, so I've got time.
Okay. I didn't put up that question because listen, we had Shmeep on here to ask questions. I wasn't here to attack Shmeep for the beliefs. I don't even know what the pronouns are. I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. So I don't want to put that super chat up. I appreciate you sending the $2, but it's not here. We're not here to attack people. It's try to understand where they're coming from, which I still don't understand. I made it very clear that there wasn't any hate between me and Priscilla, but I don't know.
Someone asked if I just moved. Yeah, I did. I recently moved. I haven't fully unpacked yet. I work 84 hours a week, so I haven't had time. Actually, closer to about 100 hours a week. I haven't had time to unpack. Forgive my mess.
Alexis, thank you for the $4.99. I like MK1 and Mike doesn't. We disagree. I guess that means he hates me and he's Lex-phobic. Yeah, MK1 is her entire identity, sadly. Alexis, thank you for the $10. So literally saying I hate black/white people isn't hate speech, but saying trans women are men is. Yeah. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $10. Smart, not gonna lie, I'm a little bit lost in the source, but from it sounds like you keep contradicting yourself. You sound very disrespectful and disingenuous. Well, I think Priscilla said it might have been someone quite young, so we'll leave them be. And Alexis, finally, thank you for the $4.99. If you say I hate roaches, that is literally hate speech towards roaches.
I would like to point out a comment by, is it Mr. Sun? Mr. Sun Gaming said Priscilla got owned, and I would like to know what you mean. Where did I get owned?
Well, the problem is with that conversation is that there was a lot of cutting up, so we couldn't make full arguments at certain questions that were asked. So I don't think there was anyone that got owned there. I think it was just we disagree. That's it, really. Right, let me get the next caller in. There's 2 people in the queue, and then I'll come back to the super chats. S, can you hear us?
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Hi, I just wanted to know how y'all are doing.
Good.
Yeah, doing good, bro.
All right, that's pretty good. I just wanted to come on here and like defend Connie. He's a great tournament hoster. Not only that, he also has been like a big influence in the Smash community in SoCal, hosting his own tournaments every Monday. From what the Twitter post has shown, nothing was incriminating about it. Although some of the stuff I think was pretty disgusting. Like you said in your video, none of it was by any means illegal.
What, talking to the minor?
You mean the Discord messages from 2018 when he was back in high school?
Yeah, how old was the kid that he was talking to?
We don't have that information, but I do know that definitely he was still underage.
That Coney was still underage.
Connie was still underage, yes.
He wasn't 18 at the time.
He was not 18 at the time.
Okay, well that's not what I was told, but fair enough.
Yeah, sorry. I just did my own personal research. I saw his date of birth, and from the messages seen compared to when the images were taken, they didn't line up. So
Okay, I was told differently. I was told that he was overage and that person was 14. So that's what was shown to me. I'm sure that he probably does run good tournaments, but the brony stuff and the lolly stuff, yeah, I got my opinions on that shit, but that's not you can't put someone in prison for it. The messages, yeah, like I was clear of what I said on the video. I still stand by that. I think it was pretty nasty.
yeah, I do think that's nasty, and I do think it's fucked up. Sorry, can I swear on here?
Yeah.
Is that fine? All right. Yeah. I do think it's absolutely disgusting what he's into. I do not support it in any way. I do believe that messages from, like, I'm a firm believer that even though, yes, you said some things back in, I don't know, 2018, you shouldn't be judged still, because I think we all know edgy teenagers say dumb shit on the internet, like that. And I do believe that some of this stuff is definitely ruins reputations, but while opinions do matter, you can't, I feel like, going back to what the last guy was saying, like, freedom of speech is definitely a interesting, freedom of speech is definitely a subject that is, like, prone to being, like, taken advantage of online when it comes to messages and, I don't want to say this, but kinks or fetishes.
Mm-hmm.
It is definitely not something that he should be proud of, but it shouldn't be something that gets him canceled. Another thing is,
Well,
I know Connie personally.
That depends on the fetish, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I get that. Like, I think that like lolly and stuff is absolutely disgusting. But being a brony, that doesn't have anything to do with like sexualizing anything. That's I know it's like kind of cringy to talk about, but
No,
it's just it's just a group of people. We don't know how like I know that there's some bad people in there, but we don't know how far in Connie is. But although I know Connie as a person, going to some, like, the message where he said, "Remember, kids." Yeah, I'm not gonna finish that sentence, but like the message where he starts with "Remember, kids." That is one of his, like, main slogan. Even when he's talking to adults, you could even watch, like, a few of his videos. He says that a lot.
Yeah, but come on, like you need to adjust your language when you're talking to kids. Anyone reading that is going to
Yeah.
look at you sideways and be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, definitely. I do believe that that is something that he should have thought about. And of course, if you're doing this on a public Discord server, definitely not something that I would have done.
Yeah, I just want to draw a line. Like, I want to make a distinction here. When I do videos, yeah, it's purely my opinion. Yeah, I'm not putting it out to like spread anybody else's opinion. It's purely what I think about the situation, and people are open to agree or disagree if they want. With regards to freedom of speech and making mistakes when you're like younger or whatever, I agree with you. Like, there's a lot of things that can be said when you're young that I would go, we're not going to cook him over that. Like he said it when he was young. But where I draw the line is when it comes to talking to minors. So with the information I was given, that conversation should never have happened. And if it was a thing where he was 18 and he's 30 now and he made some super edgy jokes about race or religion in his Discord, and they're 12-year-old messages, I'm personally not gonna get bent out of shape over it. But if I see messages relating to a minor, then yeah, even if they're 12-year-old messages, I'm still gonna look at you sideways, because that's never gonna be a thing that I'm gonna be like, oh, it's okay, let's forget about it. I'll forget about, saying mad things with your friends or maybe having personal views you don't have anymore, but not with that stuff. That's where I'll always draw the line.
Yeah, I know. Like commissions like that, that's totally fucked up. Another thing that I noticed was that I don't know, like, cause he wasn't really enforcing it in that post, but he was saying that, like when I joined his server, in the rules it showed that you needed to be 18 plus. He in fact DM'd me and was like, "Hey, can you leave this server? It's 18 plus." And there's many other like servers for him. Like he has a Gamer Latam server, and you could find him in other SoCal Smash servers for publication of his Smash tournament.
He told you to leave the server.
Yes.
How old are you?
Take this in mind. This is again 6 years after the message that they had to go digging really deep to find.
Okay, well, you're not a minor, are you?
Oh, I am. Yeah.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 16.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go on. Could continue.
Yeah. He has never throughout his throughout my tournament, throughout my Smash experience, through tournaments in SoCal, never once have I been approached by a creep or a weirdo. Everything that happened at tournaments was always professional, and I just feel like going into this, I found I was first disgusted when I saw this video on my For You page, because I was like, I actually know this guy. It's really creepy that this man, owner of tournaments that I go to, has done any of the allegations against him. But
can I
really,
just ask, how old were you when you joined the Smash scene?
I was 15, so it's only been a year.
Okay, so he told you to leave that recently.
Yeah, it was in May of this year.
Okay. Do you have friends in the Smash scene around your age range?
Oh yeah. One I have from school. He's the one that got me into the Smash scene, and one that I met at one of the tournaments.
Okay. Well, I would just say just watch your P's and Q's, bro. Just be careful, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're gonna get the next caller in here. But was there anything you wanted to close on?
No, I just think it's one more thing. I just think that a lot of the things that were brought up against him was way dragged out of proportion from both the Twitter user, or from just the Twitter user, whoever posted that. I'm not too sure. And I feel like he just tried to get as much like trying to cause as much chaos as he could with like the little information that he had.
My take on it is that there's a lot of sick things that have happened in the Smash scene, and I think it's gotten to the point now where people see anything, they're going to get annoyed. In my opinion, and what he showed was, I mean, it was pretty bad in my opinion. I think you're being a little bit light on him because maybe you know him. If I had shown that to people in the Tekken and MK and Street Fighter scene had watched it, they all looked at it sideways. So I think maybe I don't want to throw your age in your face, but I would not be okay with my little brother interacting with somebody like that. As a matter of fact, I'd get extremely pissed off if I found that my brother was talking to somebody like that, let alone being in their Discord. So like I said, I appreciate you coming on. Just be careful because you're very, very young. And when I was 16, I thought I knew certain things and I didn't. And just don't let people take advantage of you, even if you like them.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah, that was just what I got on here to talk about.
I appreciate you coming on, bro. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. See you.
Take care.
I know very little about that situation, so I didn't say a word.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, that like you obviously can't like get somebody arrested for. I don't know, man. The whole lolly thing is weird to me. What's your opinion on people that are into that stuff?
So I like to collect insults. It's one of my hobbies.
Right.
And one of my insults, the Melee crazy community has given me is the conservative Christian lolicon.
What does that even mean?
I think they think that I'm like pedo baiting because I look really young for my age or something. I don't know. Very weird, but I don't know. That's just one of my favorite titles, along with the Uncle Tom of Women, the Pick Me Final Boss, etc., etc.
Well, wasn't it all supposed to be inclusive to women? I don't understand.
It's inclusive to women as long as you follow the hive mind. And if you don't follow the hive mind, it's incredibly hostile because there's nothing they fear more than a woman or minority that goes against any of their talking points.
I guess that's probably why they hate technicals so much.
Definitely.
Are there other women like you that have been outspoken against the Smash scene that have received similar backlash?
I know of two. One was named Blue. She was in South Florida Smash. I believe she was either banned or bullied so hard she self-ejected from the scene.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something.
I don't know many that spoke publicly. I know quite a few that were private that would message me and say that they were scared to talk. I've always been the person who's not afraid of conflict, so I haven't been too afraid to speak on things, but I think women in general tend to be more agreeable and fear going against the hive mind. They fear social ostracization more than men do, so women tend to be bullied into agreement or silence.
Right. Okay. Are you aware of a Twitlonger that has, or a Google document that people keep bringing up? I don't know what the name of the person is. I can't remember it. But are you aware of some sort of Twitter document that has been written about you?
Yeah, that was an old roommate who I need to put this lightly, gently. She wasn't in a stable place, and I offered her to live with me, and I had a couple ground rules that I set for her, and when she didn't follow them, I told her that I didn't think that she should continue living with me, and it made her really upset, and she went on Twitlonger and made up some complete fabrications. I mean, truly out of thin air, things about me and about my mother. I sent her a cease and desist because it was slander. It was just things that were completely untrue. She then went on to Twitlonger multiple other people in our local scene. Pretty much anytime she had an issue with someone, she'd just twit longer them and tried to get them canceled and would make up blatant lies about people. So the only thing I can say about that is just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. I haven't addressed it at all publicly because honestly, it is so ridiculous to me. It's not even worth addressing. There's a lot of rumors about me and a lot of gossip about me, and if you want to believe what you want to believe, you're going to believe what you want to believe. People who want to believe bad things about me are going to do that, and there's not really anything I can do about it. But people that really know me personally, know who I am, and I'm okay with that. In fact, if there's other rumors, go ahead and believe them all. I'll be the ultimate villain if you want.
It's very hard to try and like get people to listen on Twitter. And once they get something in their heads, they just run with it.
Matt is asking if he should, Matt, the person we were discussing earlier in regards to his statement, is wondering if he should come in. Matt, yes, you should call in.
If he wants to jump in, he can. Let me just read some of the super chats here. Bizron, thank you. This is the problem with the concept of hate speech. Who gets to define it? History taught us what happens when speech is limited over ideology, and it's never good. Yeah, what Smeep was talking about is very, very, very close to what we're experiencing right now here in the UK, which I was trying to explain to Smeep, but I kept on getting spoken over, and I couldn't get my explanation out about the government or what he was saying about hate speech. But on the hate speech topic, when you're asking somebody define it, that's kind of what they're doing to us over here. Like they're putting definitions on things, and then they're kind of just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, and to a point where Smeep might even turn around and go, "Hey, you're pushing it too far." And I think that line of question it's basically inflammatory. Like you can basically come up with anything.
Exactly.
Anything can really be hate speech if you think about it. I tried to give a definition for the sake of the conversation, but what he or she, I don't know what the pronouns are, was saying was that someone having an opinion on trans people is hate speech, and then we were saying no, saying that you want to harm them is hate speech. There was no agreement there. But if Smeep was in politics, we would be branded as being hateful, right? And that is the problem with the whole conversation. So
and I would like to say something about hate speech. I'm not condoning being hateful, but the point of the First Amendment right in America that protects free speech is to protect people from saying, how do I put this? The First Amendment doesn't need to exist if everyone is just saying nice things that everybody agrees with. You need the protection so you can say things that people don't like and don't necessarily want to hear. That's why we have the First Amendment. So when you start branding things as hate speech, that is inherently anti-First Amendment, and really doesn't have a place in American politics, in my opinion. That doesn't give you, I mean, I guess it kind of does give you license to say whatever you want. That doesn't mean you should. It doesn't make it morally right, but legally, I think it should be protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah, I agree. Just be thankful that you guys have a First Amendment, because
I know.
A lot of people over here wishing right that we had one.
I've seen some crazy things people have gotten punished for saying over there. Just pointing out I saw a woman in Germany. All she did was post an infographic that had some statistics about crime, and she was put in jail.
Yeah, it's crazy times in Europe. Crazy times. Germany's even more strict, I think, than over here in the UK. So they really ain't messing about.
I feel like Germany might be a lost cause.
Yeah, I don't even know if I could go too much into Germany. To be honest with you.
Be careful. Don't say anything.
Yeah, I'm part German, so like I know I've got a family over there. I don't know how much trouble I'll get people in, but we'll leave that. Eric has thank you for the $5. How you doing, bro? And Alexis, thank you for the $4.99. I'm in love with Tanya and Katana's new skins in Mortal Kombat 1. That's great, Alexis. It might be the wrong stream for that, but I appreciate the donation. Who did you say wants to come in here?
Matt, let me see. Matt, the one we were discussing earlier, who made the statement, got banned. The topic of conversation with Schmoop earlier.
Oh, okay. He needs to message me on Discord or Twitter, and I'll add him into the call so I can send him the link. I actually I got sent over some stuff. I don't know I can't remember if Matt's name was involved in it, but there was a Discord of banned players that I decided to not make a video on because I didn't know if it was photoshopped. I couldn't verify it. But if those messages ever leaked, they would get in some serious trouble. So I don't want people to feel like I'm picking on one side of the Smash conversation. I think there's bad on both sides. I can't remember the names of the people involved in it. I'm not implicating
Was
Matt in
this
it.
the Anarchist Discord?
Yes, it was. Yeah, I read through. Were those messages photoshopped or were they actually real?
I'm not sure. I was in that Discord, but I wasn't very active in it.
Yeah, because I got sent over screenshots and I was like, I'm not in there, so I can't know for certain. So I asked the person, can you please video record? Can you screen record so I can read it properly so I know it's not fake? And they didn't want to, so I was like, well, I'm not going to start on these people. But I read the messages and I was like, oh my god, man! Is the entire Smash community just lost? Are they lost? It was pretty fucking bad. I guess I'll ask Matt when he comes in here because I can't remember if his name popped up.
I just sent him your Twitter, Matt message on Twitter. Okay, he said he DM'd you.
Matt. Oh yeah. Okay. I'll send him the link and then he's just got to join. Yeah. It's that Anarchist Discord then. Is that like a Discord of banned players or something?
The Anarchist Discord was a Discord that was meant to have absolutely no rules. Anything goes. No ban players. No banning anyone from Discord. Talk about anything you want. Completely free open speech. Just pure anarchy.
Yeah. See, this is I have my lines. Obviously, I'm not one of those people that's say whatever you want. And when Smeep was in here earlier, Smeep made a comment about I think you two were talking about should you be banned for certain things you say on Twitter. I am personally of the belief that there are probably things you can say that if I was a TO that I would say, okay, I can't let you come to the tournament. For example, if you outright called somebody out and said I'm coming down, I'm going to beat you up or whatever, I would say, well, even though you've just typed this, even if you're joking, I'm going to, just for the safety of the people there.
If you show up to the tournament, I will call the police.
Yeah. A call to violence, I think, is a fair thing to ban somebody for. I think if you're posting inappropriate things about kids or whatever, then I'd probably ban you for that. Well, I probably definitely will ban you for that. So I do think there's things you can get banned for. I don't think having an opinion on someone's identity is grounds to ban them. You can heavily dislike that person for that, but I don't think that's really grounds to ban them.
Yeah, I don't think opinions are something you can ban someone for. I think only credible threats or past threatening behavior. Matt, who's about to join us, he is someone that's kind of part of the alt community, though he and I disagree on bans. He believes that banning should never take place, that we should leave everything up to the law. So maybe that's something he can expound upon, why he believes that it's not a TO's place to step in ever.
Okay, let's bring him in. Matt, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, man. You?
Not bad. I sort of missed the whole part where you guys were talking about me. Just hopping in right now.
Yeah, it was a spicy conversation.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's so I don't know what part did we bring Matt up in.
So I referenced him as someone who got banned for stating an opinion, which was, Matt said, trans women are not women. He was
Oh,
banned,
right. Yeah.
and that's when Shmeep, whatever their name was, came
Yeah.
in and accused Matt of hate speech and being potentially threatening at a future event.
Yeah.
Okay. Matt, have you ever threatened somebody at an event?
No.
Have you ever made threats on Twitter?
No.
Have you been completely banned from competing in all Smash tournaments now, apart from like the alt scene?
Yeah, everything in Southern California, at least, and Oregon now.
Huh?
So I just got added. Yeah.
Okay. What? Because I've never interacted with you before. I'm going to ask you
Sure.
some questions about the Anarchist Discord because I'm very interested.
Yeah,
in
let's
that,
go. Let's go.
Before I ask you anything about that, what has your general experience been in the Smash community?
Well, started competing in 2014, 2015. Always in Southern California. I ran an event in 2018 and 2019 for about a year. It was the biggest weekly in Southern California for a while. That was cool. Probably one of the best times of my whole life, honestly, running that. And then COVID happened, 2020, 2021. I put out a tweet that just said trans women are not women, which I said knowing full well what it meant. I knew I'd get banned. That was the idea. And yeah, and here I am. It's 2025. So.
Okay, and
yeah.
So are you competing in the band tournaments now?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess that's what led you to the Anarchist group chat or Discord.
Well, the Anarchist chat is its own story. The Shaman Anarchist is kind of a character that showed up in the alt scene. He popped up in the DMA server, which is mech server, maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. He's one of these guys that hops into a Discord and then immediately challenges whoever runs it, says they're wrong, gets kicked out. And then he starts his own server called the Shaman Anarchy server, which everybody kind of just flooded into. And it just turned into basically 4chan pretty quick. Nazi posting and porn and gore. And it was just like a competition to see who could say the most nasty shit, which I thought was a lot of fun, personally. I mean, as you've probably seen in some of the screenshots that have gone around, we had a fun time in there. It's not for everybody, but I had a fun time. So
yeah, some of the things that I saw in there, I mean, you could probably understand why if you weren't banned already, you'd probably get banned for those things.
Yeah, well, that's stupid. I mean, whatever. You can take things out of context if you want, but all we'd have to do is I have the whole chat log saved. We could go through it. I could show you my screen. We could pull things out of context. I could explain what I really mean. Like, what's his name put up this essay saying that I was encouraging everybody to go rape. That I'm, like, encouraging rape, right? That's obviously not true, right? Do I even need to say that? No. But we live in this stupid world where somebody can pull out a screenshot and be like, look, Matt is saying that everybody should go rape everybody. It's like, no. Me and this other guy were joking around about this dolphin image. I mean, we can get into the details if you want, but when you get the full context,
yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a pretty normal guy, all things considered. If you met me in real life, you would not have a single issue with me.
I think Matt likes to push his boundaries and push boundaries in general as far as he possibly can. Why he likes to post extremist content for the sake of expressing and flexing his free speech rights.
Well, if I could elaborate a little on that too. Part of the problem with the melee scene and with society in general is that the Overton window has shifted so far left. And so saying things that were once normal, like 20 years ago, if I had said trans women are not women, or if I had said, hey, if you have testicles, you can't have a period. If I said that in the year 2005, nobody gives a shit, right? It's totally normal.
2010.
Not controversial at all. But the Overton window has shifted so far left that things that were normal are now considered like beyond the pale. So what I like to do, I feel like my role here is to hold the window open. If I say something that goes so far to the right, and then It just means that everybody else in the room can now say things that go up at least to that point. So I feel like I have a responsibility, honestly.
So can I ask them, because I had Manolord on here a couple of months
nice.
ago, and
Yeah.
I was asking him, is there anybody that you would ban from your tournaments? And he was basically saying no. So like I didn't want to like harp on it too much because I didn't want to turn the whole stream into that. But I did ask him, like, if it was a pedophile and they had been like released or whatever, or that people had found out and they hadn't been convicted or whatever, would you still let them in the tournament?
Well, how
And-
did they get out without getting convicted?
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, hypothetically. Let's say that you guys knew that somebody at a Smash tournament did
this is one of these dumb arguments that comes up all the time. Hypothetically, what if there's a pedophile that we all know is a pedophile but escaped justice somehow? Right? This doesn't happen in real life.
Well, it's happened in the Smash scene plenty of times. I mean, how many times have we heard stories of people doing things in hotel rooms and nobody?
You've heard stories. It's all just accusations on Twitter. The problem is that Twitter and Reddit is running everything, and all it takes is some random person to accuse you of something, and then it gets like 15 likes on Twitter. Suddenly it's true, and then you got Mike Hollow talking about it 5 years later or whatever, and then these things haunt you for the rest of your life. From one like Westfalls went through this. I was just talking to Westfalls.
I'm just asking you, like, I am asking you a hypothetical in this scenario. Are there any kinds of people that you would ban from your Discords or from these like tournaments or whatever?
As a rule, no.
Okay, so that's why I asked, like, if you knew somebody had done something but it hadn't gotten out, you wouldn't ban these people.
If I knew somebody had done something illegal and I had evidence, I would pick up my phone and call 911 and give them the evidence, and then that person would go to jail, and then they couldn't attend my tournament anymore because they'd be in jail.
If you didn't have hard evidence, you only had, soft evidence, and they weren't going to get done for it. What
does that mean, soft evidence?
There's hard evidence and there's soft evidence. Soft evidence is like you saw it. You've got a first-hand, or like you were present when it happened. And hard evidence is like having actual proof, like maybe video that they've done it. If you saw it, I'm saying, if you saw it yourself, would you?
Okay, but you understand how ridiculous this hypothetical is, right? You're saying that
given the amount of pedos in the scene.
Well, no. See, I think that's a myth too. A myth as well. This idea that Melee's overrun with pedophiles, I think, is a myth that happened because we keep accusing each other of pedophilia so often. It's mainly coming from this accusation-based culture that we have, where constantly there's accusations of pedophilia, and now there's like this mythology that Melee is overrun by pedophiles. But if you go to a Melee bracket, like a Melee tournament, it's just like dudes between the ages of like 20 to 35. There aren't kids there almost ever that I've seen. And if there is a kid there, they're usually, accompanied by their parent or something, at least in the events that I've gone to recently. So I did get to go to one for a while in 2024, but before I was rebanned. But yeah, let's say hypothetically that there's a pedophile that for some reason I'm the only person on earth that knows is a pedophile, right? If they showed up to a tournament and then there was a kid there, I'd be like, I mean, this is a crazy situation. This is a crazy hypothetical that never happens.
Matt and I actually talked about this a long time ago. Matt and I had a really lengthy conversation about this, where this actually did happen to me, where a very popular player in Smash 4 privately confessed to me that he was attracted to very, very young children. That he struggled with unthinkable thoughts about them. And he was seeking advice from me. I redirected him to someone that I felt was more equipped. I didn't feel comfortable as a woman to deal with it. FYI, he was later banned and outed for conversing with, I think, like 15, 16-year-olds. But that is a situation where I am privy to knowledge that someone is definitely a pedophile. They have just confessed to me they're a pedophile. Now I have this knowledge. What do I do with it? Do I go public with it? As I told Matt, if you're a TO, you're a mandated reporter, and in that situation, you would be legally required to contact authorities and let them know that this person is around children. I don't know if anything legal. I don't think there's any legal repercussions for just admitting you're attracted to children. Unless he has something on his computer, nothing would happen. I don't know if they would keep an eye on him at events or how that would work. But I do think in that situation, it would be appropriate to first ask him to leave. He was a pretty sensible guy, and I think asking him, hey, I don't think you should be around children, that could work. And if he's unwilling to do that, then maybe implementing a ban for even his own sake. He just really shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that's all I wanted answered, really. I didn't feel like it was a crazy thing to ask, especially because it happened to you. So
yeah, I'm just worried about legitimizing a concept that doesn't need to be legitimized.
The problem
you
is
never needed a ban.
the problem is when you have situations, especially when it comes to sexual assault, it almost always occurs with no witnesses. So if someone claims they've been assaulted by someone else, how do you know the truth? And this isn't just a Smash problem. This is a problem in the justice system. It is a really difficult thing to deal with. And there are examples of players who were accused of sexual assault, and then later it turned out there was either a lot more to the story or it was outright fabricated. And at that point, their reputation has already been ruined.
yeah, no, I completely understand those things where there's people getting accused of things they've never done. I was just more asking, from Matt's perspective or Manor Lords, like, where do they draw the line personally? But Matt, you said that you don't really draw the line in terms of like banning.
Well, I think that the only reason we're having this debate is because a politically active group of people has taken over the scene. The only reason that this word ban even exists is because we have these leftists who need to be able to kick people out. So there's this Mott and Bailey situation that goes on where they bring up an example of like this one that Priscilla's just talking about, where she does, like, this is a rare situation that I guess does happen. It happened to her, where she knows that there's some guy that, that probably should be banned, right? And that might be a legitimate case to ban people. But the problem is that the second that you say, okay, let's ban this guy, now it brings up the possibility of banning people for, they get accused of sexual assault. We don't know if it's true or not. The justice system doesn't seem to think that it's valid. So now it's up to melee TOs to decide that this person shouldn't be allowed at events anymore. And then you get from sexual assault to hate speech. Okay, so somebody who's transphobic can't go anymore. And the whole reason that we're talking about bans is because of the political group that took over. That's my opinion.
I think that there's a difference between somebody confessing something and an accusation. Because if somebody accused this guy that Priscilla's talking about, that's different from him coming forward and openly saying it. So I think that is a very easy thing to be like, we can ban people for this. If you're openly telling me this is what you think, there should be no one should push back on that and go, oh, we're going to go down a slippery slope now. There's no slippery slope with that. He's just told you that he's a pedo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that there's zero reasons ever to ban people, but if I was running a tournament, I wouldn't ban anybody. And if this guy revealed to me for whatever reason, the same way he revealed to Priscilla that he can't control himself around kids, I'd be like, please don't show up. And if he does show up and there's kids there, I mean, that's a situation you just have to deal with in person. You'd have to go to the kid's parent. You'd have to talk to the guy directly and be like, yo, you need to leave right now. But what I'm not going to do is go to the Southern California Board of TOs and then get some sort of ruling made by melee TOs. I would go to the police. I would go to the systems that are designed to handle this stuff. I would call the authorities on this guy. I wouldn't go to the guy who's running melee tournaments in SoCal. The only reason that we're including tournament organizers in this stuff is because, again, it's a political, I mean, you already know what I'm going to say. It's obvious. So these comments are driving me nuts, by the way. It's crazy.
I do think most of the situations that people bring up when wanting to get someone banned is none of our business. If two people have a toxic relationship with each other and one person is abusive, and I'm sorry that happened to you, but this has nothing to do with Smash Brothers and whether or not this person can play a video game. At the end of the day, you go to a tournament, you play the game, you go home. If you think that someone is abusive to their partner, don't be around that person. Like, at tournaments are big places. Stand on the other side of the room. Unless someone is an active threat somehow, like, I just don't think most of this stuff is our business. That being said, there are occasional rare specific situations, like the the scenario I described, where I do think a ban is warranted.
Yeah, I think I guess I agree with Matt where you should go to the police. Definitely, they should be the first point of contact. The only place that I disagree with him is that I think when you're a TO or like you are the leader in your community, you have a responsibility to that community, and I don't want to fall into the same camp as like Schmeep, where it's like you had an opinion on how people identify, so we're going to ban you. But I do agree with the notion that like if someone is expressing those kinds of feelings, that is going to directly impact somebody for the rest of their life if they act them out. So in that instance, in Priscilla's situation, of course, I would just outright ban them.
That's
but
just such a
it's-
rare case. It's just like that almost never happens, right?
It's rare. I mean, I would ban people for other things. I mean, I don't want to like get into like everything, but there were people that I saw in that anarchist group chat, and again, the only reason I didn't make a video on it is because I didn't know if it was photoshopped or not. That was saying things.
It
where I was
wasn't.
like, yeah, I know now because you're telling me, but at the time when it was sent over to me, I said that I can't, in good faith, make a video on this because I have no idea.
It's very British of you to ban somebody for words.
It depends on what you're saying. I think words have a lot of weight. They've always been used to like start conflicts or to quell conflicts. Like words have a lot of power, and I think people are very dismissive of that now. And I think because you're in a situation where you do have a group of people that are acting tyrannical with their scene, you guys have kind of gone the complete opposite direction, and it's sort of like anything goes now, which I also don't agree with. I don't agree with either side.
Yeah, you're gonna find a lot of Nazi memes on the alt servers because it's just like we're just flexing this ability that we've never had before.
Someone messaged me and wants to say that the people that are against the powers that be, not everyone is completely anti-ban. Everyone is kind of all over the place. Like I said, Matt is probably the most extreme case where he doesn't believe in banning anyone ever under any circumstances, and then Manalord, and then myself, I'm kind of somewhere in the middle where I'm like, okay, we're definitely banning people way too much, but there are times when it is necessary. So just for the record, people are all over the place on this issue in regards to those who oppose the current system.
Yeah, I think when either side, and I'm definitely not lumping everyone in. I don't want your community to feel like that, Priscilla, but I think when either side goes to the extremes, I find both of those sides to be stupid. I can't resonate with either of them. I think that you don't have to jump to an extreme just because they have, and I don't really think you're even proving a point when you're doing that. I personally find it childish. It's like when a child is throwing their toys out of the pram just to show everyone that my mom's not going to stop me. It's like, okay, well, what are we really doing here? We're posting racist memes and I don't know, pedophilia, gore, beheading videos. Like, okay,
but is that ban worthy? Now you can't play Melee because you posted a beheading video. I'm not allowed to attend a Melee bracket.
Yeah, I would. If someone was posting beheading videos in a Discord, I would feel a certain type of way about having them around people. I mean,
that's crazy.
That's not crazy.
Yeah, it is.
If that's the only thing they were posting as well, would you not think that's a little bit? Maybe we shouldn't have this person in there. No, if this was their specific type of humor is beheading.
Yeah, I've met those people and hung out with them, and it turns out they're normal guys in real life. I mean, have you never been part of a group chat of the bros where you just try and post crazy shit with your friends, with just your buddies in like a private group chat? It's like, I mean, we do this all the time. This is like a natural human behavior with friends.
Yes, I agree. With your friends, you post crazy things, but that is going to be on a spectrum. If my friends were looking at like your group chat, they'd look at it sideways. And I'm not saying that all of you are bad in there for doing it. Maybe you are just trying to flex your freedoms. But I'm a stranger to you, right? I don't know you. If all I've ever seen when I'm running a tournament with other strangers is you're posting videos of people being beheaded, as a sane person, I'm going to go, I don't know this guy. Why would I have him in my tournament if all he posts is people getting their head chopped off?
Yeah, but we would meet in real life. We'd shake hands. You would find nothing crazy about me, that I'm quite normal, and I don't really stand out in any way in real life. Right? Like, nobody's ever had a problem with me in a real life tournament ever.
I'm not saying you specifically, Matt. I'm just saying that if I was running a tournament and there was a dude in a disc, it's frustrating to you, but you have to accept that people look at the world differently.
What if
can't.
that Discord was completely unrelated to Smash? Is it because it's a Smash related thing?
No.
Could it be resolved as simple as saying, please don't post this stuff anywhere near Smash Discords, anywhere near Smash? What you do in your private conversations with people is between you and them, but keep this out of my community.
The way that I look at it is that Discord is not private. Even if you privatize it, Discord is so easy to get into and it leaks all the time. So people that are posting stuff in there know full well it's going to get out, especially when they're being flagrant with it. So if you're doing it on like WhatsApp or text messages, that's a closed environment where people are not going to go and see your messages. Those are you and your boys. If I saw them on your phone, I would still be a bit like, I might tell my boys, I don't know if we want to hang out with these guys. All they do is post beheading videos. But maybe you're not a bad guy. But I don't personally want to be around people like that. And so if you're posting that stuff in a Discord that is public, then I'm sorry, like you're a stranger to me. Why would I have you around?
Yeah, we don't
people
have
that
to
I
be
know?
friends. We can still go to the same Melee bracket. We don't have to talk. Why should I be kicked out of a Melee event just because you don't think you should be around me? So now
Well,
the
if
Melee
I'm in
event is
charge.
only people that you would hang out with. Oh, you're in charge. Okay.
Yeah, if I'm in charge, it's not just people I hang out with. Like if you, I'll give you an example, Matt. Like if you were like posting like racy humor,
Sure.
in your chat, I might not have a problem with that. I might just say, oh, what they're saying is a bit mad, but they're not posting videos of people being harmed. Like I've got my own lines. I've got my lines that you might not agree with, but if I'm in charge of a tournament, I've got to look at it on a case by case basis. I'm not trying to look at it like as a blanket thing. So if you were talking with you, Mewtwo King, or some black guy, and you were making jokes or whatever, I'm gonna go whatever. You lot are getting bent out of shape by it. They're just messing around. But if your style of humor is like, I don't know, you said anything goes, it's anarchy. So it might be bestiality, it might be someone getting beheaded, it might be pedophilia, it might be I don't know, something Islamophobic, something against Christians, then I'm gonna look at it and be like, all right, this isn't just racy humor. This content's mad. So that's just me personally.
Can I ask you a question, playing devil's advocate for Matt?
Yeah.
If you found out Matt posted something like that, what are you afraid of happening if he goes to Smash tournaments?
If he posted what? The people getting their heads chopped off?
Yeah, so he posts that. You find out he posts that in a Discord. You're the TO. What are you afraid of is going to happen if Matt goes to tournament?
I'm going to cut somebody's head off, obviously. I'm going to show up with a chainsaw and go wild.
If you're constantly posting, I mean, there are groups of people that are on the internet, in sections of the internet, that post extremist content like that, right? We've all seen those websites where they're posting people having their heads taken off and people celebrating it, whether it's because they disagree with the person's religion or their culture, or maybe a woman's done something or whatever. Yeah, if I'm seeing people doing that stuff, I'm gonna be a little bit wary of them. I'm like, if they were walking me down a dark alley, I might clutch my bag a little bit closer. If what you find funny is getting someone's head chopped off, then yeah, I'm not gonna want to be around you. My concern would be you might be unhinged. To me, that's crazy.
So personally, me, I would.
What if you're missing the humor? What if it's not that somebody's head is getting chopped off is funny, but the fact that I'm posting something so atrocious is funny? It's the fact that the disgusting thing exists that I can post on the internet and just put it on a group chat. And the fact that if somebody clicks on that, they're like, ew. And then it's like, there's a level of humor here that maybe you just don't get. Maybe it's not for you. But like,
here's what I would say.
I mean, also, we're talking about these crazy, nobody ever posted a beheading video to the Anarchy chat, but we're getting stuck on these weird hypotheticals, you know? If you met me in real life, we would be friends, or we would get along just fine.
Matt, I know you, so I'm not afraid of you personally. But if it was someone I didn't know, I don't know anything about who they are as a person, and I saw them doing that, I would feel uncomfortable around that person. Knowing, okay, this person is comfortable enough to share something like this, they're probably really desensitized to this material, and I don't want to be around people that are so desensitized to that material. That being said, as a TO, I don't know if I would necessarily ban them. I certainly would not hang around them. I wouldn't want to be alone in a room with them. I wouldn't go out of my way to be friends with them. I would interact with them as little as possible. I don't know if I would ban them unless they continued to do this in a way that was upsetting others if you ask them to stop and they continue doing it, I think then it gets to a point where you can say, okay, yeah, we need to ban this.
Yeah, I mean, like, Matt, do you? Actually, no, that might be too much of a personal question. But let's just say you had a sister,
go for it.
right?
Go for it. Yeah.
If you had a sister and you went into a Discord and their type of humor was posting like sexual assault videos or rape videos, you might be like, maybe I don't want my sister hanging around these people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so that's all I'm getting at. I'm not saying
don't
you are a
invite
bad
your
person.
sister into the Discord, obviously.
No,
You
when I mean hanging around these people, I mean if she's in the vicinity with other women and this is their style of humor.
Yeah,
maybe I don't want them.
You understand that you've been in the room with these people before. These aren't like these crazy people that exist in like the ethereal realm. Like you've been in rooms with these people, right? Like nobody, first of all, at a Melee event, nobody's just holding up pictures of Gore videos and be like, oh, check this out. Look at this, bro. Isn't this Nazi meme hilarious? Guys, isn't Hitler funny? Nobody does that. We do it with our friends in private. We do it on Discord servers. But what happens is somebody takes a screenshot out of context because they know they can get likes on Twitter. Like, what's his name when he wrote that essay about me? He writes it knowing that he can get attention by accusing me. He knows that I can get kicked out. It's part of this fucked up game of banning people. And it has happened to hundreds of people. It happened to Hex. Look at what happened to Hex.
Yeah,
it was cruel and unfair. It was cruel.
The reason that I'm not harping on about the Nazi thing because I see Hitler memes everywhere. So I'm not harping on you for that. I'm just harping on the fact that you're saying anything goes.
Well, in a real life event, so, okay, we got to draw a distinguishing line here, I guess, between people that you would be friends with and people that you would allow at a Melee tournament. Those are two different things. When I ran an event, there was hundreds of people coming in and out. I didn't like all of them. I thought some of them were gross, right? I still invited them into the tournament because I'm not just going to exclude people that I don't like. There's leftists that joined, communists that joined, trans people that joined. I don't have to agree with everybody. I let them in. I pull up a chair. I say, welcome. We don't have to be friends. We don't even have to talk. That's
Let me ask you this, Matt. As a TO, and you've been a TO before, let's say you're running a community and you've got minors in your community. You have a 15-year-old girl in your community, and you find out someone is posting Gore and borderline CP, lolly art.
Goddamn.
Do you feel any obligation to protect that 15-year-old girl that's in your scene?
I would if I was running a bracket, because typically for me, I would run them at places that are 21 plus, but let's say that it wasn't 21 plus. I would say that anybody under the age of 18 has to come with a chaperone. And it's the responsibility of the chaperone to protect that 15-year-old from whoever is there. It's not my responsibility as a TO to be, that's not my responsibility as the organizer of a Melee tournament. My responsibility is to choose where the setups go, run the bracket. I don't have to have a moral judgment of people. And if I witness somebody doing something illegal, I'll call the police. And that's it. I mean, it's pretty simple. We're getting stuck on this ban argument for a completely different reason. Like I keep saying, the only reason we're having this conversation is because a leftist political group has taken control of the scene, the Melee scene. It's just radical leftists forcing us to have this conversation.
They're not really forcing us because I don't necessarily agree with either side. I'm just more interested in your answers. I was talking to Smeep earlier, who disagreed with most of what I said, so it's not like I'm really picking a side. I'm just more interested in the mindset because we don't really see shit like this in any of our scenes, right? The Melee scene is it's like being on the outside of a zoo a lot of the time and just watching the animals go crazy. And we even with like Hax's situation, the way people reacted to his initial the evidence.zip thing, when we watched it, when me and my boys watched it, and then we found out he got banned for that, we thought that was one of the dumbest things ever because we just looked at him and were like, this is stupid, man. Like, why would it's the kind of video that I'd throw to the wayside. It's not something that you'd ban somebody over, but people in the Melee scene made a massive deal about it, like some sort of protection had to come in. So it's not like I'm fully against either side. It's just that I find you guys very interesting because I've never seen behavior like this in the FGC before. You guys are a very unique case. That's all it is, really.
I would like to clear up a couple things for the chat. One, someone keeps saying that I'm agreeing with Matt without trying to agree with Matt. I don't necessarily agree with Matt. I'm just trying to understand his point of view, so I'm asking him questions. And second, people are like making this a right versus left issue. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not on the right. You're not a conservative, correct?
I have never identified as such. So
I've talked to Matt in depth about several political issues, and from what I understand, you take some extremely leftist
yeah.
takes on like the economy, for example. There's several things that you are.
I'm the lefty of my own family. I'll say
Yeah,
that.
I would not classify you as on the right or left. You're kind of your own thing.
There's a super chat here for you, Matt. Are you okay to answer?
Yeah, chat's being mean, but sure. Yeah, let's do it.
It's all right. I mean, you've been on Twitter.
I'm used to it. Yeah. Let's go.
Duke of Nine, thank you for the $5. If
EDP
EDP
again.
showed up.
This
if
is
EDP
that,
showed up to the tournament, would you let him in?
That's that one video. This is like the 8th time I've seen this guy's name. There's this video of this guy trying to meet up with a kid, right? Is that same guy?
Oh
EDP,
yeah.
He's like, he was caught on one of those like predator catch YouTube channels or whatever. See, this is like these extreme situations. Okay. Do I have direct evidence that this guy is a pedophile? If I do, why wouldn't I just call the police?
They've already been caught. He's already been dealt with, but he's out now.
Then why is it my responsibility as a TO to make this judgment? You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
you have a
tournament-
responsibility to your people.
I have a responsibility to run a melee bracket. That's what I do.
Safely.
What do you mean safely?
EDP was trying to meet up with a kid, and now
Okay,
he's
so-
out and about, and he's
I mean,
coming to your tournament.
We're having this crazy conversation, and I know that we're in this weird place, but I'm gonna take the position that I've been taking, okay?
Yeah.
Which is that if this guy's at my tournament, right, and there's a 15-year-old there, and he does anything, I will call the authorities immediately. Is that crazy? Is that like a crazy thing to say?
Yeah, I think so, because if you already know he's done something previously, you already have that knowledge. Why do you need to do it again?
How do we know that? What's the exact case? He got caught on video trying to meet up with a 15-year-old or something, right?
Yeah, Gideon did a sting operation, and they caught EDP. And I'm sure I don't know if you've seen Gideon's channel, but now they use him as a meme because he got caught up in all of it. So that's already all out there. He tried to do that. We've got confirmation that he was going to do it. And now he's coming to your tournament. You already have that knowledge. What do you do?
Man, let's see. If I'm taking the anti-ban stance here, I mean, basically the problem is that at this point, what we're saying is that this guy escaped justice, and you basically have to take the stance of a conspiracy theorist, right? That a conspiracy occurred and this guy evaded justice. Because if he actually did something wrong, he should be in jail, right? So how did he get away with it? It means the evidence wasn't strong enough. So if the evidence wasn't strong enough to convince a court, why is it strong enough to convince me as a melee organizer? I don't have any experience with justice, right?
Okay, so I'll explain it to you why it should be compelling enough for you. If you've ever watched Skeeter G or Gideon or Alex Rosen or any of those guys that do sting operations, they get enough evidence for us to say that this guy was going to do something harmful. But in certain states in America, that evidence is not good enough. It's good enough in some states. I don't know which one specifically, but I watched one just the other day. I think it was in Memphis, maybe, where he had the same amount of evidence as he did in the previous sting operation, but that precinct or whatever would not take the evidence, said it's not good enough. And the guy walked. And Gideon did a whole thing where he's like, we present him with everything, they threw it out. Now, what I'm saying to you is that we've seen it in 4K, and the police have not done anything about it, and the person's walked. But you know that he was going there to do it.
Okay, so your information is coming from a YouTube channel whose incentive is to get views, right? This isn't a police station that's doing an investigation. This is a YouTuber who's trying to get views. Why do we trust this to be our justice system in the Smash Bros scene? Why aren't we offloading this onto the justice system?
But he's trying to offload it onto the justice system. They're not doing anything about it. You know the justice system is broken.
Okay, so that's where our attention should go. Why is the justice system not putting EDP in jail? That's the question you should be asking.
It's your responsibility to keep people safe in
the
tournament.
It's not.
You're the leader.
Okay, to keep people safe in the tournament. We could talk about that, I guess.
Yeah, the children are not safe around people like that. Surely, come on, we must be able to agree on that.
My problem is that the second I agree that this ban is legitimate, it's the Mott and Bailey situation again, and we're gonna get caught down the slippery slope of
But this is exactly what they do. Everything is teams to you guys. You can't like meet in the middle and be like, do you know what? We actually agree on this. If I say something, they get some leeway. If they say something, we get some leeway. It's
well,
like,
is EDP
obvious.
a melee player? He's not even a Smash player.
It doesn't matter if it's EDP specifically, just somebody that's done what he's done. Look at the Roblox situation. How many people have they caught on Roblox? And even Roblox is trying to say, no, we ain't dealing with the vigilantes. You guys are the problem. Even though we know what they're doing is wrong. Then you would say, oh, just because they haven't
Then
gone to jail or
we should
prison for it,
upgrade
I'm
our
not-
justice system. I live
Yeah,
in
we
California, and the California justice system should take care of it. If EDP shows up, I would call the police and say, hey, a pedophile showed up to the tournament. They'd go, what evidence do you have? I'd link them to the YouTube video, and they'd say, this isn't good enough. And they'd be like, fuck, that's not good enough. And if it's not good enough for the justice system, why is it good enough for me? Because you understand that people can be incorrectly accused of these things, right?
Yeah, but he's not being incorrect because that's what I'm saying to you. I'm not talking about hypothetical where we don't know for certain. I'm talking there's screenshots, there are messages, there is video, and you have seen it, and this guy's coming to your tournament.
Look, messages can be photoshopped. If it doesn't hold up in the court of law, yeah, I get that you have this frustrating stance here.
Come on,
No,
bro.
but what do you mean, Matt? Come on. Why did the justice system let him get away?
The
Why is
justice
it my
system lets
job?
loads of people get away with things.
So
Look,
I have a question.
I'm a software developer. I don't have any training in legal rules. I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. Why is it my job to look at messages and video that some YouTuber collected to decide if a person's guilty or not?
Matt, I'm
It's
going
the
to ask
police's
you a
job.
question, a hypothetical. I've asked you this before,
Sure.
but for the sake of the argument, let me ask you again. Say you're a TO, and
Yeah.
somebody brings you hard evidence that someone poses a threat to minors. For instance, the guy I dealt with. Okay, you have solid evidence here. This guy is a threat. Maybe he has a past legal record. Maybe he admitted to something, but you know this guy is a threat. Now you continue letting him at your tournaments, okay? Because you're anti-ban.
Sure.
Then something happens where a minor at one of your tournaments is groomed or affected or abused because you let that guy in. Do you hold that on your conscience?
No, I hold their chaperone responsible because my rule at my tournament would be if you're less than 18, a chaperone must attend with you. It's the chaperone's responsibility to protect them from EDP and whoever else. Why is it on my conscience? Especially when you talk about these big tournaments where there's like 1,000 people and there's shit going on in hotel rooms. What am I supposed to do? Knock on hotel rooms and make sure everybody's doing okay? I have to like knock on the door, like what's going on in there? No, it's not my job. My job is to set up TVs and run a bracket. I don't have this moral responsibility here.
Okay, Matt, let me ask you a question. Now, this might sound stupid, but just try to like walk with me for a second.
Okay.
We've already outlined that EDP or someone like him has done it because they've got it in 4K or whatever. But because the justice system hasn't done anything, you don't feel like you should.
No, wait a second. I've never seen the video, and I know that you're getting evidence from a YouTuber whose incentive it is to produce clickbaity content, right? So why are they not incentivized to fake screenshots, to fake video? Maybe they entrap this guy and the evidence isn't real, and this guy's life has been fucked up the same way a lot of people's lives have been fucked up. I'm not saying that's true of EDP, but I'm saying that a lot of people get falsely accused of pedophilia, and the people like you will say, well, it's in 4K. We know for sure that this is true, when in fact something unfair has happened, right?
Okay, can
we
we
have a
use an
system.
example?
All right.
Let's use an example. You've probably seen Chris Hansen at some point, or you've seen some sort of Predator Watch video, yeah?
Yeah.
Have there been any in however many years you've been on this planet you've seen where you're like, he did that shit? Just one.
Where the guy was for sure trying to meet up with a 12-year-old or whatever.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
of course that's happened.
Okay, let's go with that person that you saw. Let's say that person, you don't want to do anything as a Smash TO. Would you do something if they were coming to your house?
What?
If they were coming to your house, if you acknowledge that this person, maybe your brother has made a friend and you see this guy walk into the house, you would probably say to them, you can't come here, right?
Yes, and then I would call the police.
Right, but you're saying that you can't come here because they're a criminal and they've done something that could potentially harm your brother and other people around him, right?
I would call the relevant authorities who I would then hand the
I'm not
evidence to.
disagreeing with that. I'm not saying
Okay.
don't call the police. I'm saying that because the police ain't gonna do instant transmission and show up, are they?
I mean, they show up in 5 minutes or whatever, 10 minutes, depending on, maybe half an hour. Who knows?
Depends
But
on where you are. But
Sure.
sometimes they can take a while to show up. In that moment, you're gonna tell the guy that you can't come in. He has to stay away.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yeah,
why
he's
wouldn't
at-
you do, as the leader of a tournament that might have minors in there? Why would you not do that there?
All right. So one of the big differences here is that we're talking about a private residence, and I know what's going to be said. People are going to say, "Oh, it's a private event," but I think melee events are, unless they're invitationals, are actually public events. And like Priscilla was saying earlier, the First Amendment actually protects our right to attend public events. It's in it says the right to assembly, right? Like that's in there. I know it doesn't protect melee events or whatever. It's only restricting Congress from making laws. But
it is the right to assemble. You can't discriminate someone on the basis of race, sex, gender, religion, but you can legally discriminate for, if you have a code of conduct and they break the code of conduct, then you can discriminate against them.
Sure. And again, the only reason we're having this conversation, the only reason that I'm taking this stance is because I'm against the people that get banned for what they keep calling hate speech, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, all these things, right? I'm against the Me Too cases. A lot of them is just some girl who tweets, right? Why did she make a post on Tumblr when she should have called the police? Like, if you look at a lot of the cases, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we listening to some chick who makes a post on Twitter and then suddenly saying, oh, this guy's a bad guy? No, she shouldn't go to the internet. You don't go to the internet when your boyfriend's abusing you. You don't tweet about it. You call the police. We don't need to even be talking about this. Like the West Balls case where he got accused by his girlfriend or whatever. Why do I even know about that? Why does she care if I know about that? She's doing it for attention. We all know what this is, right? We've seen this so many times now. You get a lot of likes if you come out, especially during the peak of the Me Too era. So the conversation that we're having right now is it shouldn't even be happening. What's up?
Not all the girls were lying though. Not every single one of them.
Sure, but then they should go to the police. There's laws against sexual assault. It's illegal to beat up your girlfriend. It's illegal to commit rape. Go to the police.
Yes,
don't tweet about it.
In this country, for example, because the Me Too shit was going on here as well, they don't do stuff a lot of the time. So sometimes the women will go to social media so that they can destroy that guy's reputation because the police won't do anything. Hopefully the employers will see it, their friends will see it, family will see it. Because I actually know people, because of the area that I live in, where it's happened. And the girl is getting beaten up constantly. The police come, they take a statement. They're like,
then your justice system's fucked up. Elect better leaders. Fix your justice system.
It is fucked up. But if you know anything about what's going on in the UK, electing better leaders is much easier said than done.
So
okay,
your answer is that the melee TOs need to take this responsibility. Instead of fixing your justice system, you're just going to say, "Don't worry, a bunch of nerds and a Reddit page are going to take care of this. Well, don't worry, the melee TOs in the Discord server are going to take over where our justice system has failed." No, elect better leaders. Elect better leaders.
Can we look at other organizations? Can we look at other organizations like the NFL? How do they deal with allegations? They don't necessarily follow the law. They follow their own board of ethics in regards to who needs to be banned or not. Do you think they're wrong for doing that?
Well, I mean, the NFL is a very different organization. So the problem is that the melee scene is grassroots. It doesn't have a central authority. So what happens is somebody makes one tweet, and then basically that person is now blacklisted forever, and there is no system for getting unblacklisted. Like, what happened to hacks has happened to hundreds of people at this point. I know that they say, like, oh, why are you comparing hacks to all these transphobes or whatever? It's not the same thing, but the way that hacks was treated is exactly how hundreds of people are being treated. And it's because there is no system. At least in the NFL, they'll have some sort of board with like a set of rules, right? There'd be like a centralized authority that takes care of it. And
I've just been informed the NFL conducts internal investigations, but they also respect legal convictions and exonerations.
Yeah. So there you
But Matt, would it be fair to say that you're more interested in fighting back against those guys rather than just doing what's right? You're more concerned about the people that pushed you out of the scene rather than just doing what's morally right.
I think what's morally right would have been unbanning hacks. That would have been morally right.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're talking about you, though.
What do you mean about me?
well, in these hypotheticals that me and Priscilla have been presenting to you, it seems to me like you're more interested in just not saying something that might give them like a inch over you, rather than just actually doing what's right.
I'm not sure I understand that question. Honestly.
He's basically asking you, are you more concerned about protecting your tribe and not giving the other side a win, or are you more concerned with doing what you think is the right and appropriate thing?
I think we should do what is right. That seems obvious, right? It's self-explanatory. Yeah, do the right thing. The right thing would be unbanning like at least 99.9% of the people. Maybe we can get stuck in these arguments where if EDP shows up, you ban EDP. Maybe. But the problem is that the second I admit that, then we're going to get stuck debating hundreds of cases. 99.9 of these cases should be wiped clean right now, today. Like 99% of people should be unbanned literally this minute. That would be the right thing to do.
You're not going to get stuck having those conversations with me, and I assume Priscilla as well. The only reason I'm asking...
Yeah, we will. We're doing it right now. We'll get stuck on the... If I say, okay, fine, I'll ban EDP, you'll just bring up the next case. What about 0? What about D1?
No. That was my only question for it. I'm not going to keep on pushing it. But the only reason I'm asking you an extreme case like EDP is because in my mind, even if you do feel a certain way against those other players, you should still have a line somewhere.
Right. It seems like because you disagree with these bans, then you have to disagree with all bans, which I don't agree with. I think you can disagree with certain bans and agree with others. I think what's important is that you have a strict, clear code of conduct that is laid out, and if you follow it, no problem. If you don't, you're banned. And like I said, it becomes really difficult to deal with situations where sexual assault is involved because there's usually no witnesses. It's usually he said, she said. And a lot of the times it's a coin flip.
Yeah, but with cases like sexual assault, why the hell are we going to melee TOs to be the judge? Why in the world is a 25-year-old on a Discord server the one who makes this decision? Right? It's insane.
No,
we have a justice
system.
system.
Like, you should go to the justice system.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is that some people are silly and they go to Twitter to air their grievances. And all I'm saying to you is that even if they haven't gone to the justice system and they haven't presented that evidence to the police, or maybe they have and it's been thrown out, but if you knew that somebody had done something terrible, like if you knew someone did something to Priscilla and she came up to you and said, this happened to me and this person's coming to the tournament, I feel like it should be an easy call for you. You don't have to, you can call the police, obviously, that's fine to do. I'm not against that. But when they show up, you don't have to let them in until the police get there.
Yeah, look, I guess if you want me to say, sure, there are some legitimate reasons to ban somebody. It is possible. I'll admit it. There are going to be some legitimate reasons. The problem is 99% of them are not legitimate. And it's based off of false accusations, or it's based off of a political, somebody said something transphobic, so they get banned, right? I'm so worried about saying, yeah, somebody could be banned, and now you're just opening the floodgates again for everybody to get banned. There's hundreds of people. Like, I have a list. I have a CSV file I could send you.
Yeah, I don't not believe you. I believe that a lot of people have been banned unfairly. I think my problem with the melee community, and it's like what has been exhibited in this conversation and what we had with Schmeep, is that there's a lot of tribalism, and it's very hard to have a conversation because if you say something like you're saying now, you feel like you're going to give them an inch. And when we were talking to Schmeep and we were asking Schmeep questions, he or she, sorry, I don't know what the pronouns are, but they were saying that they don't want to say this or that because the other side might be listening. It's like, you can't have conversations. This whole scene is cooked if it's going to be like this.
Yeah, or like you see with technicals where people say they agree with something technicals says, but they can't bear to agree with technicals himself.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's just like, maybe sometimes they're right and maybe sometimes you guys are right. So maybe if you are open to having conversations with each other, maybe there'll be middle ground one day.
The right answer is to just, I mean, if you want me to bear the moral responsibility, like let's say we just undo all the bans right now across the entire scene, I'd be willing to bear the moral responsibility of whatever bad thing happens when we undo bans. I'll take on that responsibility. Let's just undo every single ban. If somebody gets sexually assaulted, it's my fault. Because I'm pretty confident what's going to happen if we undo the bans is nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen. because most of it is just, it's based off of this crazy, it's not even a justice system. It's just Twitter. It's like whatever Twitter post gets 150 likes is now the justice system. Whatever Reddit post gets upvoted to the top of the page is now it's like the immortal truth of what occurred.
So I do agree that the court of Twitter should not be the judge of who is and isn't banned. But what if there was a board that looked over cases, and it was a board of people that you respect and trust to be as neutral as possible?
I don't know who those people would be. Am I against a board that would judge ban cases? No, not against it. But it's going to get politically captured, just like the entire scene is. So why would I support that? The second I say something transphobic, it's over. Like, my fundamental stance here is that transphobes are allowed to play Melee. The people that they're calling transphobic are allowed to attend events. That's why I said the thing I said in 2021. I'm allowed to say that trans women are not women and also attend Melee events. That's a right that I should have.
Okay, can I ask you a question then, Matt?
Sure.
When we had Smeep on here earlier, Smeep was saying that you saying that trans women are men means that you might potentially cause them harm. So just to entertain that talking point,
Yeah.
do you trans people, do you want to cause trans people harm?
No, obviously not. Obviously not.
Okay, so
I think that's
I
obvious.
can agree on you. I can agree with you on that. Like, I think having a belief about something, because religious people have all sorts of beliefs, and if you're conservative or lefty, I don't think it's hateful necessarily to have that belief. And I know plenty of people that think that way that don't hate them. So for that reason, like, I wouldn't ban you. That I can agree with you on. But I think my problem with the Smash scene is that it feels like both sides have become so radical that there can never be a middle ground, because not either side is not willing to budge. Like, you guys are pushing, going as far as you can with posting whatever stuff you can think of on the Discord, and they're just banning everybody. And like what you're saying of just unban everyone, I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should probably look at it on a case-by-case basis and see what happened. And maybe this guy actually touched someone inappropriate at a tournament. They should be banned. But maybe you said something on Twitter that isn't actually harmful. You shouldn't be banned. I don't think a sweeping unban is the answer.
Well, you just said that just from screenshots in an Anarchy server that you would ban some of those people. Just from screenshots.
I didn't say that. I said that I didn't make the video because of the screenshots. I had no idea if you guys really said it. Then you confirmed, and we were talking about the beheading stuff, and I said, "Yeah, of course, that's mad." What you posted?
So you would ban somebody that shares a Gore video.
Yeah, someone's being tortured, and you guys are laughing at them having their heads hacked off, and that's your style of humor. I don't know you personally. I would feel some type of way about you being in the same venue as other people.
I mean,
there's nothing funny about someone having their head chopped off. There's no humor in that.
We're talking about, nobody laughs at it like that. We're not like, haha, human suffering, ha ha ha. That's not what goes on. It's more like an attempt to gross out your friends with a disgusting looking meme or a GIF or something. Like the one screenshot that went the most popular was this one where there's a dolphin that bites a fish in half. You've probably seen this video before. I mean, I almost don't even want to say it out loud. I don't know which viewers. Cover your ears for a second, because I'm about to describe what happens. But it's a dolphin that bites a fish in half and then fucks half of the fish, right? It's like a necrophilic animal GIF, right? You post it to gross out your friends. It's nasty. It's a nasty GIF. Am I saying, wow, I support that this dolphin is doing this? Am I saying humans should do this kind of thing? No, I'm not saying any of that stuff, right? I'm not supporting any violence or any of this stuff. Like, it's crazy that, like, you can't look at something. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore here, honestly. So I'm getting off the rails.
I understand where Matt is coming from. I disagree with him. I especially am sensitive to gore. I don't even like to watch gory movies, even when it's fake. So if I knew someone was sharing gore in a chat, I think I would ask them to stop, but not necessarily ban them at first. But I do understand, you also have to look at it from the perspective of, there are other people that don't know you personally. How are they going to perceive what you're doing?
That's fine. We just won't be friends. That's the whole answer here. Don't ban me from the tournament, but when I show up to the tournament, don't kick me out. We don't have to be friends. That's like the final conclusion of the stuff. If you don't like my sense of humor, fine. Oh no!
But I think that you're sort of like seeing it all as like you're painting it with one brush. And the animal thing,
I
I
think you
follow a
are.
page on Instagram called Nature is Metal, and they post fucked up things on there of animals
Yeah.
all the time. I wouldn't ban you for that. Okay, I do think that particular thing you described is fucking weird. I would even ask where you found that, but fine.
It's a famous
But
video, but yeah.
I'm being very specific in my examples. Just because you guys said that you will push it as far as it needs to go to flex your freedoms, I have my own lines. I'm not telling anybody else to think the way I think or believe the things that I believe, but I have my own lines, and I'm just letting you know where my lines are. I understand that you might not be a bad person, and you guys are just trying to push the envelope. But like Priscilla's saying, I don't know you guys, and you're coming to a public setting with other people, and my line is obviously pedophilia and I guess chopping people's heads off or torturing people. Like
Yeah, but do you think that I'm actually at risk of chopping somebody's head off at a melee event?
Matt, I don't know you.
Okay, okay.
I don't know you. I have no idea who you are. I have no
look,
clue. You're a
I'm
stranger on
30
the internet. There's crazy people on the internet.
I'm 32 years old. I have no criminal record. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to show you as proof. I have an employment history. You know, I have friends. I have references. I'm not a bad person. I've never hurt anybody. I've never assaulted anybody.
I would like to recommend someone. Someone said that you're using your sense of humor to as a shield, and I think sometimes the left uses art as a shield. They'll say, well, it's just art, even though it's maybe pedophilic or, you know, pushing boundaries that really don't need to be pushed. And they'll say it's in the name of art. I think we need to be careful not to do that with art or with a sense of humor. You know, there are limits to what you should be sharing publicly, and minors might see it.
I mean, that's so.
Yeah,
wait,
that's a good point.
it's so I should just be careful of what I'm saying. You know, that's really what you're saying. Just be careful what you say online, which I think I can agree with. Sure. But also, what's funny is that this Discord server, the only reason you guys even saw these screenshots is because people are trying to get me in trouble. Right?
Well, I mean, that's the whole reason that most YouTubers do videos, because people are trying to get other people in trouble.
Yeah, so that's the fucked up part. Stop doing that.
No, some people deserve to get called out.
Yeah, like people that post videos of dolphin necrophilia, right? Those are terrible people. You look at the chat, people are saying that I'm a serial people are saying that I'm a serial killer waiting to happen or something. Like, that's insane. I'm not a serial killer. I guess we'll find out. I got another
good job of like painting yourself. I'm joking. Like, I don't know you personally, but
yeah,
I just think you need to understand that like perception, that your perception is going to be the people that have never seen you, that, and that's their only thing that they've seen about you. They're going to look sideways.
Well, they're the ones that are getting their information from basically just like scandal Twitter and scandal YouTubers and like DramaTube, right? It's people that are trying to make me look bad on purpose.
Well, let me ask you this. What if there was a code of conduct, and part of the code of conduct said that you cannot share graphic content anywhere in the space of a Smash forum, whether that's Discord, Twitter, a Facebook group, blah blah blah, and then you proceeded to do that? Do you think that's ban-worthy?
Should there be a rule that you're not allowed to post graphic content in a Smash Discord or something like that?
Yeah. So
I would say just make it 18 plus, whatever the Discord server is. Make it 18 plus, or in the case of the Anarchy server, you got to understand that there was definitely a theme of get in there and go crazy. Like the meme at the time was like the energy of that server was post the craziest shit you can think of. Like it was anarchy. I wasn't the only one doing this stuff. Right?
Was there no consideration that there might be minors in there?
It didn't occur to me, honestly. So
fair enough.
But I mean, it's the same thing on Twitter. If you can be a minor and sign up for Twitter, right? Am I not supposed to post graphic content on Twitter because there's a minor on there, right? Like I don't know what the rules are on Twitter, but
so this can circle back to the conversation about what you wear to Smash tournaments. Legally, you can wear what you want, barring pornographic or violent graphic images. Legally, you can wear what you want to a tournament. That being said, we need to have personal responsibility over ourselves not to be doing those things.
Sure.
I think it's really important that we're conducting ourselves appropriately around minors, especially not to give anyone fuel to use it against you, to ban you for another reason.
Yeah, so to me, that's just a problem with the justice system that controls the scene right now. I mean, all of this is just because I disagree with the system that runs the scene. I keep saying this. I'm done saying transphobic stuff the second the bans for transphobia end. You'll never even hear me talk about the trans subject ever again the second that the bans for transphobia stop. The reason that I'm posting transphobic words on the internet is because people are getting banned for it, and it's my way of protesting all this stuff.
But do you think that method's going to work?
Yeah, I think it's going to work in the end. I think the bans are going to end at some point, and through enough conversations like this. It's wrong. Like you said, we need to do the right thing. The right thing.
Don't you think just having convo with them would, like, if you had a trans person on here that disagreed with you, rather than just being transphobic, why don't you just have a conversation with them and try to find middle ground?
That would be great, but the problem is that me telling my truth is transphobic. Saying things that I believe to be true is transphobic by their definition of the word. I'm using their definition here. Me saying trans women are not women, even though that's just an opinion that you can disagree with, is transphobic.
Do you think that there's any way that you can approach the conversation that, because obviously there's multiple ways you can talk to somebody and try to get through to them. Is there any way that you can approach the conversation differently to try and bridge a gap?
I would say stop banning people. That's how I would approach it. I'd say, hey, please don't ban people.
Yeah, but they're banning people because they think something. So I'm saying, like, to bridge that gap, is there no way that you guys can approach them, or they approach you without them shitting all over your beliefs and you shitting all over them, or how they would perceive you to be shitting all over them?
Well, right now they're the ones that hold all the power, obviously. You're talking about how this is a teams thing. They're the ones in control. I'm in the minority here. In the melee scene, at least.
I do think at this point things have become so polarized that there is no conversation that can be had where people are going to find a middle ground and compromise.
I mean, I have a middle ground. I keep suggesting it. Stop banning people. That's the middle ground. When a trans person shows up, they don't have to be friends with me. That's fine. We don't have to talk. I won't misgender anybody. I attended a turn. I wrote about this on Twitter already. I attended an event in Orange County every single Thursday for a year. There were trans women who attended that event. I played Melee with them. Nothing bad happened to them. They were fine. I was fine. There was no issues. So what's the problem here? The problem is that a leftist political ideology controls the scene and kicks everybody out, and it's fucked up, and I'm tired of it. It literally killed Hacks. The Melee justice system ended Hacks' life. The Melee scene lost a valuable contributor to Melee because of the system that runs Melee right now. You talk about doing the right thing. A guy died. A man died from this. How is that not fucked up? Why are we not protesting that? Why does it matter what I say?
We have protested it. I'm just trying to I'm trying to see if there's. You don't necessarily have to speak to Smash TOs because they won't speak to anyone anyway. But there's people on the ground that probably are willing to speak to you and have a conversation. And if there's enough people from both sides that can find common ground, then maybe that can bridge some change, because that's the only way. If the Smash TOs have closed themselves out completely and they're not willing to listen, the only way for there to be any real change is the same way where people go against their governments, where they all rally together. And I don't think you guys, you saying I'll stop saying it when you guys undo the bans, it's not really going to help, because the people that are on the ground watching this all happen are going to continue to stand against you because you're continuously using inflammatory language.
Well, I can tell you that my real answer here is that I'm just going to host my own event in Southern California that doesn't do any bans. That's really the most realistic steps that I personally can take. So
not even EDP.
I guess when EDP shows up, I will have a difficult conversation that day, But the rule will be no bans, no matter what. So, and I don't think I'll ever be put in an actual position like that, because it never actually happens. Or it's
We do need to get some other people in here. I don't know. You can stay on if you want, Matt. But there was some super chats on here addressing you. So are you okay for me to read them?
Yeah, let's go.
Vizon, thank you, bro. He said, maybe my group of friends is super boring, but we're not sharing beheading videos, private or not. Matt seems to not understand that weird behavior is weird, and he's making a case against himself.
I mean, I don't think that I'm a serial killer. I don't think any of my friends are serial killers or secretly serial killers. I don't think that's the point. None of us are like secretly urging to murder people. Like the reason these things get shared is not because we enjoy violence in some sick, twisted way. Like, I don't know what you guys think about comedy or what you think about people like Dave Chappelle or Louis C.K. I always bring these guys up because to me, the funniest things are the edgiest things. Like, I know that this is chat's roasting me a lot. I don't like reading this chat right now, but
You gotta pick a skin, man.
yeah. But like, you know, I hesitate to say this because this is what everybody would say. I'm a nice guy. People don't have a problem with me in real life.
Say that.
I mean, yeah, but like in real life at Melee tournaments, people don't tend to have any issues with me, right? Like, I'm a normal person. I haven't hurt anybody. I don't assault people. I don't murder people. I'm not a sexual assaulter. I'm not a pedophile. I haven't done any of this stuff. I'm 32, right? Like, maybe let's wait another 50 years and let's see if I'm lying. Maybe when I'm 80 years old on my deathbed, I can finally be like, look, I made it my whole life without doing any evil. But so far, I haven't done anything evil. And it's crazy that you guys think that you can look at my group chat and say, yeah, Matt is secretly a serial killer, just waiting to get his chance. Like, that is the fucked up mentality. And that's exactly what drama tubers are trying to like hype up. They try to go like, oh, look at this guy who's secretly doing this evil shit. And like, you know, Technicals does the same thing where they take, I mean, you guys already know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, no one. I have not done that, just to be clear. And when I saw your Discord, I purposefully did not make a video on it because I had no idea what was going on. So I hope you're not lumping me in that.
I don't know any of your videos, honestly. I think about you and Technicals as like the same cloud of like drama. I don't know your channel. I shouldn't have, you know, I don't.
Your stuff was sent over to me ages ago. I decided to not make a video on it because I was not in your Discord. It could have been photoshopped, and I said that it wouldn't be fair to do that to people if I don't know for certain. So, there's plenty of things that get sent to me every day that I could quit my jobs probably and just make videos about the Smash scene. My inbox is flooded with bullshit, but I don't know all of it for certain, so I don't make videos on all of it.
Tech is a transphobe. He should get banned. I don't know if that's serious or a troll. I don't know your chat well enough to know what's going on here.
Also, yeah, things get pulled out of context so easily. Nobody is sharing Gore videos on the Anarchy chat. At least a beheading video. A beheading video was never shared on that whole chat, as far as I know.
Also, read this. I just appreciate this video and podcast for existing. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jakester.
Urban Boy, thank you for the $10. Sorry, Matt. I'm just gonna quickly just read out these last two.
You guys gotta understand.
Stud, dude.
I don't want to say that. I don't know what that means, and I'm not gonna say it. So I have a feeling that that's a trap.
Well, I have 5 more minutes. So, did you cover all of the questions you wanted to cover in your original?
Yeah, there was one person that just wants to quickly ask you a question just before you go. So I'm just gonna bring them in quick, but just bear in mind, guys, she has 5 minutes, so we gotta make this real quick. I've got a couple of people in the queue, so I'm sorry to the people that are waiting to speak to Priscilla. But Ramsor, can you see us, bro?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, guys? Mike, it's good to see you, brother. Appreciate everything you do. Port, what's up, dude?
Hi.
Good to see y'all. Actually, Port actually has a limited time, so fair enough. I was gonna pick your brain about the bleach patch, but that's for another time. You, Mike. Yeah, I mean, I've had bad experiences with Smash too, but I think to like keep it precise, I'll start with a comment and then a question. And the comment is that so let's take Matt for example, and Manalord, who you've interviewed, right? Okay, so we're kind of seeing like, because at the end of the day, I'm a capitalist, and I see the sort of like, well, I'm just going to start my own scene. I'm going to do my own thing, right? It's kind of like what we saw with Bitcoin. It's like, okay, I'm going to make my own money, right? I think when people finally get fed up with stuff, the free market really does take over, and it's like, I'm going to do my own thing, right? And we see that in like the polarizing world of politics, and we're now seeing that in gaming where people are getting banned over the tiniest little shit. So I guess like to break that down into a question, It's like, okay, Mike, you're in the FGC, so you like get this kind of stuff. I would say that Street Fighter, KOF, and like I guess Mortal Kombat don't really have a problem with this kind of stuff. The sort of like we're gonna ban you for political shit. Those like older games. I'm in Street Fighter. I don't really see a problem with that. But once you get into like,
we don't have a problem with it.
Yeah,
I was in the arcades with trans people, with gay people. We all had our own beliefs. We all got our own shit.
Yeah, no. I mean, like we don't like in Street Fighter, and you know we don't really care, especially like SNK too. It's I guess this guy's the like comes with being older games, right? Because Smash is obviously like a game that it does kind of like cater towards the younger crowd, and the younger crowd tends to be more left leaning and whatnot. But I guess like to bring it to like the question, I guess it's like, okay, you get to anime fighters, you get a little bit more in the kind of like lefty, kind of wokey, I guess if you want to call it that, and then you get to Smash, which is just a shit show. And I guess like and here's the question is, do you think this will be a sort of like Chud wins again, nothing ever happens? Like, or do you think it'll be a like unstoppable force meets an immovable object of like the sort of like we're gonna ban you for anything kind of wokey crowd here, and this sort of like sort of Francisco Franco reactionary movement to it of like kind of far right shit that is going to collide into some sort of gnarly drama explosion? Or do you think it'll just fizzle out and nothing ever happens and everybody goes back to normal? That's essentially the long-winded question for both of you guys.
I'll answer first because I gotta go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll hop off and you guys can keep talking.
Yeah.
I can see the alternative scene picking up a lot of traction, and if someone with money, which there's been rumors of that coming in and really putting some power behind it, I guess having these two competing scenes, I think you will run into issues once you have to start dealing with licenses, streaming services,
where the real power is.
Yeah, and it would depend on how they feel about the situation and if they're willing to platform.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
I think the alt scene's going to win. So
interesting. Mike, what do you think? You think nothing burger, or do you think an unstoppable force meets an immovable object of alternative scenes versus the main scenes?
I think that if what Priscilla is saying is true, there might be people coming in with money and sponsors. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are probably shocked at what might happen, because I do think the culture is changing a bit, and I think that
I agree.
People from the band scene might be given some leeway by these sponsors and these people with money, but I think a lot of them will probably be shocked at the fact they'll be pushed out. I think if some of their stuff gets leaked, or some of these conversations where they're pushing things comes out, then they're probably not going to be on the winning side of it. And I think the same goes for the mainstream side, where they're just threatening technicals with violence or other people they don't like. I think both sides are going to get cooked, and I think out of it they'll at some point, I think Smash will get to a point where this shit isn't happening as much, but it's going to take a lot of people that are currently in the scene to just go away, because I think both sides have lost the plot. I think they've both gone way too left and way too right, and it's very difficult to have conversations with people without them feeling like they need to not say something to give somebody else points.
Can I offer of like ever so slight, maybe like comment, maybe it's not even disagreement, a comment. Can you blame the quote unquote like right faction here for like being dissident?
No, I don't blame them for feeling that way, but they're adults at the end of the day, and some of the things that they do, I'm just like, I get why you're mad. I get you were pushed out, but also you're 30 years old. Like, act your age.
You can be mad, but some of the things that the side on the right says, they also take it too far, because they're trying to match the energy of the other side. And I think you need to be, if you want change, you need to be the bigger person.
Yeah, it's rough, man. It's really rough.
And when you're the bigger person, you're going to appeal to the masses. You're going to appeal to the people, ultimately, that you want to appeal to, the people that just want to play the damn game.
I think I can agree with that sentiment, at least. I don't think there's anything I disagree with there.
I think the only thing that I'll add to that, and using me as a bad example because I don't belong to any one scene, so it's not like anyone can really push me out of anywhere. But when I've interacted with the band players, I've been threatened before by people in mainstream Smash and the FGC to not interact with these guys. They never threatened me, but they also kind of said to me, "Don't chat to these leftists or whatever." And both sides were kind of trying to cook me. But in my mind, I was like, I'm not gonna move my morals and what I believe for either of these people. I don't care how many of them try to come at me, try to cancel me. A couple of them were saying, when you get cancelled, don't come crying to us. And then the other side was saying, you better stop talking to those guys or we're gonna cancel you. And I told both sides, go fuck yourself.
Wild.
I don't want to hear from none of you. You can't push me in either direction. It's not gonna happen.
Well, Mike, do you attend tournaments?
I used to compete.
No. Like now, are you an active? So you're not an active member. You don't go to locals or anything.
No, I go to Versus Fire once a year, but I didn't even go this year.
Yeah, it's just like I cut a lot of slack to the people that still are in the competitive scene and aren't a part of this sort of what's the word I'm looking for? I know woke is such an overused word, but it's the only one that works. And it's just like there are people that meet, and I'm not, I try and stay as neutral as possible, but it's like I clearly have a side, and there are people that message me and they'll be like, dude, and people, I'm sure people message you too, Mike, and be like, hey, thanks for speaking out against this kind of stuff. It's
all
like,
the time.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really like nice seeing people, actually speak out against stuff. Matt, you had something to say?
I was going to say my guess is that it's about 10 to 15% of the scene that's actually pushing for bans, and then there's a silent, maybe 60, 70, 80% majority that just kind of keeps their head down, and then there's a very, very vocal super minority that I'm in now, this alt scene, that's like 0.1%. So it's kind of 0.1% versus like 10%, while like 80%
maybe
of people
in the Smash scene. Maybe
yeah,
that's
Melee's the only thing I pay attention to. I don't know anything else about.
Yeah, I was say Street Fighter and KOF, they're fine.
I'll say the majority of the messages I get from people that are supportive are from people on the left, liberals, or people that are pretty neutral that just say, "Thanks for speaking out about this." I feel like.
Oh, really? People in the mainstream side? Interesting.
Yeah, well, they say that they feel like they can't say anything. And they agree that things have gone too far, and they appreciate that someone is speaking up. Very rarely do I actually find a person that is like, "Yeah, I'm a hardcore right winger, and we're speaking up." That's not what's happening here. And like I said earlier, I think the mainstream is trying to keep over and over beating this horse that this is a left versus right issue. This is not a left versus right issue. This is a authoritarian woke group of people versus everybody else.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. It is easy to kind of accidentally kind of move it into the whole like political left-wing, right-wing thing just because everyone on the more authoritarian movement are clearly more left-wing, obviously. So it's kind of easy to sort of demarcate it into that.
Yeah, anyone even
sure,
one digit to the right of me is a Nazi. Is how they do it.
Yeah, everyone to the right of Stalin is a Nazi. Yeah, Mike, you're a Nazi. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, apparently. Well, the thing with me is that like because I kind of let anybody on here, I get attacked from both sides quite often.
Yeah,
but I do get compliments from both sides as well. Like, thank you for letting me be on. So I'm just like, I've learned that as if I don't peddle one narrative, one side will hate me. As soon as I go over to the other side and entertain their talking points, they'll hate me. So I'm just I don't really care. Like I know that I'm trying to foster a community of people that have common sense and are open to conversation without having to always agree with me. So I'm not too concerned. But I will say that I will go back to competing if a game comes out that I really enjoy. I almost went back.
There's nothing right now that you're into.
There's nothing that I want to. I play Bleach Rebirth of Souls, and that
brother,
is tiny.
I met you through Bleach. Me and DT co-run the biggest PC server for that PC Discord server for that game. They have PC tournaments. You're EU though, so. Giant
Dino Boy makes a good point. That when you get banned, it's not just you can't play video games; it's your social circle is cut off.
Matt, can I? Because I've experienced bans from Smash and from particular regions of Street Fighter, and I can add to that. So, for me, especially getting older, because I just turned the big 3-0, it is a lot easier, at least for me personally, to be like, okay, if these people are like going this hard with the cancel, then like they were never really my friends in the first place. Because I've had people
Yeah.
that are like, no, dude, what's happening to you is dumb. Like, I'm on your side. Like when something happened to me, and I don't want to get too deep into it because I just got a sponsorship and I'm trying not to rustle any feathers, but something did sort of happen to me a couple years ago, and it was a cancellation attempt. And the guys in one of my old scenes, the guy that ran the arcade and one of the TOs went to bat for me. They went to fucking bat for me. And I was able to avoid a pretty mass cancellation. In fact, something incredibly recently happened to me that I forgot about that it will also remain nameless, where someone took a screenshot on CFN out of context and it made it look really bad. And I had someone from the biggest Street Fighter Discord, who will remain nameless because he's a top level player, message me and be like, dude, like, I need you to like give me the original context of what you said so I can help you, because there are people talking about this behind the scenes, and I got you, bro. Like, so you'll find, I guess, again, the point of that is, and I had a bunch of people come out and be like, hey, dude, Ramstar's not like this, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. And I avoided a second cancellation. But the point is that I'm trying to make to you mad is that, like, yes, it does suck because there are people that you thought were your friends that you'll lose, but, like, the real ones will stick with you. Because I've seen it happen to me twice. Yeah. The real ones will stick with you. I've literally had it happen.
Can I quote Dr. Seuss? He has a quote. He says, "Be who you are and say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter, and those who don't mind matter."
Except when they get to control your attendance to Smash Bros. Events. So
yeah, no, I'm with you there, Matt. It does suck.
I'm just kidding.
It does suck when your favorite hobby is taken away from you. I get it, man. It sucks.
Yes,
it sucks.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
I had a weekly social ritual taken away from me.
Yeah, it sucks. I get that, but like,
my rights were taken. My rights.
I don't necessarily know if your rights were taken away. You still have your constitutional rights for now.
I don't have the right to assemble at that one particular place on Thursday night.
Well, sure, and I do not mean to sound like a lolbert, but like, you know, it is kind of like, you know, freedom of association, right? Like, I'm not agreeing with it. They obviously shouldn't ban you, or I don't know what you did. Maybe you did something bannable. I don't know. Maybe you didn't.
No,
knowing the Smash community, you probably didn't.
There's this big thing that even Mike keeps saying it. There's a big difference between do and say.
Sure.
Right? You guys keep talking about what did the right wings do? What did the right wingers do? All they did is say things. Right? If you look at Shiz and Rookie
Not
and
all
Mech,
of them. I mean, there are some people that have been accused of sexual misconduct that have been banned.
But those aren't like the quote unquote right wingers that we're talking about. You know, like somebody like Mech, all that Mech did was tweet something, and then people will be like, "Oh, he did disgusting things." It's like, no, what he did is hit enter on a tweet. You know,
like,
I'll just ask, like, so you were ostracized from your social circle as well?
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on how you define social circle. I think, you know, what Priscilla was just saying is true. I did see that happen. The fake friends ghosted me, and the real ones stuck by me.
For all intents and purposes, yes, you lost a social circle.
There was this weird thing that happened because I was banned in 2021, and then temporarily I was, I guess, put on probation for 2024. So I was allowed to attend this event again, and I'd be there in real life, like in person, and I'd meet new people that I'd never met before, but they knew me already. Like, my reputation as the transphobe preceded me.
Yeah. Well, I had that happen to me at one time, and I had to tell people, like, dude, come talk to me. Like, come talk to me IRL. Like, actually speak to me. And they're like, oh, he's actually a cool guy.
It sucks when you go to shake somebody's hand and you can tell that they don't, like, there's like this layer that they don't want to cross because they know if they become friends with me that they're going to get in trouble. Like, they won't even start to become my friend now.
And that sucks. I've been there. It sucks, but
I'm a firm believer that you shouldn't base your opinion on someone else's opinion. Get to know people for yourself. Some of the kindest people I've met had rumors about them being awful people, and some of the most horrible people I know have reputations of being wonderful, nice people. So if someone isn't capable of doing that, they're not your friend. They were never your friend, and you aren't losing much.
I guess I watched, like, I've said this before, when Hacks attempted suicide, it was like predictable. I was like, of course he tried to kill himself.
Yeah, it's awful,
That-
man.
And
It's
and
awful.
you can look at other cases, these other banned cases, similar things happen. It's not just, oh no, I don't get to play a video game anymore. It's like you get depression and suicidal thoughts is
Look
not
at-
surprising.
Yeah,
You get rejected from a community, and these people are cruel. Like what I always say is that what they think that are allowed to attend events, that trans people are just going to become sad and kill themselves. Like if I'm allowed to attend events and invalidate people, that there's going to be like the social the social thing that happens to trans people. That's what they inflict onto me, people like me. What they think is going to happen to trans people is what they inflict onto band players. I've said that before somewhere.
Well, yeah, that happens a lot. People be like, "Oh, if you don't do this thing, then someone's going to kill themselves," and it's like that's not like that you can't put that on someone, right?
Kenjamin Masters, I'm sure you're cool, but I don't understand your extreme view. My extreme view is that somebody with testicles is not a woman. That's my extreme view. That people that have balls don't menstruate. People that have balls don't get pregnant. That's extreme. I know I'm transphobic, but I'm going to keep saying it because it's true. So,
Mike, I just bring this up the rabbit hole because I know Port has to go. Do you think it'll fizzle out this whole collide, or do you think something will happen? Either nothing ever happens or something happens. Who wins, Chud Jack or no one?
I don't. I think both sides are too radicalized for any good to come from it. I think that something bad is going to happen.
Ah, okay. So your team, something will happen.
Something will happen because both sides have become so radical. They can't have an honest conversation with each other. And when those sort of things happen, especially in America, the way things are now, I can only see something bad happening. I don't think anything good is going to happen. I would have thought that given what happened earlier this year, they would have...
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
Ignore that.
That's good.
Chihuahua.
Shit, I lost my train of thought.
Well, I was gonna say the way to prevent.
I can get Mike back on his train of thought.
We can also prevent something bad from happening by just stopping the bans. It's so simple. Stop banning people. You have to meet them halfway, I guess, because if they feel a certain type of way about something, then what are you willing to do to like bridge that gap? Well, you call us both extremists. I think the ones that want to ban everybody for saying that women are not men, those are the extremists. I'm not an extremist.
TOs. I'm talking about people that attend Smash tournaments, like Priscilla was talking about, with like people that are more left-leaning. Maybe they don't like the way that you talk.
Yeah, they got to grow up. They got to stop being babies and realize that they can't stop right-wingers from existing in their spaces. Grow the fuck up.
I'm not telling you. Wait, hold on. I'm not telling you to abandon your beliefs. I'm saying that if there is a problem in the community, as adults, there has to be a way for us to find middle ground. And you're saying one thing, they're saying the other thing. We're not making any headway here. Can no concessions be made so that a bridge can be gapped?
I would say unban everybody that's banned for transphobia.
Well, that's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. He asked, is there a way to like come to the talking, like the table of discussion with mainstream? That's what he asked. Like, is it possible to even? Let me rephrase the question in a better way. Is it possible to even have this kind of discussion with the people that are like part of the whole ban crusade? It's a genuine question.
We could play Melee together.
That is not going to solve anything.
Are you sure? Why would it not?
They don't want to play with you. That's the problem, and we're trying to bridge a gap here. Like
okay, so that's on them. I want to play with them. I'm sitting here at a chair with an open seat next to me, saying, "Hey, let's play Melee together." Right?
Yeah, but
they're the ones that
they don't want to play the game with someone they don't like. And what I'm saying to you is that even if you're not a bad guy, even if you're not actually in the wrong, that's how they feel. So the adult response is, let's play Melee. Come on, man.
Yeah, grow up and learn how to exist in a space with people that disagree with you. You can't control the universe like that.
No,
Matt, they want to control
you're not understanding what I'm saying.
They are the extremists. They are the extremists.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. It's not about them growing up. I'm not even saying they're necessarily in the right. I'm saying that there's a problem, and both sides are not listening to each other. So constantly repeating the same thing over and over again is not going to fix the issue, is it?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have to go. Thank you for having me on. Thank you to everyone that joined in chat. And even voice. I would like to say thank you to Matt for being someone that I can disagree with, and
Yep.
I know you're not going to attack me physically or to try to get me canceled or do any harm to me, even though we disagree on things. I appreciate that about you. Thank you to having a place where everyone can share their opinions, whether you like them or not. I think that is so important, especially to build bridges. I think the most important thing we can do is try to build bridges, although I do kind of agree with Mike that either it's a lost cause or something bad might happen before anything changes. So thank you, everybody. Goodbye. Have a
Thanks.
good
Later, Port.
Thanks for being on, Priscilla.
enjoy the rest of your discussion.
Thank you. See you later.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of bridge could be built other than letting me play Melee. Like, I don't know what else would fix it.
I guess I'll just like ask one more thing and then I got to go too. But like, first to Matt, because he's like less neutral than me and Mike are. Do you think so? There are a lot of people. Let's take the modern political world as an example, and then we can form the question. So the modern political world, where the left and the right cannot even agree on like basic core fundamentals of reality currently. Do you think in that same way in Smash, and I guess Anime Fighters too, to an extent, because they're kind of bad as well, especially Guilty Gear. But in Smash, do you think it's kind of the same thing where the divide is so far apart that we can't even it's not even that, oh, we need to come to common ground so we can discuss. It's like we both don't even agree about the common ground that exists, so we can't even talk. Are you that like in that mindset of like it's so the divide is so far that we can't even talk? Or is it like, hey, we can and we can? Or just is it which one where
No,
you
I
at?
don't. I think we're all humans. We can get along. We can figure this out.
So the conversations can happen. That's essentially the simple. Okay,
it's just a Melee tournament. We can figure it out. And I have this other take. Let's say in a magical world, I had a wand where I could remove bans. If I can make it so that you actually physically cannot ban people, I think that we would actually figure out how to play and get along. Trans people and Trump voters would actually figure it out if they weren't given the option to kick each other out. So the ban is the problem.
Are Trump supporters kicking people out en masse?
No, they're not. I'm just saying that like pick your stereotypical right winger, Christian Trump supporter, whatever, transphobe, and a trans person, right? Those two people would figure out how to get along and play Melee together if bans were not an option. If it didn't even exist as a word in our vocabulary.
How does Smash bridge the gap? How does playing video games bridge a gap between two ideologically people?
That's how we know each other to begin with.
The game, right?
It's the game that we agree is fun.
So because me and you both drink water, right? Doesn't mean we should get along.
We should get. What if we had a water meetup where we hang out and drink water together?
Right? We'll be drinking at the same time, but we're taking turns, right? What's that got to do with anything I just said? Because everyone has a commonality with someone else. But ideologically, if they're different, why should that one thing bring them together? That doesn't make any sense.
I think Melee can bridge that gap. It's a fun.
Yeah, and I'm asking how. How?
Well, we would sit next to each other and play Melee together. We would figure out.
I think what Yapinator is trying to press you on is that it's currently that's not able to be like. That's currently not happening currently.
Yeah, but I attend.
No, it's not that it's not happening. How? What's the process? What is the process of me picking Sonic, you picking Mario, and then we're going to get along? How does that work?
Okay, I'm the most transphobic person that's ever lived, right? I have played Melee with trans-identified women, I've played Melee with trans women. We sat next to each other and played a video game for 15 minutes, a set, best of 3. Nothing bad happened. We fist bump, we go good games, and then we go our separate ways. To me, that's a great first step to bridging the gap. We sat physically close to each other and didn't fight each other.
Yeah,
that's
but
you're giving me an example. You're giving me an example. I'm asking about the process. You're doing the quiz with a calculator. Explain the process. How does that work? You said it did, so you should know how it works.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, honestly.
Matt, like, if you don't know somebody's beliefs or whatever, then you don't need to probe them, right? I think like everyone would agree that it's not anyone's concern who you voted for or how they identify. So in that regard, you can sit down and play a game with somebody, and there shouldn't be any problems. I think what I'm getting at is that there is a problem now. In reality, there is a problem, and playing a game is not going to fix that problem because it's gone much deeper than a game. It's not about melee anymore. It's about how people think and how people present themselves. So now that there's a problem, how are we going to fix the problem? I'm not talking about beforehand.
What's the problem?
Well, wouldn't alternative? I'll butt in. Wouldn't alternative communities and just like free market doing its thing be the solution here? Just like how Mana is doing, right? Alternative scenes. You want to go make your own scene? You want to play with your own people? Go ahead and do that. Isn't that
Also,
the answer?
Aren't they the ones making the problem? I'm willing to play melee with anybody. I'm willing to run an event, and anybody on Earth can show up. And no matter how trans or communist you are, how much we disagree with each other, I'm willing to play melee together. They're the ones creating the problem. You keep saying we're both extremists.
Wait. Are you willing to play with a known pedophile?
Oh, how does that? Wait.
God damn it. Okay, no pedophile is in jail. I can't play melee with pedophiles because they've
come out on release. Would you play with them? Just out of curiosity.
Why does it always go to what about the pedophiles?
Because you know why? Because you keep saying you'll play with anyone, and I want to test your statement. Would you play with anyone? So I'm going to pick something that is extreme to see if you beat anyone.
Man, would I play melee with somebody who's like for sure evil? Is that the question?
No,
you can twist it to that if you want. I said the pedophile, but if you don't want to say that, then that's fine.
No, I just, I've already explained this stance. I don't know if you were here earlier. I'm just. So what are we talking about here?
Okay,
Honestly.
You said I will play X game with anyone, and I am testing the anyone statement by presenting a hypothetical person and seeing if you'd play with them. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I suppose I would be fine with it. Sure. Why would I not?
Okay. Cool. All right, then I'm just willing to see.
It's a melee tournament. The idea behind a melee tournament is to just play melee and discover who's the best at melee. I don't have to morally agree with anybody. Like, if I'm a vegan, I should be able to sit down next to meat eaters and play them in melee, right? Like, whatever.
Fair enough.
And you can say that you have found somebody who is for sure objectively evil. Would you play melee with Jeffrey Dahmer or something, right? It's like, no, I guess I wouldn't. But like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, why is this a question? What we're talking about is people.
Because you said everyone.
Okay, but
your point stands by that you would play with everyone to justify how you say we shouldn't ban anyone. So you are saying that they're extreme, but you're the extreme one. You're saying no one should get banned, and I'm testing that.
What we're really talking about is people who identify as trans women playing melee with people who disagree with the fact that they are women. That to me is the actual.
You're evil.
Okay, yeah. So they're the ones that are creating this issue, not me.
And I'm asking you, how are we going to fix how as a community do we move forward? Because if that's what they have in their mind, and your solution is just play the game, and that's not going to work for them, is there nothing else that we can do as adults to try and fix this other than just sticking to our guns and saying grow up?
Well, the problem is can you have a conversation with somebody that's using different pronouns than the ones you're using? Is that possible?
Yeah, it is possible.
Why would it?
Just use people's names.
Okay,
wait, can I interject on this? There's actually a very simple solution to that. Whether like if you don't want to, like, if you say, Matt, you're a transphobe, right? That's what you said, right?
By their definition, yes.
Okay,
I do not believe trans women are women, so I am transphobic.
Okay. By that definition, why can't you loophole it? Why can't you loophole it and just use the person's name? No pronouns whatsoever. Just use the person's name.
That's what I did for a full year. That's what I've always done.
That's the solution. Because, like, let's say Jimmy transitions to Jamie, but you're like, I don't want to say she, her, whatever you want to do, and just say, hey, Jamie, that was a nice combo, Jamie. Right? Like, it's kind of everybody wins,
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Well, that kind of answers one of their hows.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
like the chat's roasting me for saying I'd play melee with a known pedophile, but I think, I guess, I wish people would understand what I'm trying to say here.
Well,
I personally don't think there's, I think the ideology, like, the full process of I'll play with anyone, I don't think is that crazy. Obviously, when you bring a person into that situation, it's a lot more like, oh, why would you do that for? Like I think the most common answer would be like, it's not that deep. I just won't play Smash with that person. It's like, I don't have to play Smash. There's a million other people I could play with. That's what I would say a normal person would say. But you're so extreme in having to play this game, you would play with anyone. And that's kind of, for me anyway, that's the interesting part. Why?
I'm taking this stance as a way to show that the scene can actually be fine without bans. Like, for example, I am going to run a tournament here in Southern California where there's going to be no bans, right? Everybody's allowed to show up. I think everything's going to be fine. Everything will be totally fine. Nobody's going to get hurt. Trans people will be able to show up if they want and they can play. It'll be okay. And like, that's not an extreme.
For sure. I think it's just start your own thing. Do your own thing. Let market forces do its own. Market forces do its own thing.
That doesn't prove anything, because there's tournaments that have got bans that are fine. So your tournament with no bans would have to be better than the tournaments with bans that have no problems.
Well, the problem is the tournaments with bans are actually not doing fine. The melee scene, if we look at metrics across the scene as a whole, it's on the decline. Like viewership.
Yeah, against what?
That doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means it's kind of on a decline.
Do you think a non-ban tournament would increase in people?
Yes, I think in the long run, if the scene adopted a philosophy of anti-bans, I'm not saying extreme, let in Jeffrey Dahmer, I'm not saying that, but if we adopted a philosophy of let everybody play, even if they're vegan or transphobic or whatever, that we would increase across many metrics like viewership, attendance, all the important things that we care about. Like the skill level of the tournaments would go up because Zion would get to play. Zion's a top 10 melee player.
But that doesn't make sense, because you said that you're the super minority, no? How would the super minority be bigger than the minority? The majority.
There's also a huge chunk of people that I think have sort of stepped away. They sort of soft banned or self banned because they're just not interested in participating in a scene that's so clearly dominated by a vocal group of political leftists. Like,
right, you would still have to be the majority to be more, to increase, to be bigger than the band tournaments. You would have to have more people interested in bands. But from what you're saying, the problem with Smash is the majority are the band people. So why would the people that like bands join a non-band tournament or watch a non-band tournament?
My measure of it is the people in the alt scene are about like 0.1%. There's like hundreds maybe of people in the alt scene. The political leftists that I'm talking about are maybe like 10 to 15% of the scene. There's a vocal minority that tyrannizes the majority. The majority of melee players are just there to play melee and don't pay attention to politics or bans or any of this stuff. So the quote unquote ban free or alt scene would draw in all of those people. And then with this new philosophy where people actually have to treat each other like humans, because let's say a trans person shows up who just hates my guts. Ban is no longer an option for them, right? So now if they see me, they have to figure out how to get along with me, knowing that I'm going to be there today, next week, the week after that. They have to treat me like a person, and I have to treat them like a person, and we'll actually figure out how to get along, I think, in the long run.
Or they won't turn up. That's what happens, right? If you don't ban people, people just won't turn up.
Well, I don't necessarily.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I don't necessarily. I think Matt's just got the correct idea here in terms of look.
No, he doesn't. Don't gaslight him. He's basically saying everything will be fine if everyone has my ideology. That's not a good plan.
I don't think that's a fair representation of his argument. I think
he literally just said that. Did he not just say that? He said if people think like me and we all get along, then there won't be any problems. So everyone has to think like you.
So if I could steelman this position, it would just be, Matt, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the horse's mouth, is that take a very neutral, very libertarian take on it, where it's just host the tournament, no bans, and whoever shows up, shows up. If they don't shows up, okay, then they didn't, and the experiment failed. And if they do, then great. Then the banned players can start coming out more, right? It's just like, it's just free marketism. That's all it is. Like, is that a fair representation of what you're saying, or is that?
You just said the situation. You didn't. Matt's saying more than that. Matt's saying it would be better. He's saying the numbers would increase.
The outcome is what I'm not too interested in the outcome currently.
I think the numbers.
You didn't steal man Matt then. You just said
Okay,
Sorry.
then I didn't steel man him. Then that's my
Can
bad.
I explain why I think the numbers would increase? Because I mean, first of all, we
Wait,
have to
why does that
acknowledge.
matter?
Well, I personally would want Melee to succeed. Like, I would want the scene as a whole to succeed.
Sure, but we're kind of that's off in the weeds, in my opinion. Why not just be like, nail it down there and just be like, okay, I'm going to start a tournament and it's going to be unbanned and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
I feel like disagreeing and debating on whether it's going to succeed or not is kind of just getting off into the weeds and not really productive.
That makes sense. I guess be the change you want to see is kind of my
exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Free market. Like if you live in a local town and the one hardware store is selling hammers for $10 and you're like, wait, I know I can make a hammer and sell it for $5. Well, then make your hammer, sell it for $5 and open your own hardware store. Like,
yeah.
I feel, could be wrong, but I feel someone's done that. Like I think someone that was on Mike's podcast a while ago did that with a Smash tournament.
Yes.
I ran a tournament.
What is it? Oh my God. Mana. Yes.
Yeah.
And Mana's tournaments have been seeing more and more traction.
Okay.
Getting more and more traction.
More and more traction, as in, like, his tournaments are getting bigger and bigger. But compared to a band tournament, are they bigger than that?
No.
Of course not. And I think that brings in ports.
Of course not. That was my point all along. Like, okay, you're never going to get.
I got a buddy messaging me telling me I should say this story because I ran this tournament already in Orange County.
Before you do that, I'm gonna head out.
Tell you, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna head out. I just wanted to like pose that question to Mike. Mike, appreciate you. You good man. I would ask to play some Bleach sometime, but you're in EU, so unfortunately can't.
No, we could play games. I've played Americans before.
Oh yeah. Okay, maybe we'll try it sometime. You're in the PC Discord, but thank you very much for having me. Matt, and please tell me I'm saying your name right. Is it Yapinator?
That is good. Yeah, sorry I came in hot. I came in hot. My bad. You and Matt are both cool. My bad.
Okay, hey, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Anyway, start your own thing and see if your own thing will work. Peace.
Thank you.
No worries,
good talking. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say just a quick story. I did start my own tournament, and I ran it for 1 week back in April. And it went pretty well. There was like 13 entrants, which is pretty small. And that was when it was private, when I was only privately inviting people. And then for the second week, I made it public and I posted it. And they contacted the venue and they got it taken down by posting negative reviews on the venue's Google business site. And so the manager had to cancel the event. So that's, I mean, just an example.
Don't get me wrong. I think it sucks when people get banned for a not reasonable reason.
Like me and hacks and a lot of people.
I'll have to take your word for it because I don't know. I don't really play Smash.
It's Twitter and YouTube. That's all of my crimes are Twitter and YouTube. And I guess now Discord.
I mean, you can do real crimes on Twitter. Because it's in a virtual world doesn't mean it's not a real thing. That's bad.
Another British take we got going here. I didn't post child porn, okay? I posted that trans women are not women. I didn't say anything illegal.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. There's your truth, there's someone else's truth, and there's the truth. I don't know the truth. But again, unless you disagree, can you not cause harm? I'm not saying what you said is harmful, but can you not cause harm on the internet? Are you saying that's not a thing?
Can I not? I guess we'd have to define harm. I don't know what you mean by harm. Can I hurt somebody's
call
feelings?
Call someone to get hurt. Real simple.
Can I hurt somebody's feelings on the internet?
No.
Yes.
No, physically. Can you cause harm by saying something on the internet?
Yeah, see, I think that you got the definition of harm a little twisted up here.
Okay, cool. I've told you my definition and I've asked you the question and you can't answer it. Can you cause harm physically to a person by saying something on the internet?
No.
You don't think you can?
No.
Okay.
I could say literally anything right now to you and you'll be okay. What am I going to do to you right now? I could call you any word in the whole universe. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is your feelings are going to get hurt.
If you think one-dimensional like that, yes, my physical body is not going to get harmed by the text that you write on the screen, obviously. But you do know, like, escalation happens. So you can say something and then it escalates to something else. Or even something simple as doxing someone or de-doxing someone. You can stop their income if they're a streamer and they physically get harmed by things you do on the internet.
Yeah, I haven't done any of that. If anybody's guilty of that, it would be people like the YouTuber in this chat. I mean, I don't know your YouTube. I should stop accusing Mike Hollow of things.
Whoa.
I don't know his
That's
channel,
cool.
but
No,
I
no,
know.
no, it's fine. He just conceded that. He said, no, you can't. And then listened to my explanation and said, yes, you can. So
Well, yeah,
that's
you
fine.
can get somebody fired, I guess. That's a problem.
Right.
But that's not a problem with what I'm doing. That's a problem with the way the system works, I would say. The fact that you can get fired for posting a transphobic tweet is an issue with the employer and with society as a whole.
Yeah,
Well,
that
see,
was-
I
that's
think
Steve-
it's
that's
more
Steve Four's
so
point.
like how they react to it.
Well, if you don't, it's a society. So if you don't want to be a part of the society because you don't like it works, you can go away. No?
I think society should change in this case. Yeah. I think if you're saying things that are true that hurt people's feelings on the internet and then you lose your job because of it, we're talking about like a pretty huge issue here, right? Like this is going to get
really. It's about a video game. It's not that deep.
I mean, yeah, it should just be about a video game, right?
No. I'm saying it's about a video game. The same way you were saying, oh, these people should just grow up and allow these, like, edgy people in the tournament. It can be flipped around that you should grow up and stop playing this particular game. Go get another hobby. How does that not work? Both sides can grow up, could they not?
I don't think
What I don't understand
I'm not sure
about
what you're
this,
saying.
I don't understand about this conversation is that like you've kind of conceded Matt's point because you've admitted that you've kind of conceded C4's point because you kind of admitted that those things can happen, and you keep saying it's a Brit moment, but didn't words on the internet bully hacks?
Yes.
Okay,
But
so
I would say the
words
cause
can-
of the
they
cause
can
of his
cause
death,
harm.
the cause was the ban, the concept of ban to begin with.
Yeah,
His
but it
mo-
was people saying things on the internet that it escalated, like C4 said.
Yeah, but I think he would have been okay if he was allowed to play. If he could have received the shit on the internet and been fine if he was allowed to play tournaments. If he's allowed to attend events.
Yeah,
The
but-
issue is the ban. It's not. What are we talking about?
The ban is an issue, but the bullying that took place was also an issue, and that was done by people typing things on the internet or saying things verbally on voice notes. So what C4 is saying is true. You can cause harm that way.
I think he was harmed by the ban, not by words, but by a ban. So
He was definitely harmed by the words that people said. I mean, they've spoken about it at length
yeah,
now. how
but he
got
would be
bullied.
alive. He would be alive today if not for that ban. So
That's I don't
think
know.
you're
That just seems like a
being
very
dismissive.
his mom said so.
I've spoken to his mom in DMs. They bullied her son.
Yeah, but he'd be alive if the ban never happened.
Yes, but what C4 is saying, I'm not saying the ban was not the biggest contributing factor, but C4 is saying that words on the internet can cause harm, and that is a prime example. I'm not saying that is the primary driving function that caused him for that to happen, but it did cause harm. People bullied him.
So you want me to say that it's bad to bully people?
I don't want you to say whatever you want, but C4's point is it's pretty sound. It sounds like you agree with it. You just don't want to concede the point.
My overall goal is I don't think.
Can you bully somebody to suicide on the internet? I guess is the question. That would be bad.
So I'm using these like extreme situations to try and temper you down because you're saying a lot of like absolutes. And I don't think you're that far away from understanding how people feel when you say, oh, I'm transphobic, like, and then you have the surprise Pikachu face when people are like, I think you're a threat or you're dangerous. That's bizarre to me. But I think you do understand that you yourself may not be a threat because you know that you wouldn't harm someone. But you could call someone maybe fear, maybe not a threat, like a physical threat, but you can make someone feel or even uncomfortable. You can make someone feel uncomfortable because of how brazen you are with your position. Now, I'm not saying you should be banned for that, but you've taken the extreme view that that you shouldn't have any repercussions for being an outlier. And you're coming into a community and saying, you guys should grow up and accept me for who I am, when they're literally asking you to do the same thing to them.
No, I think that the repercussions would be that people aren't friends with you and they treat you badly at tournaments, or they just don't talk to you. You show up to a tournament and nobody talks to you because you're an asshole. That would be the repercussions. That would be like a natural response to somebody saying what you would call harmful words on the internet. What I'm saying is that bans shouldn't happen. Like that's where are we disagreeing here exactly?
That bans should happen. It's not a blanket thing. Like you're pushing for 0 bans, and we're saying that's ridiculous. The same way they're banning too many people, and we might say that's ridiculous. You're saying there should be no bans whatsoever, and some people deserve to be banned.
Yep, that's my point.
Like you're both sides are talking absolutes here. Me and C4
I
kind of
think
saying
I can.
both sides are wrong.
I think what just needs to be changed is what is the definition of like a bannable offense.
I think you've got to look at things on a case-by-case basis. Like
The problem is you got these British guys who think that words on the internet means you should go to jail. I'm not getting over this British thing. You guys throw people in jail for tweets, right? I've seen.
Mike, did you say that? Mike, did you make that rule up?
No,
Did you
I
make that
literally sat here and explained that we in Britain don't agree with that, and he's talking about the government.
I should be able to say things that 99.9% of society disagrees with and still attend melee events. I should be able to be a flat earther and attend melee events, right? Like that's
you can. You just have to make your own ones. What's the problem? Grow up, make your own tournaments.
that was the plan. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. I really don't have
So
a
if
choice.
you can make your own tournament, why are you begging to be in someone else's community? Just make your own.
Okay.
Cool. Podcast over, I guess. If you're not wanted, why would you want to be there? It doesn't make sense. Just make your own one.
Well, I think like 80 to 80, maybe 80 to 90% of people are cool with me there at these events. It's like the small minority of people that are keeping me out. Most people there are cool with me. It's not like, oh my God, everybody hates you. That's like this teenage girl level argument of, oh my God, nobody likes you. It's like, no, that's not true. It's a vocal minority.
I mean, that's life. It's normally about when you go to work, you don't impress your fellow employees. It's about impressing the boss. So yes, if you piss off the boss, you're going to get fired. There's 1 or 2 people that are important in the community that you want to be in. And if you don't impress them, you have to kick rocks. That's just life in general.
All right. Well, right now, the people that are the bosses, the TOs, are not doing it right. And I think we see the results. The
not doing it right
is suffering.
Yeah, but that's your perspective. Everyone else in the scene.
No, it's measurable. Like viewership's dropping. I mean, that's one thing. You just look at like a graph of viewership over the past decade. We're losing viewers. Right? Tournaments have been canceled. Haven't investors been backing away? Haven't influencers been stepping away? Somebody brought up what's his name? David Kimball stepped away. YouTube channels have been stepping away. Like the melee scene used to have like highlight reels, and we had like a lot of like attention and hype back in like 2017, 18, 19. There was like it was on the rise for a long time.
And ironically, I think that's because not some people aren't getting banned. I think that's why people are dropping off.
You think that people are leaving today because because we're not banning people enough?
Certain people, not enough. Certain people.
Are you calling me crazy? What?
I don't think that the bans are. I thought a lot of the bans that I've seen, they don't look justified to me. But also, like you're extremely dismissive, Matt, and you keep on trying to like paint things as a British thing, even though you're well aware of the things that me and C4 are talking about. Do happen on the internet all the time. Like you might come off of this podcast, and you're not going to do it because maybe you've got thick skin. But someone might come up with this podcast and smash. The conventional Smash scene is just cooking them for being here, roasting them, cussing them out, and it's too much for them, and they do something to themselves. But like you're saying, oh, these Brits, man, like words and blah, blah. But you know, words are powerful.
Yeah, getting bullied on the internet hurts. You know, it sucks. It hurts your feelings pretty bad as somebody who's experienced it, right? But the thing that bothers me is getting like, again, I don't know how many different ways I can say this. If this concept of ban didn't exist, we would all be getting along much better. Because it wouldn't be like, what can I do to get Matt kicked out? It would be, what can I do to get along with Matt? I know he's going to be here today and a year from now and 10 years from now. What can I do to figure out how to not suffer? You know, how can we solve this problem without bans? I guess. It's the same question you guys have had.
Without the concept of bans, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have tribalism without bans.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
How do you think human society was made? Do you think that was made by letting everyone do anything they wanted and say anything they wanted? Do you think you'd have your society if you didn't have prisons?
Yeah, but in my society, we have free speech. You don't go to jail for words.
Okay, I'll ask again. Do you think you would have your society if you didn't have prisons and all the criminals were running around doing what they want?
No, some shit is illegal. Theft and murder is illegal. I'm not saying that murder's okay. I'm just saying that it's not the TO's job to be the one to judge whether a murderer should be allowed. That's the judge's job. We have a system that we pay like $1 trillion in taxes for every year that can handle all of these cases already.
Do you know what that system is? Banning people. That's what the system is. It's banning people from society. What do you think prison is? Do you not think prison is banning people from society?
I support prison, so I guess I support that type of bans. What are you saying now?
Well, I think I made it clear. Prison is people that are banned from society. I think that's kind of obvious. Right?
Okay, and I agree with that. That's a good idea.
Yes. So you also like the concept of banning.
No, it's two different things.
No, that's the exact same thing.
No, okay, so if somebody shows up to a tournament and they've done something that violates the rules, that means they should be put in prison, they should be put in prison. I support that. I would be the first one to call the police. I would be the first one.
So it's not a problem with banning that you have the issue with. You keep saying the concept of banning. If this banning thing didn't exist, we would be better. That's what I'm going up against. Now you've isolated banning to a tournament, then I can agree with that. But you can't say, I just think banning's a bad idea. That's the extreme part that me and Mike are talking about. That doesn't make sense. That is silly.
Banning for non-illegal things. Like I think that the rules that we have in society, like the laws, cover all of the things that we need it to cover, right? And we don't need melee TOs who, again, are just a bunch of nerds on a Discord server making these judgments. They have a proven track record of being terrible at making these judgments. If they had a track record of being good at actually banning the people that should be banned, right? We talk about EDP. If there's people that are there to do evil, we should ban them. The problem is that the scene is incapable of doing that. So my solution is, let's offload it to the justice system that we already pay taxes for. It's pretty damn good at banning people, like you said, for committing murder. If you commit murder, you're not going to get away with it.
You know what, Matt? I basically agree with that.
So we're on the same page. We're cool.
There's a slight difference, I think, with tournaments because of the age stuff. Certain things that you wouldn't have in society shouldn't be the exact same rules for a tournament. But for the most part, I agree with you. I do agree with you. That's why I was trying to push you down from the extreme of let's get rid of the concept of banning. What you just said is way more reasonable, and I think a lot more people could get on board with that.
Okay. Cool.
Before the conversation goes on, there are some super chats asking questions. So if you guys don't mind, I'll read them, and then Papa C, if you want to say your piece. Sorry to keep you waiting there so long. No, it's all right. It's cool. Good.
Yeah. People say the craziest shit.
Hold on. Let me read the super chats, and I'll let you guys go. Kenjamin, thank you for the $4.99. You ever think your anti-ban stance ever blinded your morality? Sounds like even if you agree, you can't say because it doesn't fit your stance. I believe that one is to you, Matt.
Yeah, if somebody showed up and I, in my heart, believed that they were there to do something evil and it wasn't illegal, somehow they're there to do something evil that's not illegal already, which I'm not sure even how that happens. I guess we have this crazy case where I know somebody's a pedophile, but the evidence doesn't work in the criminal justice system for whatever reason. So I'm sitting on evidence that's good enough for me to believe it, but not good enough for a judge to believe it. Then in that case, I would have to talk to that person and be like, get out of here. You can't be here. Right. And I guess I would ban them. You guys already know why I'm against saying this stuff. It's because I think that the only reason we're having this conversation is because there's this leftist. I don't even want to say it again. You guys already know. So does that answer the question? Did I answer it?
Yeah, that answers. That's fine. I'll move on. Yeah,
I'm not saying that literally never ban anybody ever. I'm just saying that like the vast majority of these cases, like 99% of them are just not fair. And it's decided by a Twitter justice system. Like the sexual assault cases, the Me Too cases, almost invariably, it's some girl or guy makes a tweet that says, oh my God, person X sexually assaulted me. And then it goes viral. And then that becomes the truth. That's like the incontrovertible truth for years and years and years. And anytime that person's name comes up on Twitter, they get called a rapist or whatever it is, but it was never proven in a court of law. It's literally just one tweet from one girl. What should she have done? not go to Twitter, go to the police. We have a criminal justice system. Sexual assault is illegal. So, like, why did the judge decide that you're innocent, but a melee TO didn't?
Do you know what my biggest problem with this whole conversation is? And I don't really have I can't present any proof right now, just out of like respect for some people that have sent me some stuff. But I've learned that in this scene, and I guess just in society in general, is that like what I can agree with some of the things you're saying, where like you should people shouldn't be posting stuff on Twitter, and they should be going to the police, and maybe you are just making a racy joke or whatever. But there are so many people in the Smash scene, and some even in the FGC, that are using that as a way to mask their shitty behavior. And I think that whilst I agree that the TOs are operating like a bunch of tyrants, I think that there are a bunch of banned players that behave like dickheads, and I wouldn't be surprised if they would remain banned even if people came to a middle ground, because there's no like, you can't have a conversation with these people either. Like the same way I can't really have a conversation with them. They're so against anything that you say. It's the same. It's both sides almost the same. And I'm not even talking about the TOs that hold the power. I'm talking about people that just want to have everyday conversations. And I think that there are people on both sides that are using like art or humor to mask really shit things to do to each other, like Priscilla was saying. And it's kind of getting harder and harder to decipher who is a good guy and who is a bad guy. And when I was talking to you earlier, Matt, I wasn't accusing you of being a bad person, but obviously reading the things in those anarchy discord, it's another one of those situations. Huh?
You kind of implied it.
No, I said that I don't know who you are. That was my first impression of you. So obviously my first impression wasn't a good one.
Well, maybe you should be more careful how you make your impression. Like, just because you see a Discord post out of context. I wrote like 80,000 messages in that server. I think it was like 80,000. Like, it was a lot, right?
I didn't voice my opinions of you to anybody. I kept it to myself.
Okay, but I also wrote about morality. I wrote about how we should behave. I wrote about my belief systems and religion, God, my own beliefs, right? I also write a lot of good shit. Nobody ever talks about that.
Discord.
Yeah, okay.
I told you that I didn't make a video about it because it was sent to me in pictures. So I didn't know if it was photoshopped. I didn't voice my opinion on you to anybody because I didn't know who you were. That was all that I saw. And then you said to me, yeah, that's all real. And I was like, oh, okay then. But I don't know what else you're saying in the Discord. So that's why I didn't speak about it.
Okay.
Ramsel, thank you for the $5. Oh, yeah, no, we let you jump on. Sorry about it, bro. I didn't see that. And Jake Star, thank you for the $2. Hypnotic started sending in these super chats. Don't read this. Seriously, don't read this. So you really can't read. Can you stop?
Hypnotic's got money. Hypnotic, spend this on a melee tournament.
I just wanted a quick shout out to Hypnotic. He's about to hit 100K. And I saw your video the other day about the UK government, Hypnotic. I saw it's on like 300K now or something. So well done to you, bro. Jake Star, before she goes put in Ramsar. Yeah, we put her in, bro. This guy's tripping.
Here's a question for you guys. Do you think that bad people should be allowed to play melee?
What is a bad person? What have they done?
It's somebody that exactly. But I'm just asking the question: should a bad person who's not in prison, they're just a bad person, they're just an asshole, a shitty person, should they be allowed to play melee?
Do you want me to go first, Mike, or?
You need to outline it a bit more. But are they a shitty person because they called you names, or are they a shitty person because they punched the dog? Like, what kind of shitty person are we talking about?
Punching a dog, I think, would be criminally actionable. That's animal abuse, right? They're just shitty. People don't like them. They're just mean. They're just rude. They have very few friends, if any. They're just a shitty person.
I would say that if I'm taking your hypothetical just at like face value, I'll say they can play online. No, I don't think anyone's entitled to play offline. That's something you earn. Like, that's a respect you earn from other people. If you're a shitty person, you can stay online.
So only good people are allowed to play melee.
You don't have to be good, just be neutral. Just don't be a dickhead. You don't have to be a saint, just don't be a dickhead. And you earn the respect to play offline.
Is there any thought that we could put into the idea that assholes are actually good for the scene because they create conflict and drama and attention, similar to how Leffen, when he first entered the melee universe, was the heel, We sort of need a heel character that nobody likes. Like,
I
why
think
is it not true?
We had this conversation before about heels and
Yeah.
arseholes. We were, because it came up about LTG and other people in the scene. There's a big difference between like a heel persona in the FGC and someone that is legitimately a prick. And this happened back in the arcades. I remember being at Trocadero Arcade. There was a guy that got thrown out because he was acting like a dickhead, just bothering everybody, getting in their faces, throwing their £1 off of the arcade. He kept on bringing in fish to the arcade as well. We told him to get the fuck out. The guy dragged him out himself. I think that if you're one of those guys that like you jump on the arcade and you start talking shit to everybody in context, and it's within the context of the game, then it's cool. But if you're just bothering people and you're being a prick for no reason, you're inconveniencing people, why would we have you here?
Well, I sort of see this like, why does there need to be a popularity contest? Why can't I show up even if everybody in the room doesn't want to talk to me and just thinks I'm a shitty person? Why can't I show up, plug my controller in, play my sets, and then just leave? And if nobody wants to talk to me, nobody talks to me. And like, why? I guess if I'm doing this,
doing to be a dickhead? There are lines, Matt. Like
Well,
you can't just behave however you want to behave and be accepted.
I mean, but generally people aren't just going to walk into a Melee tournament and just start pushing TVs off the tables and like, you know, they're not going to start breaking things or stealing things.
Stuff now.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be illegal. I think I would call the police, right? So if they're within the legal boundaries, but nobody likes them, why can't they attend an event?
It depends on why I don't like you. What have you done to be an arsehole? Have you walked into the arcade, seen me playing, and untied my shoelaces and pulled my trousers down? Because I'm going to kick you out for that. Like I'm not having you around doing that. If you walk into the arcade and maybe you're a bit loud and like when you beat people, you pop off, I'm not going to kick you out. But if you walk into the arcade and you're like, I don't know, you're farting constantly, let's say, or you're getting in my face and swearing and spitting as you're talking. I'm telling you not to do it, and you're doing it over and over again. There's a line. Like you have to learn to respect people.
Some of that I would just say that you're kind of violating the law at a certain point. I guess it gets into a weird gray area. If you spit on somebody's face, that's assault. That's illegal.
Yeah.
No, not even spit on their face, talking and spitting.
Can I give an example? Can I give a hypothetical person who's an arsehole but doesn't break the law?
Yeah.
Someone who goes offline, play someone, and win or lose, they make fun of your dead relative. That's not breaking the law, but it's a shit person, right? Can we use that person for your example, Matt?
Sure. Yeah, because that's legal. But yeah.
There you go. I don't know if you want to use that person.
Sure. Somebody who just says terrible things, right? And nobody likes them. When they lose, they just say the worst shit. You know, it is an extreme example. But to me, it's like, why should it be a popularity contest? And like, what if they're really good at the game and actually it becomes a storyline of like, who can beat the asshole? And then that actually draws in attention. It is kind of like a cynical sort of capitalist view of it, right? Which is like, whatever brings in attention is okay. And rather than building a community, you're building like a money generating machine. But like, I hate this idea that it's a popularity contest, that the TO has to like me. Right?
Can I kind of Uno reverse the question as my answer? If I said, why do, say this is like a 15-man local and one of the people is this arsehole person, right? Why do the other 14 people have to put up with that person? Why should they have to put up with him?
Yeah, I don't know. See, I think that I'm trying to think of the right answer here because this is.
Yeah, no, that's fine. This is like, I legit have thought about this. I'm more in line with you with when it comes to heels. Someone like me, I get better at games when there is someone I dislike. I don't get better with this like Teletubby, let's all hold hands mentality. But I know I'm a minority. I know that most people don't want that kind of energy around them when they're playing a game. Hence why I said, if you're an arsehole, you should just play online. Because it's not your right to go offline and piss people off.
So
everyone else's right to disband you from the place. But yeah.
Let's say that there's this guy, complete asshole, but he goes to an event where bans are actually not possible, right? Where bans not even on the table, but this guy keeps showing up and everybody hates him. there's almost like the human social answer is we bully him until he stops being a bully, right? There's 49 of us and only one of him. People generally, I think if 49 people are there being like, yo, shut the fuck up, that person's going to shut the fuck up. And if they're not, like, then they're truly just like completely out of their mind, right? They have like mental issues at that point.
I think there's like a little bit in between where, or like a second option where they self-ban, where they go, okay, I'm an arsehole, this is my nature, whatever, but all these people are bullying me, I just won't turn up. So the outcome is the same, it's just done in a different way. The person is banned themselves instead of the people banning them. So to me, again, just go online.
Well, I think they would adjust. If 49 people are giving you enough shit, you will adjust. Like, that's a natural human response. If a crowd of people are like, yo, you're driving us all crazy, that person will learn how to get along. Maybe they ban themselves for a week or two, but they're going to come back if they like Melee enough, right? Like, I still just think that if we take away this word ban, that then the incentive becomes, okay, how can we actually get this guy to get along with us? How can we adjust this guy? How can we, like, tell him that, dude, we don't like you here? Like, there's like a human answer to this, right?
I agree. I think you're talking about reform. I think this is what everyone is saying to the people that are banned. Maybe not every case. I think some cases people see the bad thing they've done and went, there's no recovering from this. You can't ever come back. But I think most times, you say sorry, you mean it, you reform. Like with your situation, you said, oh, I don't believe in the whole transgender thing, but I'll just say your name instead. I think that was kind of you conforming to the bullying, where people were saying like, oh, you're this and that, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, cool. I'll do something that doesn't go against my belief, but kind of caters to yours, which is say people's names. And I think that's what you're describing. You're describing people bullying through Twitter, and you've got two options. You can leave, or you can go, all right, I'll just, be part of this community and follow their kind of quote unquote rules.
Yeah. I don't want people to hate me. Like, that's crazy. So.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I just think the issue where you're going to come up with problems is convincing people that these banned people deserve to come offline. That's who I think you're going to have a problem with. I don't know if there's a good answer to that. But like I said, from my perspective, no one has a right to offline. You earn the right. Once you go against the community, you don't have the right. You don't have the respect from the people that you want the respect from. So why would they want you there?
Yeah, I would agree with that if the community just wasn't already dominated by this. Like, when people say, oh, this is what the community wants, like, quote unquote, what the community wants, they're talking about like 10% of the community. Like, I think that the majority of people don't support banning quote unquote transphobes, but then they'll say the community hates transphobes. It's like, where did you get that information? We ran polls, and we can always debate the validity of these polls, like who answered them, but 80% of people are anti-ban. They would have supported unbanning me. We ran a poll about me. We ran one about Shiz. With Shiz, it was like 87% of people said unban him. And then they'll say the community doesn't want Shiz in, but they're talking about a tiny number of people. And then the people that are in charge, the TOs that hold any position of authority whatsoever, are terrified of disagreeing because you'll just get kicked out of your position. So,
yeah. I mean, it sucks.
Community. Do you mean like the community as a whole, or just like the TOs, the cabals, that sort of thing? The people running these events who are actively banning these players.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah. Like, you mean like when you say the community doesn't want them back, you mean like the TOs that are like actually enforcing these bans?
No, I mean, when I say community, I mean the human beings that are there. Like at this tournament in Orange County, there's like 30 or 40 regulars. I'm pretty cool with most of them. I think most of them, if I showed up, would be completely fine. Like some of them, on the last time I was there, some of them were like, bro, we're sorry to see you go. Like, we wish this wasn't happening. They're not going to speak up for me because why would they? They're going to get banned too. One guy did speak up for me and he got banned for a couple weeks. He had to apologize and grovel and beg to get back in. But there's this problem is everybody's terrified into silence. So there's like this silent majority who either just doesn't care because they're not paying attention, or they do see what's happening and they're not going to risk their own neck to speak out for me if they only vaguely know me. Like with most people that you meet at tournaments, you kind of have like a passing relationship where you recognize each other's faces. You go, "What's up, dude? How's it been?" Right? You're not like friends, but you're not friends, right? They're not going to speak up for me, and they're cool with me there. They don't care. It's a minority of people. We're being tyrannized by a minority of people. So
you have an alternative to so I understand what you're saying in terms of if someone does something bad, it should go to the authorities and not to some disembodied group of people that are in charge of Smash tournaments, right? But if it's not those people, who does the ruling? Because the government aren't going, they're going to be stretched too thin, right? You can't have courts full of Smash players saying this person touched me, right? If everyone had that option, courts would just not run properly. So we have to kind of like pass it down to, I don't know, self-appointed heads of communities.
Again, I'm going to refer to this mythology. I think that there's this mythology that has occurred because there's so many conversations and debates about bans that often refer to pedophilia and sexual assault. There's this mythology that the scene is like overrun with like some sort of degenerate pedophilic tendency. But if you actually go to an event, 99% of these guys are just dudes between the ages of like 20 to 35 that are just there to play a game. Like there really isn't that much of a problem with all these things we're talking about.
That's fine, but I'm basically asking, who is Judge Dredd? Who is the person or the group of people that are going to make the calls of this person is actually bad and they need to go away? Who's going to do that?
It should be. So there's two options here. We could have a council that we trust, we could set up something similar to the NFL where they have some sort of like behavioral review board that reviews your behavior, and then if you did something bad that they judge as bad, they ban you from tournaments. We could have something like that, or we could just offload it. Like I keep saying, let's just not even try, because we can't trust anybody. The scene has already proven that nobody's trustworthy. Nobody. I mean, who do we trust? You want me to do it? Nobody's going to trust me, right?
So doesn't Smash have the first thing you said, like selected people?
No, it's
okay.
It's like some nerds on a Discord server, and it's all disconnect. Like, can you even describe the structure of the Melee scene? It's like a vague network of like tournament organizers and influencers and top players. Nobody really knows who's running it. Like, if I were to ask you who was the one that actually banned hacks, what singular individual made that decision? I don't think you can point at one person and say like, oh, had they not banned hacks, he wouldn't have been banned. It's like this weird collective cloud. Right. And at least with the NFL, there's a centralized authority that is held responsible. In Melee, it's a decentralized cloud and nobody's responsible. If you go interview people right now and say, did you support banning hacks? Almost everybody says, no, of course I didn't support banning hacks. And it would turn out that nobody supported it. So who is responsible? We don't know. That's why we have a justice system that operates on 250 years of legal precedent. We have professionals who go to school. We have judges. We have a system that's meant to handle this stuff that we already pay for. So let's just offload it to them. If somebody commits sexual assault, if somebody's at a tournament trying to be a pedophile, call the goddamn police and say there's a pedophile here. Present your evidence, and they will go to jail and get the shit kicked out of them. Boom. Problem solved.
With the people that are in charge now, is it more a case that they're anonymous, or is it more the case that they weren't selected that bothers you personally? And Pato C, I guess.
My biggest problem is they have no balls and they won't say what they believe. I think that's a huge problem, but we're getting into like a larger societal issue right now. People are more interested in keeping their heads down and keeping their careers. They're more interested in protecting their position than sticking their head out to do the right thing. Mike mentioned doing the right thing. I think people would choose to protect their money, their income, rather than doing the right thing. And that's part of why hacks stayed banned for so long.
Because there are some questions that have come in from the chat. Just I think most of them are aimed at Matt.
All right.
Just prepare yourself, Matt.
I know. I already see the chat. A lot of people are not happy with me, but
shout out to Matt, bro. He's doing a gauntlet. I respect it. I respect you, Matt.
Alexis, thank you for the $4.99. Can you ask him his take on low tier God being banned from tournaments by Capcom?
I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, it might be long to get into it. Low tier God's one.
Wait,
Don't
what
know
was
about
low tier got banned for on this one? For the Capcom.
There's a series of situations with low tier God. I don't know if I know any one situation that got him banned, but I know the one with Ceroblast is the one that really blew up.
Yeah, it's the one that got him banned from Evo, right?
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
know
so.
if that extended, but obviously everything that he said on YouTube over the years and his behaviors offline, and then that probably just all contributed to the fact that he was going to get banned. Can't really repeat what was said with the whole Ceroblast thing, and just to be clear, Ceroblast said plenty of dumb shit as well. So
Yeah, didn't he get banned or she, whatever they go by?
Yeah. Yeah, they
banned
both
for,
got banned.
saying the N-word in a chat or something.
yeah, it was a messy situation. Do you guys think low tier God should be banned?
I don't know what happened at all.
Me personally,
Not you, Matt.
me personally, no. I think there's been enough situations where he's been off. Actually, no. Let me think about it. Maybe he should be banned.
I
Low
would
tier God's
like,
situation
get
is so
more, like,
old that I don't even know.
information on this before I were to like come to a conclusion on that.
I think maybe he should have been banned, but still being banned, I don't think that's. I think that might be overboard. I don't think what he did was that bad that it should be like an indefinite ban.
Yeah, low tier
Like, what
God's,
did he do? Like, I'm in Mike's Discord if you want to DM me that.
Yeah, well, not right now. This is a long situation. Low tier God situation spans many, many, many years. That would take a podcast in itself to go over. So probably not the best time to get into it now.
Or here, y'all could just send me a YouTube video link.
Yes, P.
Duke of Nylon asked, "Would you let DSP in your tournament?"
Yeah.
Matt?
I don't think he's done anything. I don't think he's done anything bad. I know he's like an e-beggar. I know he begs for money, but that's about
I've
it.
heard about him, aside from like him beefing with LTG.
I don't know much about DSP. I'll be completely honest with you. I know a couple of things, but I don't know anything that is ban worthy. But I don't actually know. I'm not too sure. I know people say things. I don't want to repeat anything about knowing for sure. Sunsport Gallery, thank you for the £10. Choosing to be combative, hates being reprimanded for something they know will trigger. I think this was in relation to the conversation we were having earlier about EDP. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $4.99. Is it weird that C4 and Yapinator have never been in the same call together? Got a question here. Ezu the Alien, thank you for the $5. Do you all think the guy that brought a katana to a Smash local and tried to murder someone should stay banned?
Yo,
Did that actually
if he
happen?
did this at the venue, someone did this?
Wait, this is a great example, though, actually, because what's the right thing to do here? We don't need to ban this guy, which I know sounds crazy. People get all shocked when I say, don't ban this guy, because the right thing to do is call the police and say, hey, attempted murder just happened, right? He will go to jail.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, but
like,
the justice system,
because they're not going to get life in prison for attempted murder.
Okay, so then they pay the price for their crime. Attempted murder is going to get you in jail for I don't know how many years, 10 to 15, like who knows, 10 years, right? That
No,
you have now
we
paid the
let
price. You are now banned for 10 years for attempted murder. Why does a melee TO have to be like, well, actually, I think it should be 15 years? Like, why do we have this position? So,
Well, no, I think if someone's going into your venue and attempting to kill people, like, no, they need to not come back, period, end of discussion.
yeah, but they're going to be like, you understand how, like, why is it the job of a 29-year-old melee TO who has no experience with legality or anything to decide whether this person's guilty of something, right? You call the police, you hand it over to the justice system, who then decides the fair way, the way that we have a constitutional right, we have a constitutional right to this stuff, to be tried in a court of law, not by a court of discord and Twitter. Right.
So Matt,
yeah.
so I want to try and explain why people will think like that's a crazy concept, right?
Sure.
So you can have a thing where it's bad, right? And you're saying, well, if it's bad in the tournament, it should be banned for society, hence why they go to prison, right?
Yes, because we live in a state. Yeah, the tournament occurs in a state. And if you
Okay.
violate the state's rules, you're banned by being put in prison. So the system is
So-
already there.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying with the system, but there's degrees. So this is why people think like, well, saying just go to prison doesn't work. Because if you have someone that smokes at, I don't know, in a train station when there's no smoking signs, and someone who smokes in a kindergarten, one's way worse than the other, and one deserves a bigger punishment, even though it's the same crime. So you can say, well, obviously not this katana thing, this is crazy. But someone can do something bad in the setting of a tournament that isn't as bad in society. That's why saying just pass it off to the police doesn't really work for every situation.
I think the criminal justice system would take that into account. If you violated a rule, the context of it would matter. Like if you did smoke illegally in a kindergarten room, it would be a worse punishment by the US justice system than if you did it in a subway station or whatever it is. Right? Like,
yeah.
Can these guys stop calling me creeps? Why does this have to be me defending pedophilia? I'm not defending any of this stuff. I should stop reading the comments.
It feels weird that, like,
yeah,
there's situations where people are at risk. Like this guy walks into a Smash tournament. Let's say that he gets 5 years. Yeah, he serves his 5 years. For you, is that like, okay, he served his time, let him back in?
Yeah, and I would also keep an eye on him. I'd have the phone ready to go. The police would be on speed dial for this guy because he does have a history. But we already have a system in place that, in theory, rehabilitates him. Like whatever time they decide, the U.S. criminal justice system is saying this is the amount of time that this guy should be banned from society to pay the price for bringing a katana and trying to murder somebody.
Well,
Right?
the thing is, if he has a history of bringing a weapon into a venue and trying to cut people's heads off, like,
How did you fail to cut someone's head off when they're unarmed, bro?
If you have a history of attempting to kill people at a Smash tournament, why should we let you back in the Smash tournament?
Well, because again, I know I'm taking this crazy stance that sounds insane to people. In theory, if the justice system is operating as it should, it will punish him the correct amount of time, and a melee TO doesn't need to think about it. There should be no reason that a melee TO council in a Discord server ever needs to discuss this issue. Right?
Do you guys in America, do you guys get let off on good behavior? Like, do you like if they give you 10 years, can you get out in like 5 to 7 on good behavior?
I think
so.
Charge. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so let's say that this guy, he was given 10 years, but he was let out on good behavior in 5, right?
Yep.
He's still not technically served 10 years. And he's come out because he's behaved himself in prison. Because obviously he wants to come out of prison. For you, that's the justice system doing the job correctly.
Well, if they're getting let out on good behavior, I feel like that's a good step in the right direction, first of all.
But they could be bullshitting, right, to get out of prison.
While they're locked up.
Well, also statistically, I think men are more likely to commit violent crimes between the ages of like 16 to 25 or something. Like there's some range where we're the most dangerous. So if you keep somebody in jail for 10 years, they're going to get out in their late 30s and they're like far less dangerous almost always. I mean, I know somebody's going to tell me that they have some anecdote that disproves that. But again, this just comes back to this issue. Like if you think the justice system hasn't correctly punished this person, that's not a problem that the melee TOs need to pick up. That's a problem with your justice system. Fix your justice system.
Matt, real quick, I know you was definitely saying if the justice system was like good, because you obviously think at the moment it's not perfect, right? But
yeah,
do you think it would be, if the perfect like government or justice system, would it be universal in like every country? Or do you think different countries should have different rules?
Yeah, I think the melee tournaments should just follow the rules of whatever state they're hosted in.
Okay, cool. Just just so I understand more when you say about the justice system. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If we could develop some sort of NFL-like council that was politically neutral and only punished people that deserve to be punished, then I would be on board. But the problem is that's just not what happens. And if, I would sign a thing today. Like if there's like a new Melee constitution that we all agreed to sign that somehow protected people's freedom of speech and only punished people that deserve to be punished, I would be the first to sign it. I just don't see that happening. Who the hell are we going to put in charge? Hungrybox? Leffen? Like the SoCal Melee TOs? Those guys are idiots. I've met them.
Well, Matt, ultimately, you're also going to be in charge. Like, you're taking the stance of not banning anyone. That is still a judgment call. So ultimately, you're still going to be in that situation where someone's going to go, this guy might be a doofus. He's not banning anyone.
Yeah, I guess if I run a tournament and somebody shows up with a katana and kills somebody, I mean, even then, it's not even my fault. Like, that's not my responsibility.
Bro, you can't be serious. There's no
that
way.
Guy, I'm not morally responsible for what people do at an event that I host. The state is.
That's like by definition. If you're organizing a get-together, you are liable. That's not even law. That's common sense. You can't go.
Yeah, but not really.
Come to my house, and then you put like poison gas in there and go, well, they came into my house. They didn't have to. You can't do that.
Wait, that's not actually true. Because if I if I go to an event right now, I have no criminal record, right? If I were to go to an event or somebody that isn't banned goes to an event and then they commit a crime at that event, the tournament organizer is not responsible for that crime occurring. And it would be crazy if they were. What am I going to be in a courtroom? And I'm going to be like, actually, it's the TO. It's his fault for letting me in. I wouldn't have raped anybody if I hadn't gotten let in, right?
I think if you had prior knowledge that they had done something like that to a woman, and then you let them in just because maybe they served a bit of time, or that there wasn't like hard evidence to convict them, even though it was common knowledge, or like maybe there's, like we were talking about earlier, the sting operations, and you still let them in, and then it happened again, yeah, it would be your fault. Of course it would.
Isn't it his fault? Isn't it the person's fault for committing the crime again?
You're in charge. Leader goes down with their ship as far as I'm concerned. If you knew if that person had done that thing and you still let them in knowing that is your fault.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do for my tournament, just to tell you guys the actual plan. I'm going to write a contract that I'm just going to sign myself that restricts me from banning people. Right? So if I sign this contract and then somebody says, hey, Matt, you need to ban this guy because he's a sexual assaulter, I'll say, I actually can't do that. I would be violating a contract if I did that, right? So if this guy shows up and then sexually assaults somebody, it will go to court, and then let's see if I'm culpable. Let's just see what happens.
You would be culpable. You would. I'm just to let you know, because you're in charge of the congregation. The group of people only happen because of you. It's basically like.
It's a public event. I would make the argument that it's a public event. Anybody who shows up is allowed to sign up. It is a public event. It is. It's open to the public. These types of cases have gone to court before.
Yeah, but you're running the tournament. You're inviting people.
No, if I run a restaurant and somebody walks into the restaurant and stabs somebody, I'm not responsible for that.
Yes, but if someone comes into your restaurant and your employee poison someone by undercooking the food, you think you're not going to get in trouble?
Well, yeah, but that's part of the business of a restaurant, is serving food.
Yeah, because you're the manager. That's what we're saying. If you're the TO, you're the manager of the event.
Nah,
you're liable.
I don't think that this is the responsibility of a Melee tournament organizer. I just think that the responsibilities of a tournament organizer are to run a Melee bracket, collect money, choose where the setups go, make sure the bracket runs on time. I don't think it's their responsibility to decide who shows up and who doesn't. I think that
responsibility to keep people safe in the venue.
Now, if you're throwing a party at your house, sure, but this is a public event. This isn't an invitational. This is public, so that it's open to the public. And then legally, you're not responsible for things that happen there. We should be looking at this as a way to protect Melee TOs legally. And then also, if somebody commits sexual assault, they are the bad person, not the TO. Right? Why are you roasting the TO?
Knowledge, no, listen, bad people will do bad things, right? We understand that. It's like when I have conversations with people and they're like, well, tell them not to do that. I'm like, I don't chat to criminals. I'm not gonna have a conversation with a criminal, right? They're always gonna do bad things. But you with that knowledge, welcoming them in, you'd be a bad person for doing that as well. You put everybody else in danger. If you don't know and something happens at your tournament and you go to intervene, I'm not gonna hold your feet to the fire. You're not Professor Xavier, but if you have that knowledge and you still let them in, you're a bad person. How can you let a rapist into the? I'm not talking extremes, but how could you? Like, they've done this terrible thing to a woman,
I think
and you
that
still
would
let them in.
just-
You would be a bad person for that.
You would just have to strictly define the responsibilities of a tournament organizer and call it a public event. Where if it's a public, like a public library can't reject somebody who's a rapist. I don't think a library can legally forbid somebody from entering. I mean, I'm sure somebody can tell me that I'm wrong here, but if it's a public venue, like a public park, you can't restrict somebody from joining just because you think they're a bad person. I don't think. If they haven't violated a law.
So you'd let P. Diddy in your event. And
He said if he hasn't violated the law. He said if you haven't violated the law.
Diddy
went in hard.
Diddy go to? I don't know the Diddy situation, but no, if somebody is an Epstein level criminal, they go to jail. It's not like
Well, Diddy's legally get off. So, like, what do you have to say about that?
If they, but then I'm a conspiracy theorist, because then I'm like, okay, they are guilty, but they got off because they have like behind the scenes connections to like pay off a judge or whatever. Right, then I'm just like a vigilante at this point. Like you have to admit that you are at that point a conspiracy theorist. You have to be to say that this person committed a crime and then got away with it because they have connections. You are implying a conspiracy occurred.
I just wanted to read out this comment. She said, legally, you are responsible to what happens to a minor, and you are required to report to the authorities. Also, what is that name, Priscilla? Queen Spunky Wildflower?
Well, I would just say, like, personally at my event, I'm going to require that anybody under the age of 18 is accompanied by a chaperone. And then that chaperone is now the one that's responsible. I'm offloading it onto them. So,
well, still, like Priscilla said, you have to report that to the authorities if something happens. Like, let's say like somebody comes up and just starts like touching that kid. You gotta let the law enforcement know that.
Yes, I will do that. I already said I will do that 100%. My phone's on speed dial to the cops. The second I see anything illegal, I'm calling the police. I'll even take video of it. I'll get evidence. I'll be the first one to do this.
But if the police reject that evidence and then he shows up again, you'd let him in.
Well, then my evidence wasn't strong enough. Maybe he's not a pedophile. Like, what am I seeing?
But
you saw him do it.
Him doing things to a kid, and then that's not good enough evidence. So you're going to let him back in your tournament. That's essentially what you're saying.
You're saying that TOs have to behave as legal vigilantes. I need to enforce the law where the criminal justice system has failed, is what you're saying.
But Matt, you're saying that you saw him do it. You called the police. The police basically throw it out like they do with this sting operations. And so because of that, you let him back in.
I would just say that I fucked up. Next time I'm going to have to do better and get better evidence. I'm just going to have to do better.
That's crazy.
You saw him diddling a child.
Yeah, but how is that even possible? How is that possible? I'm at a public venue. What's going on here?
You got it on video.
Yeah, so then he would go to jail. If I had video of a guy diddling a kid, he's going to jail. How is he getting away with that? What are we talking about?
No, but it's the point that the hypothetical didn't work. You're basically saying the court, whatever the court deems, is more factual than your eyes. That's what you're saying. You're saying if you saw it, it doesn't matter that you know for 100% that they did that. If the court said they didn't, you'd go with the court.
So let's say that I'm going to take your guys' case here seriously. I have evidence that I can't present to the police for some reason. I would act outside of the law and beat the shit out of this guy. That's what I would do. Because the police aren't going to handle it. I'll handle it.
You let him back in.
No, I'm going to beat him up because I know that he's. I know that at this point I'm a vigilante, so I might as well put on a mask and figure out where he lives and just go there at night like Batman and just beat him up. Why would I not do that?
Okay, and then let him back in the next day.
No, maybe I kill him. Maybe I'll just murder the guy. I'm a vigilante, right? I'm
Like,
already
let's-
not
let's-
giving
let's
a shit
bring
about
this
the
back
law.
to reality real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's say you're in
exactly.
the,
Yes.
let's say you're in the
Remember
tournament.
to go feet first when they go through the chipper.
I mean, but you guys are telling me I'm taking a crazy stance, and you're presenting me with a situation that is literally impossible.
It's not
Like-
impossible. Okay, I'm not going to say the girl's name because the time has passed. But there was a video that came out from a Smash tournament during the COVID era of a girl putting her hands on a little boy when she shouldn't have been, and she got in a lot of trouble for it. I'm
Okay.
sure you know who I'm talking about, but
I
it
don't.
happened a long time ago. That was all caught on video. Now you see it with your own eyes. You see that with your own eyes. She's touching this kid. She's being weird with him. She's getting him off into dark corners. She shouldn't be doing it. You see that. You present that evidence to the police. They're like, we can't really do anything with this. We know it's wrong, but we can't do anything with it for whatever reason. What some state you're in has thrown out the evidence. Will you let her back in?
All right, here's what I would do. When she enters the building, I would make an announcement to everybody about what I have seen and tell them all the truth. And how would that not solve the problem? I would say, look, everybody, a pedophile's walking in through the doors. And if this person remains in the building, how is that possible? We're talking about insane hypotheticals. I think me making an announcement over the intercom system of, hey, everybody, last week I saw this person touching a little kid, and here they are standing right there. Their name is Steve, whatever. All right, that would be a solution. That would solve the problem.
How many people do you think are going to stay in that tournament once you do that announcement?
They're running out of that venue.
Why would they run out? Just
They're
kick
running
that
out of
person
there.
out. You guys are nuts.
Wait, so you're literally saying, wait. You're
This
literally
situation
saying I
doesn't
wouldn't
help.
ban them. I'll let the people do it. That's literally what you're saying. You won't say you can't be in here, but you let the other people, after you've done the announcement, kick them out. Just
Yeah,
ban them then.
I think the vigilante justice system would have to take over, and we'd have to beat the shit out of this person in the back alley. I think that's what I would do. I would take him to the back alley where there's no cameras, and I'd beat him up.
So you
And I would say,
encourage people
welcome
in
back
your
next week.
venue to partake in criminal activity and get them in trouble instead of just banning them.
No, I would make sure we get away with it, because like you guys said, if you can get away with it, then yeah, exactly. Here we
You
are.
literally sound
Here
worse
we
than
are.
the Illuminati, like, Smash community that you were talking about earlier.
Be like,
Guys,
this
you
guy
have to
is
admit
a
we're in crazy land.
13-year-old boy, he's a pedophile in your city.
Okay, have any of you ever seen like something that's this horrific occur? And then, like, have you guys ever seen a child diddling occur? I've never seen that in my life, not once.
Well,
I expect.
Mike was talking about a real life situation that happened, though.
It did happen.
Yeah, then I would take him in the back alley and beat him up, and I'd say, "You're
It
welcome
was a
back next
girl.
week."
You'd beat up the girl.
I would get the girls to beat her up. I'd get the girls together to. You know what I would do? I'd get the trans women to beat her up.
This is why Smash is cooked. This is why Smash is cooked. You
There we
cannot get an
go.
honest answer out of anyone. On either side, the conversation is cooked in Smash.
Okay, look, guys.
Like I said to Priscilla, this community is going to implode because there's no honest conversation. There's no room for nuance. It's extreme takes every single time when there are simple answers to things. This is such a simple
No, but
answer.
why do you say it's
Someone
a simple
touches
answer?
a kid, they don't come back.
Yeah,
That's
but you
it.
understand. You understand that your simple answer is to pick up where the justice system has failed. Your simple answer is
Matt,
vigilante justice.
Matt,
You're
fuck the
suggesting
justice system
vigilante
for
justice.
2 seconds, okay? I'm talking about
Oh, yeah.
you as a human being leading a ship, right? You are in charge of this venue and you have seen someone touching a child inappropriately. You don't even need, you can call the police, you can, but you don't need to do that to ban them from the venue. You don't need to call the police to ban a diddler.
Okay, and I also don't need to ban them to prevent them from diddling another kid. All I would have to do is tell the truth to everybody at the venue. I would say, warning to everybody. I saw this person touching a kid last week. I saw it. I would tell everybody at the venue over and over again. The second that that person goes and interacts with anybody, I'd walk up next to them and say, hey, this person's touching kids, by the way. That would fuck up that person's day enough that they would leave on their own. I think I could get them to leave without banning them.
To you. If you walked up in a Smash event and you said this person diddling kids, I would look at you and go, ain't you in charge around there?
I would say that it's not the responsibility of a tournament organizer to make this call. How about
So
that?
why are you telling me? What do you want me to do about it?
Because I want to prevent the next diddling to occur.
Like, it's your
You don't-
event. You have the right to say who is and isn't welcome at your event.
All right, guys, fine. I would ban the child diddler. If I saw it with my own eyes and they got away with it, I would ban them, okay?
It only took us
The
2
reason that's
hours
so
when we got
crazy
there.
is because you're basically condoning it. By letting them in, you're not saying this is bad. You're saying, you're almost condoning it. That's why it sounds crazy that you wouldn't just ban them. I know you said you'll beat them up and stuff.
I know it
but
sounds crazy. Can you guys understand why I'm making this case? Why I'm
because
choosing
you have to stick to the ideology. That's why. You have to stick to, I don't want to ban anyone. And you're saying anything in your power to stand by that. But this bullet, this is not biting a bullet, you're chewing a crowbar. This is insane.
If an
Don't do
event
it to your team.
occurred, if something occurred that has never occurred in my life before, how would I respond to it? I ran an event for a year. I had hundreds of people come in and out. I never witnessed anything like this ever. I doubt that in 99.999% of cases in running Melee tournaments, nobody has ever been in a situation where they've witnessed child diddling in person. This never happens.
Video. It was on video, dude.
Yeah, if you had a video,
it was on video.
Then can you post the video? Let's look at it. What video are we talking about?
Was it a technicals video?
No. It's what was her name again, guys? Senpai, I think.
Senpai, yeah.
Senpai, yeah. It was on video. It was overseeing the entire room, and there was this kid. He didn't look like he was over the age of 13. And she kept on grabbing him, and it looked extremely inappropriate. She kept on pulling him away, and she got in big trouble for it. Now, I'm obviously like PGing it heavily. If you look at the video, you'll probably find it on Twitter if you type her name in. And she got in trouble for that. So this isn't like a situation that we're making up. This actually happened.
But why? How is this person not in jail, though? That's what I don't get.
I don't live in that state. I couldn't tell you.
But there was a video of illegal action. If I have a video of you shooting somebody in the head, you go to jail. That's like you're in jail. There's no way out of that.
We've already established that the justice system isn't perfect. So,
all right. I guess then I have to say that in the case where the justice system fails, I would have to ban somebody that was truly evil. I can admit that. I'll admit that.
Sick. That is literally all we needed to hear.
Okay.
You're not gonna get flamed by your tribe now, are you?
No, I'm the one taking the most. I'm looking at the Discord server here right now, and they're all saying, "Okay, Matt's taking the extreme stance." And yes, I am to some extent taking an extreme stance just to show the consequences. If we run down the philosophical consequences of no bans, I think it'll turn out that in the almost every single tournament across the whole planet, everything would be fine. If we were to unban everybody right now, the people that show up to Melee events want to play Melee. Like, that's almost always true. They're not there to go target kids. I don't think that that's generally like, there's like this mythology that there's like pedophiles chomping at the bit to get into Melee tournaments. That's just not true. The people that show up to Melee tournaments are the ones who want to play Melee. It's not.
I don't know about that, but we got Priscilla back in here. How you doing, Priscilla?
Hello. I thought I would jump back in now that I am free again. This conversation, I'm shocked that this conversation has continued on the same topic this long, but like I said, Matt's a character, and I thought getting him in here would be interesting, so I'm glad that was proven true.
For like 2 hours since you got off.
Appreciate it.
Sorry, Matt. I feel like I just fed you to a pack of wolves.
I don't mind, because partially what I am doing is trying to. I'm not saying I'm playing a character, but I am choosing a stance that is all the way to the edge of one side, right? Like, I'm choosing like the hardest edge. And yeah, there's going to be these cases where like you see a person who diddled a kid, and like if you are anti-ban, like, oh no. But in my opinion, if the Melee scene adopted a philosophy, like you talk about type 1 versus type 2 error problems. Somebody mentioned this in the chat, that I would be erring on the side of less caution. The other issue is, if we err on the side of being too cautious, you end up with people that are unfairly banned. And then you get more situations like Hax's situation. So like, either way, you're going to be making mistakes. You're going to be banning somebody who shouldn't be banned, or you'll be not banning people who should be banned, right? You know what I'm saying? Type 1 and type 2 errors. And right now the scene is making 1 billion type 1 errors because they're over banning by a huge amount.
Look, I don't want to I don't want to come across like condescending, but do you know where that comes from? The type 1 and type 2.
No, I don't
It's
know.
basically like it's evolution. So the scenario is you're a caveman in the jungle. You see a rustling in the bush. The type 1 is that you run away from the bush because you think it's a tiger. Type 2 is that it's nothing. The people that ran away thinking it's a tiger, even if it isn't, survived. The people that didn't run away got eaten every now and again. So that's why people go, well, we should, go to the side of caution just in case, even if we're wrong sometimes. Safer that way. That's why we do.
The problem is that in this case, the cost of running away isn't just you don't get to eat. It's that people commit suicide, like hacks. That's the cost.
People's reputations are ruined. People are driven to isolation and commit suicide. And sometimes things are taken too far. I do agree with Matt on that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's a case of the least amount of harm. You could run away from the bush thinking it's a tiger. It's not trip up and crack your head open. Yeah, that could happen. Yes. But
I
I'm
guess
just saying.
My final stance here would be that if we adopted a stance of 0 bans, less harm would be done than what is currently happening. There's currently more harm being done than if we had no bans at all. If we had no bans and there were the hypothetical pedophiles getting in, still less harm would be being done than is currently being done. And there are situations. Hacks is not the only one. It's just the problem is these people are like suffering in silence on the margins. The people that get kicked out, it does fuck your life up.
I think there's more bad people than people that choose that option after getting bullied or ostracized. I don't think there's. I don't even know how to calculate that, but I'm pretty sure there's more bad people.
No, I would say it's the other way around. I would say you can make a list of people that actually like morally deserve to be banned, right? You can make that list, and then you can make the list of the total number of people banned. I would say it's like 99 to 1. The number of people banned is currently way overshot. Like the scene is when,
but we're not talking about banned people. We're talking about bad people, because there's some bad people that don't get banned because they're smart about it. What do you do about those? You just let them in. But at least people that are doing bad are trying to stop them.
What would you do about it? What can
I'm
anybody
running
do
away
about
from the
that?
bush. I'm running away from the bush. If there is,
yeah, but the problem is running away from the bush kills hacks. That's the problem.
Would you apply the same logic where you'd rather err on the side of caution? Would you apply that same logic? And by the way, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you here. I'm just curious to pick your brain. Would you apply that same logic to the justice system where you would rather convict an innocent person of rape than let a rapist go free?
No, because the justice system works with evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the justice system isn't perfect, but if we're, let's improve the justice system, and then we're having a different conversation.
I agree. I think I cut off Mike. My bad.
No, I was just going to say that, like, I think the banning situation in Smash is terrible right now. I don't know if doing the reverse is going to be better because we just don't live in that reality. But I know that the current reality is not good either. So rather than like doing guesswork, I will agree that the Smash TOs need to be held to task, and how they've been treating the community and how they've been basically silencing people is terrible. That needs to change. I don't think what Matt is proposing in the long run will work out for the best either. I think that there needs to be a middle ground, and I think people need to stop behaving like children on both sides, because that's what it feels like to me. They feel like a bunch of children drunk with power that don't know how to exercise that power properly, and they're unfairly banning people left, right, and center. And Matt's side don't want to ban anyone, and I'm just like,
well,
I don't think either side has grasped the plot at all.
Yeah, I just don't think there should be a moral judgment to play Melee. I shouldn't have to think you're a good person to play Melee with you, right? It's like this weird, the community should be morally neutral. And then,
but it's not necessarily a matter of my opinion of a person, but rather the threat they pose to someone else's safety. It doesn't matter if I think a person is a good person or bad person. What matters is, does this person pose a credible threat to another member of the community?
Yeah, but that'd be a bad person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. The reason why we're banning has nothing to do with our opinions of people. It shouldn't at least have to do with our opinions of people, though that does happen. The only time that bans should occur is if someone poses a real threat to the community. The problems occur is who gets to define what a real threat is. Because, like we saw earlier, someone who felt that their identity was attacked by a opinion that you have felt that their safety was in danger. And I think almost everyone here can agree that that's a bit irrational. So, who gets to dictate what is and is not a safety concern, and that's where you have issues.
Does everyone else have the opinion of you should only ban someone if they're a threat?
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
kind of like the
guess.
idea of, you said pricks, like assholes.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of assholes showing up to my brackets. It makes the
I
melee
honestly
more
agree
exciting.
with that. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
for
just
fighting
kind
game
of
community
things
have some
up. Like you
assholes.
could even like do like a cash prizing, like extra money to whoever beats this dude.
Yeah.
Salty
This is-
sweets.
This is gonna sound silly, but if you run an online tournament, would you not ban someone if they had bad connection?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because like that kind of disrupts the flow of the event.
Yeah, but it's not harming anyone. So
Yeah, like
there is a gray area where you would ban someone even if they don't cause harm.
if it's actually melee related, like if they have a controller that has certain mods, that's an issue. If they're cheating at the game, if they can't play
Yeah.
the game because they have a bad connection, like these are all, but that's within the context. That's not like a moral judgment. It's like a gameplay judgment, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like, again, it felt like we was going to the absolute realm again. So I just wanted to think of a scenario where someone's life isn't in danger, but we'd still be like, yeah, that person can just fuck off. They're ruining it for
That
everyone
also
else.
doesn't have to be a lifetime ban. If someone had bad connection once, they don't need to be a lifetime banned. If someone cheats at a tournament, I wouldn't even give them a lifetime ban. I think that's suspension worthy. But these
Like-
lifetime bans are so there's very rare cases where that's actually necessary.
I agree.
People in the chat keep asking if I'd ban cheaters. Yes. No cheating, Like
It's
that's
so
Would you
weird that
lifetime
You're
ban, or
already
would
better
you
than
like let them work it off?
Pokemon, Matt, on that one.
But Matt, would you give them a lifetime ban, or would you give them a suspension and give them a chance to come back?
Oh man, I mean, I don't know. It's how do you cheat at melee? That's kind of an interesting question. It'd be a controller hack,
One Peach
obviously.
player who modded their Wii so that Pichu could actually function as a character.
you know what's really funny is how much of a fight you put up for the pedo, but the cheater you was okay with banning instantly.
Well, because the thing that brings us together to begin with is melee, and if you ruin the integrity of the game itself, we have no reason to meet up for the tournament to begin with. So,
I think you guys are putting too much stock in the actual game. Like, I understand the games being like, obviously, because I grew up in the arcade, I get it. The games kind of bring people together, but the issues in the melee scene, melee can't fix that anymore. It's gone way beyond that.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm naive, but I think if we hold melee as the highest star in the sky as our guiding principle, and we do what's best for the game as a whole, then things will work out. And I think that ending bans and changing the governance system would actually be good for the scene as a whole. But we have to make sure that the thing, I mean, like you guys were talking about earlier, what's the solution? Me and a trans woman can play melee together and be fine. And I have evidence. I have Smash GG results to show you that this has already happened. So, like, the thing that actually brought me, the transphobe, and the trans woman together was melee. So
yeah, but that is an isolated situation. Your situation and a lot of the band players, that isn't going to work anymore, and you know that. And they don't want that. If melee was going to bring you together, you'd be playing together. But the fact of the matter is that the problem has gone far beyond the game now.
I think it'll work. I honestly think it'll work. If we run tournaments that stop bowing down to the overall governance system, if we just start getting more and more locals that pop up around the country, I think it'll work itself out because people will have to figure out how to get along. So,
well, I guess time will tell. But you guys said that melee is kind of dying anyway, so overall, are you guys just in the long run cooked, or are you saying that your scenes are going to revitalize it?
Yeah, I think we're going to revitalize it. I think Melee can hit new peaks. So we're positioned perfectly physically. Slippy came out in 2020. There's more new players than ever, I think. Like, the player base is still very much there. The viewership will come back immediately. Tournament attendance will always, I mean, locals will always be fun. I will always enjoy Melee locals, even when I'm 55 years old. So, you know, it's a fun game.
Fair enough. Well, I feel like we've exhausted all talking points unless anybody else had anything they want to bring up.
I want to give props to Matt. I think he's held that down pretty well, considering I came in pretty hot. He's been mega respectful and
Yeah,
kind of been on his own the whole time.
I don't agree with Matt, but I think I respect how strongly he holds his opinion, despite all of the overwhelming backlash in the chat. It's not easy to do.
Have had this exact same conversation too.
Yeah, we did.
I appreciate we don't attack people when they come on the pod. Like, we've asked him questions, and obviously we stand against what he's saying, but we don't really attack people here. So yeah, like, obviously I appreciate Matt being respectful as well, but we don't attack people here anyway. So there's no need for someone to come on here and get defensive.
Yeah, and thank you for giving me the chance to talk. I appreciate it. So
yeah,
Matt, I think I also understand a little bit more your priority over the game. I know some people in the stream were like kind of memeing you, but especially with the hack situations, for some people, the game is as important as life. So I do kind of see what you're saying when you talk about the game integrity being more important than the other stuff. I'm not on board with it, but I understand it.
Yeah.
I have one super chat from Matt, actually, from Alexa.
Oh my God.
He said, might be a dumb question, but is being a Klansman illegal? Would I be wrong to ban them from my venue?
See, this is going to sound stupid again, and I know you guys are going to hate me for it, but wouldn't, like, the ideal liberal answer to this be a Klansman and a black guy playing Melee together? Like, wouldn't that be like, I know it sounds silly.
The clan hang black people, bro.
Yeah, but like, that's illegal. If this guy's hanging black people, he's in jail. Like,
no, but that's the group that he's in. That's what they did.
Oh
so
my God.
He's associated to that.
And in the U.S., the Klan is also classified as a terrorist organization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we're gonna play with ISIS next, and where do we draw the line?
Well, I mean, you guys know about Daryl Davis, right? Like, he's the black guy that claimed Klansman robes. He would go talk to Klansmen and like he'll like convert people, right? I mean, this is like crazy idealistic, but like, wouldn't a Melee tournament be a place for somebody who's very racist and somebody who's of whatever race to like prove to each other that they're both human beings? Like, in the end,
I will say there is some merit to what Matt is saying. I remember in the early days of Smash, for me, there was a lot of really sexist guys that like would say insanely sexist, just ridiculous things to me, and most other people would just rag on them and, you know, publicly shame them and block them. I always made an effort to reach out to those guys and talk to them and have a conversation with them, and when they were given the opportunity to get to know me, their opinion would change over time. And eventually I would see them talking to other women in the community, politely, being cordial, and their opinions about us changed completely. So I'm a firm believer in building bridges whenever possible, which is why I am against banning people for their opinions, because that robs us of the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't think Melee players are equipped to talk to Klansmen and de-escalate situations.
No, I agree with that.
But also, this is another crazy non-situation that, like, when has a guy in a white robe showed up to a Melee tournament? Like, never.
You know, Matt, the reason I'm asking you this is because you're kind of making out like Melee is this savior that whoever comes and plays this game, we can work things out through down smashing each other, and that's just Melee is just a kids party game. That's all it is. It's the people around it that make the community special. The game means nothing at the end of the day.
Wouldn't playing, if you're a super racist white guy, wouldn't playing a black guy who's great at Melee be like incontrovertible evidence that that's a human being on the other side of the game?
No, because if he's truly racist, then what are you saying? Using a black character or playing a black person?
No, like if I pick any who's a good black Smash player that would just destroy me at Smash Bros, right? Like if I played him and he won, wouldn't I as a racist have to be like, that would prove something to me? You know what I'm saying? Like
It would
if-
enrage
Kind of
you.
spitting in a really weird way. He's kind of spitting.
Yeah,
No,
no, I
yeah.
see it.
No, it doesn't. What would it prove? All it would do, when you've seen how gamers react when they lose to certain people, they go ballistic. Now imagine somebody
Yeah, but
that
then that
hates
guy's
you
an
for your
idiot.
skin color. Yeah, guess what? So are Klansmen, bro. They
Yeah,
hate us because of how we look. So
but like the
let's
fastest
look
way
at
to
gamers. Yeah, just look at a base gamer. They get mad when they lose a game. And then you look at a Klansman who hates me for who I am simply because of my skin color, and he loses to me. You think he's gonna go, do you know what? You ain't so bad. No, he's gonna go, I can't believe this, and he's gonna start sounding like Freezer. Like he's just gonna start saying crazy shit.
I think Matt's talking about the perspective of if you have someone who's racist to black people and they see a black person do well, someone who's racist might think, oh, they're inferior, but you're proving them wrong. Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what he's saying. If the
And you're
person
talking
beats you,
from the
you're
standpoint of
a little
somebody-
bit less racist because then you can go, oh, they're not as stupid as I thought they were.
No, because racist people are stupid. Being racist,
yeah, but okay, but
being
that's-
racist is a stupid thing to do. You hate somebody because of the color of their skin or something that they have no control over. So you're not thinking of like the place of logic like you, where it's like, oh, they have something, you know, they can't be inferior. They're already stupid.
Yeah,
They're not gonna do that. They're already
I think
dumb.
we've got two different definitions of racist. I think you can be racist because you think a race is below you, not just because you just blindly hate them. But yeah, your type
Honestly,
of
when I
racist,
was
they can't be
competing-
helped. I agree.
When I was competing, if there was a couple instances where a guy made a comment to me before we sat down to play that was sexist, and then I beat him, and he raged. Oh my gosh, like threw his controller against the wall. One of them I made cry. And honestly, there is no better feeling in the world than beating a guy that just made a sexist comment at you. Oh my gosh. Yes, actually, foster that. It's so much fun.
But did he recognize your skills and say, do you know what? I was wrong for being racist. Or did he smash his controller at the thought of a woman beating him?
Well,
You
maybe
know,
he
actually,
went
there
back.
was a prominent player, Zenu. I played him once in doubles. I did lose the set, but it was very, very close.
See?
I mean, it would-
not everyone's freezer racist. There's some like middle ground people.
It would make you rethink your position if you thought women can never be good at Smash, and then you get beat at one. Even if in that moment you're just upset, I mean, maybe the next day you'd be thinking back like, oh, actually, you know, like it is incontrovertible evidence. A good Falco combo can only be done, you know, by somebody that has those skills, right? And then it kind of works against the whole racism thing,
So
I would think.
Zenu came up to me afterward and he said, hey, I want to apologize. When I sat down to play you, I was just kind of expecting to roll you because you're a woman, and that was a really scary set, and you just changed my opinion of how women played this game. So thank you for humbling me. So I think even if someone's not being sexist or racist to be, you know, malicious, they might have those internal biases, and I don't know, my opinion was always get good. If you don't want guys to think you're bad at Smash, then don't be bad at Smash.
I don't think Mike is buying this optimism. He is
Yeah. Well, also
the way
on the
I
flip-
see it is, if you look at somebody and you already think that they're inferior or you hate them because of the way they look, you're stupid. So if it takes me whooping your ass on a game for you to go, do you know what? There's actually something to you. Just move from me. I don't want to talk to you. Go over there. You're already dumb. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't
no, I
ban
mean,
stupid people. What are we gonna have an IQ test?
No, you can't. You don't have to ban them. But I definitely, if you came over to me and said that, do you know what? I really didn't like black people, but after you beat me in this Fox mirror, do you know what? I think you blacks can play games. I'm just gonna tell you to fuck off.
Yeah, but that'd be progress. You would have made slightly less racism in the world with that.
true and based.
Yeah. Also, the problem is if you decide to ban these people, they're all just going to form their little white supremacist group, and you're just making the problem worse. When you
I'm
could
not
have
saying ban them. I'm not saying ban him because he thinks that I'm inferior on a game. I'm just saying, go away. Like, I don't want to talk to you.
Well, yeah, you don't have to be friends with anybody, but
Yeah, I don't want to be friends with people like that. Those are stupid people. I have done like I was talking to that trans person that was in here before. I don't hate them because they're trans. I would never hate a trans person in my life simply because of they decide to transition. I might hate you because you're an idiot. You might happen to be trans as well, but I won't hate you because you're trans. People like that, I can't get on board with. You're just hating people for no reason. It's silly. That's how I see it.
All right, so we all agree ban stupid people.
yes,
Please,
I
please.
guess.
We need to normalize that.
Everybody below 100 out. We'll have two
All right,
separate
you have to take an
brackets.
IQ test. We'll put an IQ test on Start GG.
Yeah, I'll be the first one to get banned. Just watch.
Nah, I'll race you for that, honestly.
Right, guys. Well, I think we've covered basically everything. So I appreciate you all being here. It's 3:30 in the morning for me now, so I definitely need to get
Oh
to bed.
God.
Oh,
So
shit,
firstly, before we close off, let me just say thank you to Priscilla for jumping on and doing this. It's been a lot of fun talking to you.
Thanks for
Hopefully
having
we
me
can get you
again.
back on at some point. And hopefully you don't get attacked on Twitter for any of this.
Hopefully not. We'll see.
Oh, you will.
We'll see.
It's Matt. Thank you for jumping on and being a good sport.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, and C4 as always, basically my co-host now.
Yeah, let's go. I want to get that. How much am I getting paid?
We'll talk about it off stream.
Say less.
And Papa C, thank you for jumping on, bro.
Hey man, all good. Just hit me up about doing like that collab for Pokemon sometime.
Yeah. We'll definitely cover the Pokemon scene because I've heard a lot of stories. So we'll definitely cover that.
Good night, guys.
All right, guys. Well, I'll catch you all soon.
Peace.
And
All right, guys. Well, that was the pod. Interesting conversations as always. Didn't really know where this podcast was going to go, but there we are. I don't seem to agree with anyone, so. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for the memberships and the super chats and all the questions that you sent in. It was a lot of fun. Now, tomorrow we were supposed to be doing a podcast, but I don't think it's going to go forward anymore because 2 of the parties have dropped out. Quite a sensitive topic, and they decided they want to talk about it. So I might do a shambolic survival event tomorrow. I'll see if Shinblade or After School Sophie or someone is available to do it. But if you guys have any questions, my DMs are open. And even the trans person that came on earlier that didn't agree with us, I hope they didn't feel attacked. You don't always have to agree. It doesn't mean that you hate someone. And I don't hate. And well, no, that's a lie. I do hate some people, but I don't hate them for their skin color or their identity. That's all silly to me. But I'll see you guys. I'll announce what we're doing on Twitter tomorrow. But until then, guys, have a good one. Stay safe, and I'll chat to you all soon.
So I'll run from the storm, keep running.